out-of-body experience.
Welcome to the Brothers of Wrestling podcast.
Welcome back to the Brothers Wrestling Podcast with your host, Logan, and
Hayden.
And today we bring you the second annual Bracket Madness. Last time we did this, it was our first ever stuff we did on the channel. Our first few episodes that we did on the channel here in Brothers Wrestling was the champions bracket, the best WWE champions of all time bracket. And that went really well. It was one of our most successful episodes, and we really enjoyed it. So we thought we would bring back the Bracket Madness, but do it this time in March when brackets are the most popular because of college basketball and all that kind of stuff. So this time we have the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. And that involves every pay-per-view across all of wrestling. WWE, New Japan, AEW, TNA, WCW, name your promotion. If they had a really good pay-per-view in their history, it's probably going to be on this list. So Hade has more details. Hade, take it away.
Okay. So yes, like you said, this is the Supercards of Wrestling Bracket Madness. So basically it's any big time supercard in professional wrestling history. Supercards didn't really get super popular until about the 80s. Obviously with Starrcade from WCW, Jim Crockett Promotions, and WrestleMania from the WWF at the time. So, but there was a few that happened before those two big ones happened. So we got a few old ones on the list too. But before that, all the wrestling events were mostly just contained to just regular shows, house show type deals. They didn't really go all out and have super card events. So we're putting together the bracket today in this episode. We are going to build this entire bracket, and then in subsequent episodes, we will crown a winner. So today, we decided to break up the bracket into 4 different regions. So we start with the WrestleMania region. We have the WWE Big 3 region. That would be your Royal Rumble, your SummerSlam, and your Survivor Series. I have an old school group region. So that's anything from like the old WCW, anything before the 21st century. And then I have a 21st century region. That's anything non-WWE, well, non-Big Four WWE, I guess I should say. And like AEW, New Japan, and TNA, all that kind of stuff. So those all fall into that region. So then we're going to, obviously we have more in the group than just 16. So we'll get the final 16 from the region, and then we will rank that 16, 1 through 16, to build that part of the bracket. So we will do that for all 4 different divisions. So I figure if we want to go the easiest route, we probably should go with the WrestleMania region.
Yep, I agree.
Because the WrestleMania region, I think, is going to be our easiest bet to go through to build that quickly. So, where do you want to start in the WrestleMania region? I'll list the WrestleManias that we have in this region.
Okay.
We got WrestleMania 1, 3, 5, 6, 10, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 26, 24, 28, 30, 31, 34, 38, and 40.
That's a good list.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That gives us 19. So we need to cut out 3 right off the bat. So where do you want to kind of start? In that sense?
Well, I know one that's not getting cut out, which is 17. That's pretty much safe.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I mean, maybe 26 gets cut out.
Yeah, if we're talking about weaker ones, you got like 24, 26 maybe 5 or 6.
What about 34? 34 is 2018, right?
34, yes. That would be
That's AJ Nakamura and...
Yeah. WrestleMania 34, that would be your Let me think here. I gotta do my years now. Ever since 2020, my years just have been off. It would be
Probably Brock Roman, if you had to guess.
yeah, it's the New Orleans, 2018. So that gave us Lesnar Roman. You're right. You had AJ Nakamura, like you said. You had Bryan and Shane versus Owens and Sammy. Undertaker Cena. We know how that went. You did have probably the match of the show, which was Angle and Rousey versus Triple H and Stephanie.
Oh, right.
And you had Charlotte Asuka, which also didn't really live up to the hype.
So it's basically just a card of didn't live up to the hype.
Yeah, it's definitely not one of the stronger ones. I could see getting rid of that one. Let's take out 34.
Okay.
We have 30. That's a good one. 31, you're getting
Heist of Century.
Roman. Heist of Century, getting Roman and Brock the first time. You're getting Sting, Triple H.
Which didn't really turn out to be
that's
great.
No, but it had a lot of nostalgia. You get the NWO, you get DX. Yes, Sting did win, but overall, I think it's a good little match. When you get rid of 3 of them, so 10, you got the Bret Hart double take where he loses to Owen but wins against
Oh, right, yeah.
Yokozuna. He had Lex fight Yokozuna earlier in the night.
I say we get rid of 23.
Would you stop? Why you gotta talk like that, huh? Why you gotta be like that? 6, you're getting would be Hogan and Warrior.
That one doesn't really do it for
6.
me.
5 is the Mega Powers Explode.
That's pretty good.
Obviously, you got 3. You know what 3 is.
Yeah, it's Hogan Andre.
You got 1, which, to be fair,
Probably has to be on here.
well, it's lower level quality matches, but
It started it all.
in terms of importance,
And this,
I
it
think
started the
is
whole
keeping
group.
it
We wouldn't have
fresh.
this whole group if we didn't have this one.
So we need to get rid of 2 more. So
Probably either
if we're
26 or
going-
24, I would think.
And we have 14 on here, which 14 was your Austin era.
Oh, against Shawn?
Would. Yeah, against Shawn. 26, you're getting
That's Triple H Undertaker, isn't it?
Triple H and end of an era. No. 26. No, that's 28.
Oh, that's
You got
20.
me
Okay.
confused. 26 is the end of Shawn Michaels' career.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then you get Cena, Batista, Edge, Jericho, Vince, and Bret Hart.
Okay.
24, you're getting Edge, Undertaker as your main event. You got the triple threat,
Shawn
Cena,
Flair.
Triple H, Shawn Flair, Cena, Triple H, Orton.
Okay, maybe 24. That's a pretty good Money in the Bank, too.
The Money in the Bank's good on that one. But it's going up against all the other ones. Obviously, you had 40, which was
Yeah, 40 is pretty good.
the double night, but you get the finish of the story.
The Avengers Assemble.
Yep. 38, you get the big unification.
And Cody returns
match.
in that one.
And Cody returns.
It's pretty
It
tricky.
kind of cemented Roman as your guy.
Pretty
Well,
tricky.
let's say which ones were guaranteed.
Okay.
1, guaranteed.
Yep.
3, guaranteed.
Yep.
I would say 14 and 10.
Okay.
Guaranteed. 17, 18, obviously
Yep.
guaranteed. 20, 23, yes.
Yep.
28. 30, 31, I would say probably going to be in there.
Okay.
And
Yep.
38, 40.
Yep. I'm okay with that.
So that leaves 24, 26, 19, 5, and 6.
I don't remember 19 being that bad.
19's good. It's the end of Stone Cold's career against The Rock. You got
Is that Hogan? Oh no, it's not Hogan. That's 18.
No, that's 18.
Yeah.
No, you got Kurt Angle, Brock's your main event.
Oh right.
Triple H, Booker.
Yeah. Triple H Booker.
Would you stop? So 6, you got Ultimate Warrior, Hogan, but that's about the only thing on that card that's like
Yeah, maybe
really
six.
memorable.
Maybe six doesn't make it.
Five's not amazing either, besides the Mega Powers exploding.
Yeah, but I think that's more prevalent than Hogan Warrior.
Well, at the time, those two were the biggest names in the company, so.
Hmm. I think 5/6, in my opinion.
Is 19 better than 26 and 24?
Um, it might be better than 26. I don't know if it's
You're
better
also
than.
getting Hogan McMahon at 19.
It might be better than 26. I don't. Maybe it's better than 24. Yeah.
Well, we need to cut to them.
Well, what are you thinking?
I would think. I think 26 should stay.
Okay.
I'll probably say 5 should stay. So we'll get rid of 6. Get rid of 6. So that's between 19 and 24.
19 and
I think
24.
19 had more star power,
All right.
but did they have better matches? Is the key here.
Mm,
And I mean, we're basing all these supercards off with the wrestling matches, but also the overall show too. It's not just like, oh, on paper these were the best card. Like, did the show live up to expectations? Was there any clunkers? I mean, you do have Brock Kurt, and then you have the botch at the end,
yeah.
which doesn't hurt the match much, but
It would
definitely
have
not the
if Brock's
greatest
neck
thing.
wasn't so thick.
Yeah. I guess if you're looking at the main event level, is Kurt Brock a better main event than Edge Undertaker?
I mean, maybe.
And then if you go down the card, you have Vince Hogan at 19, but you
Which
have
is
Vince.
kind of a crazy decent match.
It's fine. It's funny for what it is. And you have 24. You have what's his face? Why am I blanking on his name?
I don't know.
Um, well, you have the Snoop Dogg thing, the Divas,
Oh, right. I
and
forgot
then
about
and
that.
then you have the Triple Threat title match. Cena, Orton, and what am I thinking? Oh, uh, I keep thinking of 26. What's the What's the other big time match at 24?
Well, you got
Oh,
Sean.
Mayweather show.
Oh, I
That's
was
what I
gonna say
couldn't
Sean
think of.
Flair.
I couldn't think of it. Yes, Sean Flair, but I couldn't think of Mayweather and
That's
Big
right.
Show. That was your other
Does he
big
break
card
his nose in the
showcase.
match, or does he do it?
No, he broke it when he did the punch at Chamber
Yeah, I thought so.
or No Way Out. I think it was No Way
I
Out.
couldn't remember if it was on the Mania or if it was before.
But you're also gotta say 19. You are getting the last match of Stone Cold Steve Austin.
True. So is that more
It
important
is it
than
is
Ric
prime.
Flair's last match?
Yeah, that's a good moment though, and that's a great match.
But we do have hindsight where Flair comes back like the next
Yeah, but
year
who
in
cares
TNA and
about
stuff.
that? That doesn't kill me in that moment.
Okay.
I mean, you watch that match, you tell me you don't tear up. I'm sorry. I love you.
He puts him
You
down
tell me
like
you
an old
didn't
dog.
you didn't tear up a little bit.
No.
You did. You cried. I watched you. I was there. That's a tough one. I think 19 has more nostalgia value, but
Okay.
I think we gotta go. I think 24 with the Ric Flair moment. I think we gotta keep that one in
Okay.
here. So 19. Sorry, buddy. Okay, so let's start off easily. 16 is gonna be one.
Okay.
I mean, let's be
Yeah.
honest here.
Yeah. That's fine.
So one is 16. This can get confusing with numbers.
Yeah.
One is one is 16.
No, 16 is 16.
So I guess we got to go with the ones that we were having such a hard time putting in.
Yeah, probably.
The 24, 5, 26.
So out of those, who's a
The,
15?
I mean, 24 was the last one to come in, so probably 24, right?
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
24, 15, 26, and 5. I'd probably put
I was
5
about to
as a
say, yeah.
5 is a 14, 26 is a 13. Okay. Okay, let's go to the top. Who do we think is the top tier here?
17.
17 and 18, right? I think 40 is right up there.
Okay. I don't hate it.
And 30
Okay.
and 23.
23 is not winning this thing.
Shut up, it is. It's the greatest supercard of all time, I'm telling you right now. And what about 3?
I mean, it's fine.
Oh, it's a spectacle. It had one of the greatest matches for like 10 years,
True.
15
That is
years of
true.
WrestleMania. Plus one of the greatest moments. That moment's probably what helped WWE become what it is today.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying, I think we can keep it in our top 5 at least. So what do we think 1 is? 17 probably?
Yeah, probably.
And then what? Do you want 18 or do you want 40 as 2? Because I think those 2 are the next tier.
Probably.
Or 30. 30's got great moments.
I think it's probably 18, 40, 30.
I can go with that. So 18, 30. I mean 40, 30. That's confused me with the 3 and the 4 there. So what out of 5 do you want it to be 3 or 23?
I'll give you 23.
You better. The 5, so 6 is 3. They're gonna go against each other. No. 1 and 16. Who goes against 5?
Like 13 or something.
Okay, yeah. They might show up against each other. Okay. So what's our next tier?
Probably the
like what?
31, 34 tier.
We got 31, you got 28, 38, 20, 14, and 10.
10's probably lower, I think.
20 is a classic.
It's got some good moments, yeah.
28, you get the once in a lifetime. But you don't really get a ton extra with that. You get the end of an era. Once a lifetime and end of an era kind of carry that one.
Yeah.
So you want to put that lower?
Yeah, probably.
At a 12? 28 to 12. You gonna do 10 and 11?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we got 31, 38, 14, 20.
Mm,
What do you think there?
I think the best out of the bunch. What else happens on 14 other than Austin?
You get I think the Road Warriors have a thing. Let me double check. I don't mess up my WrestleManias here. I know you get Undertaker and Kane.
Okay.
That was kind of their culmination. You get the dumpster match, Outlaws and
Oh, right.
Jack
Yeah.
and Charlie. You get The Rock and Shamrock. You get Triple H, Owen Hart. Yeah, you get LOD 2000 wins a Battle Royal. I thought they did something on that one. Yeah, it's fine.
It's probably lower, though.
Marilyn Sable versus Goldust and Luna. But it's hard to get past that final moment. But yeah, I agree. It's probably lower than 20 or 31 or what's that, 10? So 14's 10. So we got 31, which you got Heist of the Century.
You also got Rollins versus Orton, which is a decent match.
Rollins Orton's a great
And
match.
that
Like I said, you had
that
the
Intercontinental
Sting
title ladder
match.
match is on that show, isn't it?
With Owens.
I thought it was Daniel Bryan was in that match.
Yeah, but he wins, but Owens is champ.
Oh, okay, okay. And you also have
Owens.
that's the show where Rusev drives the tank, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Russo Cena.
Yeah. Which that alone, I mean, might make it pretty good.
That's good. Is it better than 38?
I mean,
With the Cody
that's
Seth.
Sammy versus Knoxville, isn't it?
Yes, oh yes. I like how that's the match we went to.
Well, I just that's how my brain works. That certain
it's the unification. I'm pretty sure that one is isn't that one Banks and
oh yeah,
or
that might be
is that
Banks and Bianca main eventing.
let me make sure. It's either that or it's Sammy and Kevin versus the Usos. I can't remember. That might be the next year.
Sammy, that's 39.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's 39. Let me make sure.
That's how my brain works. My brain
That's
remembers certain things.
no, it's Bianca and Becky. That's what it was.
Oh, it's not Sasha?
No, they must be 37. It's Bianca Becky. You got Miz and Logan Paul versus the Mysterios. Cody and Seth. Charlotte and Ronda Rousey. This is Stone Cold's return against Kevin Owens.
Yep.
Was the first main event.
Yep.
Then you had the Knoxville Zayn match. You had Sasha Banks and Naomi. That's when they win the tag titles before they leave.
Before they leave, yeah.
Edge and AJ. Sheamus and Ridge versus
Edge and who?
New
Edge and
Day.
AJ?
Edge versus AJ, yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
That's the debut of the Judgment Day.
Oh.
Damon Priest comes out, distracts AJ.
I completely forgot about that. I thought they debuted on
Then he
Raw.
goes and gets. Nope, you have McAfee versus The Theory, and then McAfee versus McMahon.
Oh, right.
And then you have the unification match.
Okay. I mean, it's a decent card.
So is that better than 31 though?
Nah, probably not.
Let me make sure I got all of my WrestleMania 31 stuff. I mean, you're getting the debut of Sting. You're getting the ladder match like we talked about, Orton Seth. You're getting Cena Rusev. You get the Undertaker and Bray Wyatt. Forgot about that one. Then you get the main event. You get AJ Lee and Paige versus the Bella Twins. A nice little match.
I think that's one of AJ's last shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's getting ready to leave that. It's a decent card.
I think it might be better than 38.
I'll go with that, but is 20 better than both of them?
20's pretty good.
I love 20. 20's one of my favorites.
20's got Cena Big Show.
It's got that bad ending now, but
yeah.
other than that, 20 is one of my favorites. It's got so many good things happening.
It's got Evolution.
Evolution versus
Rock and
Sock.
Yeah. 20's, yeah, 20's probably better than
the crowd takeover.
Oh, right. That's happened there, yeah.
Lesnar Goldberg.
Yeah, that's probably better than both of those.
The Playboy pillow fight.
Well, that makes it the best. How is that not a 1 seed then?
We start stripping.
It's funny that you didn't put the one WrestleMania that we went to on here.
Yeah, it was one of my favorites. It was good. Good. I just don't think it's in the top tier WrestleManias. That's not.
But us being there makes it a 1 seed.
No. That's 7. Do you remember what number that was?
Yeah, 35.
Okay. You do have a shirt about it. Remember that time that I asked you what the main event of that WrestleMania was and you couldn't remember and you had the little shirt of the main event?
Let's see. That's just how my brain works.
Who was that main event? Okay. So in the WrestleMania region, we have it as, hold on, I gotta read my numbers. Number 1, WrestleMania 17. Number 2, WrestleMania 18. Number 3, WrestleMania 40.
Maybe you should just make it WM and then the number so that it's easy for you to read.
Yeah, there's too many numbers. Number 4, WrestleMania 30. Number 5, WrestleMania 23, the greatest WrestleMania of all time.
Mm-hmm. No bias.
Number 6, WrestleMania 3. I have tons of bias. I'm not lying to anybody on here. Number 6. Did I say 6? Number 3. Yeah, I said that. Number 7, WrestleMania 20. Number 8, WrestleMania 31. Number 9, WrestleMania 38. Number 10, WrestleMania 14. Number 11, WrestleMania 10. Number 12, WrestleMania 28. 13th, WrestleMania 26. 14th, WrestleMania 5. 15 is WrestleMania 24. And rounding out the WrestleMania region is WrestleMania 1 at 16.
Okay, sounds pretty good.
Not too bad. Okay, so now we're moving over to our WWE Big 3 region. This includes Royal Rumbles, SummerSlams, and Survivor Series.
Okay.
So for Royal Rumbles, we have 92, 98, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2005, 2007, 2008, 16, 18, and 20.
Why'd you write these
Of
so weird on
course.
here?
What do you mean?
You wrote 2001 last.
I forgot about it. Wait, thanks for peeling back the curtain.
Sorry, I'm just trying to follow
I
you
said
on.
them in order when
I
I
know,
said
but I'm
them.
trying to
Thank you
follow
very
you on this
much.
paper, and it doesn't make any
I
sense.
couldn't help it. I was writing them down, trying to do it in order, and then I forgot about 01, so I put it at the end.
Okay, just wondering.
Sue me.
You also did it for Survivor Series, it looks like.
Okay. We don't have to tell everybody everything.
And you put
Okay.
13 ahead of everybody in SummerSlams. How do you go from
Thank
92
you
to
very much.
13?
I like 13.
Yeah, 13's good. I'm just saying.
I thought about it first. Leave me alone. SummerSlam, 92, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2008, 2009, 2011, 2013. See, no one would have known, but it's out of order on here.
The
I read
people
them in
need
order.
to know.
No, they don't. And Survivor Series, we have 2001, 2002, 2006, 2007, 2022, and 2023.
Okay.
So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
That's a lot to cut.
25 regions. Did you look at the 21st century regions?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing these ones first. Okay, so I think our easiest, so we need to cut, what did I say, 25? So we need to cut 9. I think our easiest way to do this is to kind of cut all these in half, probably.
Okay, just do them by pay-per-view.
Probably. So let's start with the one that has the least,
Okay.
Survivor Series.
All right.
So, just Survivor Series 2001, you have the invasion angle ending.
Okay. All right.
So that's how it ends, is with the WWE versus Invasion storyline. You have a bunch of unification bouts during it. You have the Dudleys and Hardys in a steel cage. So that's always a great match.
Interesting.
2002 Survivor Series is the debut of
That's
the
the
Elimination
yeah. I was gonna say
Chamber.
that's the chamber.
And then you have the great triple threat tag match between the Los Guerreros, Edge and Rey Mysterio, and Benoit and Angle.
I think 2002 makes it on this bracket because of the chamber alone.
I agree. Let's just mark that down. You also get Paul Heyman betraying Lesnar.
Oh right, hits him. Doesn't he hit him with a chair or something?
Yeah, I think so. And you get the return of the Dudleys.
Oh nice.
Also, Scott Steiner debuts on this.
Oh, big
So
pop
it's a
bump.
pretty big card. Then you have 2006. I added this one just because I love one match on this card, which is the DX versus Radar KO Survivor Series match. You have on Team DX. I think this is the greatest Survivor Series team ever.
Well, that's a bold claim.
Yes, you have DX, Triple H, Shawn, the Hardys, Jeff and Matt, and CM Punk. And you know how much I don't like CM Punk. This is just debuting.
That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good.
I liked it better
team.
than against Radar KO, which was a sucky team. It was Edge and Orton, but then you had Nitro, you had Gregory Helms, and you had Mike Knox.
Speaking of Nitro, did you see he got his head shaved?
He got shaved bald.
That was pretty hilarious.
I like it. So I love that match. The other matches are fine on that one. You have Lita's retirement against Mickey James. You have
I'm not really feeling it though.
The main event is Batista taking on Booker to win the title back.
I'm not feeling
Cena.
I'm not feeling jazzed about it.
Cena and Big Show leading their respective teams. We can get rid of it. I just like that one match. It needed to be said.
It's a good team.
2007. You
Here we go.
get Heck in a Cell. Would you stop with the 2007 slander on here? I'm sick of it. 2007 is a great year. One bad thing happens.
And it takes the whole year.
It's not my fault. Everything else is amazing. But it's not my fault. 2007, Heck in a Cell, Edge, no, Batista, Undertaker with Edge, uh, disguised as a cameraman.
Oh, that happens there. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was 2009 for some reason.
Nope, that's one of my favorite things ever. You also have Triple H leading a team against Umaga's team.
Umaga had a team.
Umaga had a team. And you had Shawn Michaels versus Randy Orton with the super kick not allowed to be used.
Oh right, forgot about that.
And I'm pretty sure on this card you had Great Khali versus Horn.
Versus who? Hello? Are you back?
I'm back now.
Okay.
That was weird.
Just pick up. You were saying Kali versus somebody, so just pick up there.
You also on this card had Khali versus Hornswoggle.
They had a match.
Yes, this is when he was Mr. McMahon's illegitimate son.
Oh right.
And they were doing that storyline.
Yeah. It's supposed to be Kennedy.
So it's decent. It's mostly for the Heck of a Cell match, though. It's a great match. Okay.
What about 23 and 22? Those are war
gotta
games,
go
are they
back.
not?
They're both war games. I just gotta go back and make sure I remember all the other extra matches. So 22 is when you're getting the Bloodline war games.
Oh.
You're getting Roman, Jay, Jimmy, Solo, and Sammy.
Mm.
And they don't really fight anyone. I mean, the Brawling Brutes. You get Drew and Kevin.
Good times.
It was mostly for the Bloodline.
Man, I miss the
was
Bloodline.
The trust of Sammy against Kevin was the big.
Oh right, that's right. Because he gets the they rip his T-shirt off, don't they?
Yeah. Then you got Seth defending the U.S. title against Bobby Lashley and Austin Theory. That's where Theory wins it.
Oh nice. Okay.
You got Ronda versus Shotzi.
All right.
You got
No disrespect
AJ
to
versus
Shotzi, but
Finn. It's AJ and the Club versus Finn and Judgment Day.
God, Judgment Day's been around forever.
Yep. And then you got Team Belair and Team Damage Control.
All right.
It's fine. It's mostly about built around the Bloodline. And 23, you get the Judgment Day in this one. You get Priest, Finn, Dirty Dom, JD, and then Drew joins them to take on Cody, Seth, Jay, Sammy, and that's when Randy Orton returns.
Mm.
But the
And
biggest
Punk.
thing about this one is the Punk ending.
Yeah, that's
in
how
Chicago.
that's where Punk comes back.
Then you got Rhea versus Zoe Stark, Santos Escobar, Dragon Lee, Gunther takes on The Miz for the Intercontinental title, and Bianca Belair, Charlotte, Shotzi, and Becky take on Damage Control.
It seems from what you're telling me here when you're describing all these Survivor Series that we're going to be cutting a lot of Survivor Series from this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd honestly probably just keep 1 and 2. I love 7, but it probably doesn't match up with the other ones up there.
So go over 1 and 2.
Rumble. What?
To go over 2001, 2002.
2002 is the Elimination Chamber one. And 2001 is the Invasion finale.
Oh, right.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say we get rid of 07, 22, 23.
Okay.
We need to get rid of 9, so that's 4. Okay, let's move to SummerSlam.
Okay.
92 SummerSlam.
That's Wembley, isn't
One
it?
of the most famous, Wembley Arena. The aura of that one's just
yeah. I love looking at pictures from that.
So, and you get the great match of Brett and Bulldog.
Yeah, where Bulldog goes
where
over.
Brett basically carried him to one of his best matches ever. So that's a great one. You got 2000, which is kind of like the. It was supposed to kind of be that big time for Triple H. That was when he was in his that first era of dominance.
Oh, okay.
But The Rock wins. He was the champ. Undertaker Kane fight. But this one is the big for it has the first ever TLC.
Ooh.
Edge, Dudley's, and the Hardy Boys. You
Okay.
also have Benoit, Jericho, 2 out of 3
That's going to be
falls.
hard to take off the list then.
You had the big time match between Eddie Guerrero and China. This is when they were doing the mommy gimmick.
Nice.
And they beat Venus and Trish Stratus for the Intercontinental title. X Pac and Road Dogg were fighting. Right to Censor fought Too Cool.
I'm
So,
liking what I'm hearing with 2000.
so that's what 2000 has. 2001 is pretty big. I think it's one of the best ones ever. It's got Rock and Booker for the WCW Championship. Stone Cold versus Kurt Angle WWF Championship. You had the steel cage between Bros of Destruction taking on DDP and Chris Canyon. You had one of my favorite matches of all time, the hardcore ladder match between RVD and Jeff Hardy.
Forgot about that match.
Jericho and Rhino, X-Pac Tajiri, and then you had the Dudleys and Test taking on APA and Spike Dudley.
Okay, don't hate
And
it. Yeah.
Edge wins the Intercontinental title from Lance Storm.
Okay, I'm feeling it. I like it.
Too. And then what's probably
a
shoe-in to get it, it's one of the best SummerSlams of all time, I think. I'm already putting it into it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It is SummerSlam 2002, where you obviously have Brock Rock. You have Ray and Kurt Angle open the show. You have one of the most brutal matches ever. Shawn unsanctioned with Triple H.
And he has the jeans and the boots.
You have RVD Benoit. I mean, that card's stacked from top
loaded.
to bottom. So I think that's a guarantee.
For sure. Yeah.
Then I have 2008.
Which SummerSlam is the DVD cover where they're on the roller coaster?
Roller coaster.
Don't they have one like that?
I don't remember. Roller coaster.
I can't remember.
That's probably later on. That's probably in the 10s.
Oh.
I'm not remembering it off the top of my head. SummerSlam 2008. You had Heck in a Cell, Undertaker Edge. That was the end of their feud where he throws him through the floor.
Yeah, I remember that.
You had First Time Ever, Batista Cena. Cena breaks his neck.
Oh.
You had Triple H, Great Khali. CM Punk, JBL. That's right after he cashed in the very first time. You had Matt Hardy pick up his very first world title win against Mark Henry. Oh, no, he wins that by DQ. I'm sorry. I forgot he won that by DQ. You have Glamorella. That's when they won both the Intercontinental Women's against Kofi and Mickie James and MVP Jeff Hardy.
Okay, decent card.
We had 2009, which is one I really like.
That's Punk Hardy, isn't it?
Yes, you get Punk Hardy in the TLC match. And then at the end of that match where he's standing over Hardy with the title in the air, that's when Undertaker comes, the lights go out, and they switch spots with Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
He's under. Great. You have Orton versus Cena, which starts their huge 2009 feud. You have Christian and Rowan Regal, which is a hilarious match because it lasts 8 seconds. You have DX against Legacy. This was the return of DX when he went to go find him at the when he was being a chef. Then you got Kane versus Great Khali. You got Jericho against Crime Time, MVP Jack Swagger, and one of the best matches this is when Ray was like, he hit a weird prime because they were putting him with a bunch of guys that could wrestle. He had just got done with the Jericho feud with the mask and everything. And then he had a great match with Dolph Ziggler.
Oh, yeah.
And then he has that epic match against Morrison on SmackDown when he loses.
Yeah.
And then that's when he failed that drug test and had to go away for a while. So you have that one. And then we have 2011, which we all know why that one's on here. You're getting Punk and Cena unification match. And then you're getting Alberto cashing in on Punk when Triple H betrays him. Then you got Orton, no holds barred against Christian to win the world title. Barrett and Daniel Bryan. That's probably a weaker one.
Okay.
They don't really have much else on there. It's mostly for the main event. And the last one was 13. That's the roller coaster one, actually.
Aha.
That's funny. So you have Orton. That's when Orton cashes in Money in the Bank on Bryan. You see the theme here.
Classic.
And Triple H is the guest referee. It's almost like they did that a couple years ago before this. You had Bryan and Cena, which was a great match. Love that match. You have Dolph and Caitlyn versus Big E and AJ. That was when they turned on Dolph.
Mm.
You had the Best versus the Beast. Lesnar and Punk. You had Alberto versus Christian. Cody Rhodes, Damian Sandow when they broke up their
I like their
group.
tag team.
Rhodes Scholars. Bray Wyatt and Kane in the Ring of Fire match, which was.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
And then
I
on the
forgot that
pre-show, you
Kane had
had
a whole rivalry with the Wyatts.
yeah. And then you had Dean defending the U.S. title against RVD on the pre-show.
Did the Wyatts really debut that long ago?
Yeah, 2013 they were doing stuff.
Man.
Yeah, we're in 2026 now, buddy.
Don't remind me.
So, I think for sure 11 was weak. I would take that one out.
Okay. Yeah. I think
I don't know,
9's stronger than 8.
You think 9 was better than what's 8? The Heck in a Cell?
Yeah, I think the ladder match, Punk Hardy's better than.
No. So we'll take out 8. What about 13? We just talked about.
13's pretty good. I liked it.
Is it better than 2000? Triple threat.
Probably.
Brock, Triple H, Angle. That's the one where Angle gets
Concussed?
Yeah, when they try to do the pedigree
Yeah,
through the table and
yeah.
it falls apart.
Okay.
And then he saves Stephanie
Yeah.
and takes her to the back and then he comes back out. That's that match.
All right.
But in 2000 you also get the first ever TLC match.
Oh, that's right. I feel like it has to go in because of that.
So we'll put that one. I think 92 is a shoe.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and 2002 is a show. You already put it in.
Yeah, I already got that one in. I think 2001 as well with the Invasion.
Okay.
Invasion was a weak storyline, but their pay-per-views that year, they had some good pay-per-views. So what about 09 or 13?
13's probably better than 09.
09 was the TLC match. 13 you have the Bryan and Cena and then Orton.
Bryan Cena's a good match.
We'll leave those two for now. Let's do the Royal Rumble.
Okay.
And then we'll see how many we have left. Okay, so now for the Royal Rumble, this is super cards. This isn't just Royal Rumble matches. So this is the cards that are on the show too. I want to make sure that's clear when we're talking about these. Don't just think of if that's a good Royal Rumble match or not.
Whichever one has Triple H versus Foley.
That's 2000.
I like
Now
that
the only
match.
thing I have a problem with 2000s because that's a great card, is that the ending sucks.
Oh, right, because that's where Big Show technically wins.
Mm-hmm. So let's start at 92. You got probably one of my favorite WrestleMania Royal Rumble matches ever.
Yeah, Flair wins the
Flair
title.
winning. You got the Legion of Doom taking on the Natural Disasters. Beverly Brothers versus the Bushwhackers.
Piper wins random people in these cards.
Yeah. Piper wins the Intercontinental title from the Mountie. That leads to the
Oh my
match
God,
with
the Mountie.
the Mountie, baby.
Dean
And
Ambrose.
the new Foundation versus Orient Express. That's a good match.
All right, I mean, that's carried heavily by the Rumble.
Yes, carried heavily by the Rumble. Let me get to the next one. The next one's 98. So you have the Austin era with Stone Cold winning the title for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Or winning the Royal Rumble for the
Yeah.
first time, I mean. Sorry. You get kind of his crowning moment. Then you have the casket match for the WWF Championship, Shawn versus Undertaker.
Oh, no.
Which is where Shawn gets hurt. Legion of Doom versus New Age Outlaws. Rock versus Ken Shamrock. A mini match.
Rock hated Ken Shamrock.
Vader, yeah, they fought a lot. Vader versus Goldust.
Okay, I'm feeling 98
decent.
vibes. I think that's a safe one.
Decent. Okay, then you go to 2000, which is the one we were talking about. That one you get Kurt Angle. This is your debut match. This is why I think 2000's one of the best ones. Your debut match is Kurt Angle who's undefeated, taking on the debuting Taz, where he taps him out.
Oh, man.
Then you got first ever tag team tables match between the Hardys and Dudleys.
I remember that
That's
match.
where
Yep.
Jeff does the swanton off the little
iconic, yeah.
thing right there. Triple threat Intercontinental, Jericho, China, and Hardcore Holly. New Age Outlaws versus the Acolytes. Then you have the Street Fight, Triple H, Cactus Jack, and then that 30-minute.
I think this one's pretty safe, even with the
it's
bad
a
ending.
solid Rumble. Even the matches all are good too. Then we got 2001, the one I forgot about and put back later. You got Austin winning that one. That leads to the best one of our best WrestleManias we were talking about, WrestleMania 17.
Yep.
You had Kurt beating Triple H for to keep the title. Ivory versus China for the women's title. You had the ladder match, which is one of the craziest ladder matches between Benoit and Jericho, where Benoit does the suicide dive into the chair shot.
Oh, right.
Ooh, that one's vicious.
And then you always have to ask the question, is that what did it?
It's like, that was a nasty shot he took in that. And then you got WWF tag titles, Edge and the Dudleys. Edge and Christian and the Dudleys.
Okay, that's a solid one. I like it.
We'll move on to 2002. We've got Triple H wins in that big return, beating Kurt Angle. That's another solid Royal Rumble match. A lot of good people. And then Jericho beats The Rock for the undisputed to keep the undisputed title. Street Fight, Flair McMahon.
Oh, yeah.
Trish versus Jazz, and William Regal beats Edge for the Intercontinental title, and Spike and Taz beat the Dudley Boys to keep the titles.
Okay, that's a solid one. I like it.
It's a good one. So then we move on to 2005, and this one's infamous, so we all know what happens in 2005.
Classic.
Yeah, the classic screw up at the end with Vince
exploding quads.
The rest of the matches aren't amazing. That's why it's a hard one for me to have.
Okay,
You had Triple H Orton, which is an okay match. You had JBL, Big Show, Kurt Angle, where JBL survives. Edge versus Shawn Michaels. It's a fine match. And casket match, Undertaker versus Heidenreich. And my favorite part about that one is when Undertaker goes to open the casket and Snitsky's inside.
Oh.
And he starts attacking him, and then Kane comes out. And then they double team him.
Doesn't Heidenreich have a relationship with Michael Cole where he reads him a poem?
Yeah, he reads him a poem in the shower.
Yeah.
That was his whole.
I thought so.
Thing. He was just a creepy dude. Works at Walmart now.
I told you that.
Well, I'm bringing it full circle. Then we got the greatest year ever, 2007.
I don't know. That Rumble doesn't really hold up. I don't know.
That is the greatest Royal Rumble match ever.
Is it called the Greatest Royal Rumble? I don't think so. There's one that's called that.
This is the official wrestling show, so it is.
There's one literally called the Greatest Royal Rumble, so I don't know what you're talking about.
So the ending of that Royal Rumble is the greatest ending ever. You can't tell me there's a better.
It's a good ending. It's a good ending.
Tell me a better one.
This year's.
No, stop it. Didn't even hold a candle. Then he had one of the greatest matches ever.
Okay, here we go.
Last man standing, Cena and Umaga. And if you tell me how Cena didn't just tear this guy's head off when he threw the steel steps from the ring and just smacked Umaga in the head with him. Insane. You had Batista versus Mr. Kennedy for the world title. You had Lashley versus Test for the ECW title. And you had the Hardys taking on Eminem.
I don't know. I mean, I gave you 23. I don't know if I can give you 07 Rumble.
Stop it. That's amazing. 2008, you got Cena, the big Cena return.
They run it back with Undertaker Shawn to start.
Yep, you had the Shawn Undertaker's beginning of that one. You had Piper. This is an MSG, so you had Piper and Snuka come out.
Oh, right, yeah.
Mick Foley came out in that match, I believe. I think that's where he did something with Hornswoggle. You had Orton versus Jeff Hardy, which the lead up to that match is amazing. Him doing the swanton off the what do you even call that thing? Like
there's a big truss, I think.
Scaffold. Yeah, of the
we watched that awesome. Live, didn't we?
Oh yeah. Edge versus Rey Mysterio, JBL, Chris Jericho, where JBL chokes him out with the ropes or the wire.
Oh
that's
yeah,
at ringside. That. And then you have the career-threatening match where Ric Flair beats MVP. Then we move on to 2016,
That's the AJ
which
debut.
is AJ's debut. You're right. You get this is the second time the WWE Championship was ever on the line in the Rumble, and you have Triple H winning that over Dean Ambrose. You had Charlotte Becky, Alberto Callisto for the U.S. title. You had New Day versus the Usos, and you had Last Man Standing Ambrose versus Owens, which is a pretty good match.
Okay, that's decent.
Then 18. At 18, you have the big, humongous triple threat match, which is one of the best memed matches ever, where Brock gets kneed in the face by Braun Strowman,
Oh, right, and
and
then
then
he
he
goes stiff on
punches
him.
him in the
Yeah.
face and says, "Slow down, kid." That's a great moment. Yeah, this is the first time they ever did the women's
Yeah,
Royal
and Asuka
Rumble
wins.
too, and Asuka wins that one. And
And
then
then,
you had the tag team title match between Rollins and Jordan versus the Bar.
oh, right, Rollins did have a team with Jason Jordan.
Mm-hmm. Then you had Nakamura beating Roman to win the Rumble. You had Usos versus
Which is hilarious because
Chad.
people wanted Roman to win that after the previous year where they were
I
booing him out of the
know.
building.
Then you had Usos versus Chad Gable and Shelton Benjamin. That's when they were trying to make World's Greatest Tag
Oh
Team
yeah, I
breakthrough.
like that. Yeah.
And that was a 2 out of 3 falls
Oh,
match.
nice.
Then you had a handicap match. AJ beat Kevin Owens and Sammy for the title to
Cool.
keep the title. And then, I know what I'm watching tonight. And then of course you had 2020, which but you think bad about 2020,
No,
but
it
this
was
is
before.
before
Yep.
pre-pandemic. You got Drew, and I'll say 2020's Rumble.
That's a good
That's up
Rumble.
there.
Yeah, because we had the
That's up
the
there.
the fear of Brock going all the way and winning, and then he gets knocked out.
Brock does the dominant beginning. You have the return to Edge, which made you cry, and you have Drew taking out Brock and then winning the whole thing over Roman. You got Becky versus Asuka. You had the Fiend take on Dana Bryan in a strap match. You had Bayley versus Lacey Evans, where Bayley won, and then you had Charlotte survive over
Man, that's like my
Shayna
perfect card.
Baszler.
You got Fiend, Bray Wyatt, Dana Bryan, Edge returned. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. And then you had the first match of the card was the False Canary match between Roman Reigns and King Corbin. That
Is
also
that the
involved
dog
the
food?
Usos. No, this is well, I mean that happened in that feud, but this is the final fight of
Oh,
that
okay.
feud. Or then this is when the Usos and Rude and Ziggler tried to
Oh,
interfere in
right.
that
Yeah.
match and all that stuff. So we have so far one, two, three, four, five, 6 things in.
I think it's
I
safe to
need
say 2000s in there for sure. Did we already put that in?
2000.
2000
I'd say
Rumble.
so.
Yep.
I would probably say 92 for sure.
Okay. It gets heavily carried by that Rumble though.
It does, but not Rumble's epic. I would say 2020,
Yeah, definitely 2020. Yep.
and I would say 2007.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. I didn't put 2007 Survivor Series in. Back off
Yeah,
me.
but that's card's not that good.
What about 2008?
I mean, it's a good Rumble.
I mean, that Cena thing is amazing.
Yeah, it freaked Cody out. He wasn't ready for Cena to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I mean, it's a big moment.
We got 6 more spots.
Okay.
We have 98,
What
02,
SummerSlams did we put in?
05. We have that are in or out.
Yeah, that we have already in. Yep.
92, 2000, 2002, 2001, and that's it.
Okay. Okay.
But we have 09 and 13 waiting there if we
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
getting rid of some of these. But we have 6 more slots. We have for Rumbles, we have 98, 02, 05, 08, 16, 18, and 2001.
Do we need to put 18 in because it's got the first ever women's?
I thought it was a big historical thing. Plus, that card's pretty good.
05 is not that good except for the ending.
Yeah, the rest of it's not that good. I'll take that one out.
98's a weird one.
Yeah, it's got the casket match and it's got Stone Cold's first win.
That casket match is kind
Well,
of
second
iconic.
win, I guess. That's the second Rumble win. But right, it's the first one that leads to a title match, I guess. What about 16?
16's cool. It has the title
That's
being
the.
defended.
But is it more? Is it too close to the what?
It is pretty
92
close.
is.
Although I might even argue that 16's other matches are better than 92's matches.
Oh, yeah,
But the
but
92
that's a different era.
but the 92 Rumble is better than the 16 Rumble.
Oh, by far. Plus, you have Triple H winning over Ric Flair. I'd rather see Ric Flair win anything over Triple H. Let's
Shocker,
take
Triple H
16
win.
out. He doesn't lose much. What about 02 or 01?
I think
Oh,
02 might
01's
be better than 01. Maybe?
01's other matches you're getting like
Which one has the Hardys Dudley's table match?
that's 2000.
Oh, okay.
01 you were getting the Dudleys beat the Edge of Christian to lead to WrestleMania.
Okay.
That was that tag
All
match.
right.
And then you get The Rock beating somebody. I'm trying to think now which 02 is Jericho beating The Rock. 01 was Angle beat Triple H. That's right. 01. That's what 01 was. Because then The Rock beats him at No Way Out 2001.
Maybe 01's better.
You got Triple H win 02. You got Stone Cold win 01.
I think 01's better than 02.
Okay, that's fine with me.
So how many spots do we have open?
So we need 6 more things.
6 more things? Well, then I think we can put both 13 and 11 in, or whatever, 09, whatever the other one we were, SummerSlam.
Actually, we need 5 more. Sorry. So we have for Rumbles, we have 98, 18, and 08 left, and we have 13 and 09.
We can probably put 98, 13, and 09 in.
Hold on. Stop saying numbers while I'm trying to count.
Sorry.
10, 11. 3, 4, 5. Okay, that gives us 16 right there.
Okay, perfect.
All those are going to go in. Let me double check my math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep. So now we got it. So now the hardest part is putting this together. Because now we got to compare Rumbles to SummerSlams to Survivor Series. Oh, let's do this. What is the best Rumble, the best SummerSlam, and the best Survivor Series?
Best Rumble.
I think the best Survivor Series is 02.
Yeah, definitely.
By far. Which one's the best Rumble? 2000?
2000's up there.
2007?
No.
2020?
2000's up there. I might give it to
I
2000.
think it's 2000 or 2020.
I think I'm going to go 2000. I really like
So
that Triple H
2000s.
Mick Foley match.
So what's the best SummerSlam?
Probably 02.
I mean, yeah, I think it's 02. And 02 Survivor Series. So okay, so let's put those three together. Which one's the best one? Probably 02 SummerSlam.
Yeah, I was
right?
about to say. Yep.
I mean, that's a stat card. I mean, it's hard to beat that one. So what, you want to go with 2000 Rumble or 02 Survivor Series?
Probably 2000 Rumble, then 02 Survivor Series.
Okay. Is there any SummerSlam you want to put in over 2020 Rumble or 2007 Rumble?
I don't think so.
So I'll do 2020 as 4, 2007 as 5. Obviously, I'm just giving you these because my 2007 stuff always ends up being 5. So that's 5. What about, is 92 the next best SummerSlam? What's the next best SummerSlam? 92, 2000, 01. Those are the 3 we had higher up than 13 and 09.
01 is pretty good. 92 is carried heavily by the venue. And
The
that,
venue, the atmosphere,
the
but that's all part of it.
yeah,
It's a super card.
yeah.
Plus, you get some decent matches there. It's not just Brett and Bulldog. There's some other good stuff that happens with that one.
What's 01's main event again?
That's Rock and Booker T for the WCW Championship.
Okay.
I'd probably put 92 over 01.
Yeah.
What about 2000?
That's what I
2000,
was
you get the
thinking.
first TLC.
So maybe
And you're also
2000, 9201.
Okay, we can do that. So 5. So we'll put 2006. I'll put 92 at 7. Is there anything you want to put over 01? What about 2001? Is 2001 Survivor Series better than SummerSlam 2001? Or is
Mm,
2008 92 Rumble better than 2001 SummerSlam?
maybe. I don't think the 2001 Survivor Series is better.
Invasion. Finale of the Invasion.
Yeah, but maybe SummerSlam and then 92 Rumble, then 01 Survivor Series.
Wait, say it slower.
The
Which one?
the 01 SummerSlam or whatever we were thinking.
Okay.
And
So
then
that is 8. Then which one?
92 Rumble.
9. Then which one?
And then
08
01
Rumble?
Survivor Series.
Oh, so that's 2. I'm putting 08 Rumble at 11.
Okay.
Falling too far. Okay, so we got 98 Rumble, 01 Rumble, 18 Rumble, 13 SummerSlam, 09 SummerSlam.
I think 98's probably got to be higher up.
I'll put that at 12.
And then maybe 13 SummerSlam.
Okay, 13.
And
09
then
SummerSlam, 01 Rumble, 18 Rumble.
what was the other SummerSlam? 08 or 09? What did you say?
09.
09. Okay.
I think
Some
you probably just want to put 18 in. You didn't want it in here anyway, so let's just put 18 and 16.
Oh, okay.
So 01 Rumble or Slam?
Um
14 and 15.
01 Rumble probably.
14, 15.
That was pretty tough.
Okay. That is the WWE Big Three region. We have 2002 SummerSlam is 1. 2000 Rumble is 2. 2002 Survivor Series is 3. 2020 Rumble is 4. 2007 Rumble is 5. 2000. Why can't I find 6? 2000 SummerSlam is 6. 1992 SummerSlam is 7. 8 is 2001 SummerSlam. 1992 Rumble's 9. 10 is 01 Survivor Series. 11 is 08 Rumble. 12 is 98 Rumble. 13 is 13 SummerSlam. 14 is 01 Rumble. 15 is 09 SummerSlam. And 18 or 16 is 18 Royal Rumble.
Okay. 2
All right.
regions down.
Halfway home, people. Okay, now we move to the old school region. This is going to be our hardest one, I think,
Yeah.
because we don't know much about this. We know it, but we don't like have it memorized more as we do some of the newer stuff. So
Well, we weren't alive for most of it.
exactly. So I have a lot of it written down here. We'll start. So this is anything that happened pre 21st century, basically.
From the ones you have on here, I wasn't alive for any of it.
That's very true. You weren't even born in this region. So, some of the ones we have on here, we have 1980 Showdown at Shea. We have the 1984 Von Erich Memorial Parade of Champions, 1994 Super J Cup, AWA Super Clash, AWA Super Clash 3,
That
the
says 2.
Star. I can read. I changed it.
Oh, you didn't send me the new updated one.
I just thought you'd go with me.
Well, I mean, you can't confuse me like that.
Okay. Just keep calling out my problems. 83 Starcade, 84 Starcade, 85 Starcade, 86 Arcade, 88 Starcade, 97 Starcade, 96 Bash the Beach, 89 Halloween Havoc, 91 Wrestle War, 89 Chi-Town Rumble, 93 Super Brawl, 92 Beach Blast, 92 Super Brawl 2, 92 Wrestle War, 94 Spring Stampede, 89 American Bash, Great American Bash, and 97 Barely Legal, ECW.
From what I'm getting from this, seems like Starcade was on a little bit of a roll there for a little bit.
Yeah, Starcade had some big time shows at the beginning. Okay.
And Flair's the main event of all of it.
Pretty much. Okay, let me see.
You're definitely going to have to fill me in on some of this stuff because I have no idea on some of these cards.
Well, we'll start with the one that's probably most famous on here.
Barely Legal?
Well, that is a good one. The Barely Legal is our only ECW one on here. It was their very first pay-per-view event they had.
Mm-hmm.
So you had, I think RVD fought, I know the main event is Sandman. He won a triple threat to qualify for the title match. I think against Raven, but I gotta try to remember now. Or Terry Funk. I can't remember if Terry Funk's in the match. Yeah, no, Terry Funk wins the triple threat. I'm sorry, over Sandman and Steve Richards, and then he fights Raven for the ECW title and wins. You had Taz and Sabu was the big time thing, well, and then you had RVD and Lance Storm.
Pretty good card.
The Eliminators fought Dudley Boys too. This card. So Shane Douglas fought Pitbull number 2.
I think Barely Legal needs to be on here.
Yeah, it's the only ECW entry. I agree with that. Got some good quality stuff.
Let's take down the Starcades because there's a lot of them.
Okay, so let me start. So we'll start with the first Starcade. A Flair for the gold. So you had Flair take on Harley Race.
Classic.
At that Starcade. You also had the dog collar match between Roddy Piper and Greg Valentine, where Piper lost like 20% of his hearing or something.
Piper did that and then went to WrestleMania the next year?
No, well, 2 years. I mean, I guess it was almost a year because he 83 Starcade is what built WrestleMania.
Oh.
Because they did it first.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the guys, like Valentine's on the first WrestleMania, a lot of those guys left. I think Steamboat's on the Starcade card. Like a lot of those guys left and then went to WWF for that first WrestleMania.
Okay.
But yeah, Piper, that's like one of his last big things in Jim Crockett Promotions is Starcade. And then he leaves to go to the WWF, and that's when he becomes the mega heel.
I gotcha.
All that stuff. So, but yeah, he has a dog collar match. So, but it's really based all around Flair for the.
Okay, I'm thinking that's a shoe in.
Yeah, probably it's the first. I mean, in reality, it's the first ever pay-per-view Supercard. So it beat WrestleMania, I think. For
what
sure.
About Showdown at Shea? That's not a first ever pay-per-view.
Showdown at Shea wasn't a pay-per-view. That's the problem. It was just a big time Supercard show.
Oh.
But it was a WWE event that led to the creation of WrestleMania. Like that idea of Showdown at Shea is what led to pay-per-views.
That's kind of weird to think about before pay-per-views were a thing, like them creating them and just thinking about them.
Mm-hmm. So Showdown at Shea in 1980 is the one we're talking. There was 3 editions. There's one in 72 and I think 76. But 80 is the famous one.
One has Andre on it, doesn't it?
So the 1980 card is main evented by Bruno versus Larry Zbyszko in a steel cage.
Nice.
Which
that's the blue steel cage, right?
Zbyszko turned heel on him, and he was like his protege. And then he turned on Bruno. That was a blood feud.
Oh. I didn't know Bruno had personality like that.
Oh, yeah. The co-main was Andre versus Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
And that's like one of the things people talk about when everyone says that the first time they ever wrestled was at WrestleMania 3. No, they
but Hogan wasn't Hogan. He had the cape, right?
He was the evil. He was evil at this point.
Evil.
He was a heel.
Evil Hogan.
He was a heel. So he was with Freddie Blassie.
Yes, yeah.
His first run. He didn't become like the big time Hollywood Hogan type character until he went back to AWA.
Mm.
And then when he went back to AWA, he got in the main event, and then that's when they brought him back to WWE. Then you had the WWF champion at the time, Bob Backlund, teamed up with Pedro Morales to
Oh,
win the
Bruno's not
tag team
champ at this time?
titles.
He's
No,
just fighting.
Bruno wasn't champ.
Oh.
No, he's just fighting Larry. And then Bob's the champ.
Oh, Bob.
He teams with Pedro to beat the Wild Samoans for the tag team titles. You also
It's a
had,
pretty loaded card, it seems.
yeah, you also had Antonio Inoki defend his title at this.
Oh, man.
It was
They
like
even
the
got
international title. Inoki was there, so it was a pretty loaded card.
Okay, I think that has to make it then.
So that's 3. Then if we're going back to the other ones, you got 84 Parade of Champions, the Von Erich Memorial.
Okay.
They did a bunch of Parade of Champions, and they had like Clash, Christmas, Star Wars.
Nice.
They really did big time events.
But this is to celebrate the
But this
Von Erichs.
is their big time one they had. David Von Erich was supposed to wrestle Ric Flair on this card.
No.
And then he was in Japan and, passed away. So this card is main evented by Flair defending the NWA Championship against Kerry.
They talk about this in the movie, don't they, Iron Claw?
Yeah, I think it gets brought up.
Yeah.
Because then Kerry wins the NWA World Championship on this card.
I think they talk about it a little bit in the movie.
And beats Flair. Then you also, the other big time match they had on this card was the Von Erichs beat their arch rival, the Fabulous Freebirds, in a trios tag team match, and Fritz was teaming with Kevin and Mike.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And so they beat the Freebirds to win the trios tag team titles. So it was kind of that big time feel good moment.
Okay, I'm feeling this card.
So that was a big time moment, and that Kerry winning the title was a big time
Yeah,
thing that
yeah.
happened at that time. Then one of the other ones on here is the 94 Super J Cup. And this one I just had down on here. I don't know if they'll make it, but this one is just remembered from New Japan as being like the ultimate wrestling card.
Ooh.
It was the Super J Cup was a tournament of like the lighter weight guys. And so this was just a straight up tournament. And you had names like Jushin Thunder Liger.
Nice.
Guido. Dean Malenko was on this card.
His
The
daughter's
Great
wrestling now.
Sasuke.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Great Sasuke's on this card. Black Tiger, Eddie Guerrero's on this card.
Wow.
Wild Pegasus, Chris Benoit's on this card. And it ends with Chris Benoit as Wild Pegasus beating Great Sasuke.
Oh, he's not Ben. He's wrestling as.
He's Wild Pegasus.
Okay.
Yeah, in Japan he was Wild Pegasus.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Just like Eddie Guerrero was Black Tiger.
Oh, okay.
Over there.
I get you.
So this card was stacked with
sounds like
future
it, yeah.
cruiserweight guys that would become big time guys in wrestling. So this was before they were like big time names.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to add it. I don't know if it'll make it.
That's a pretty solid card. It's got a.
Then you got 85 Super Clash. It was AWA's big time event they tried to put together. You had Rick Martel beat Stan Hansen, AWA Championship. Ric Flair defended the NWA title against Magnum TA. And you had the Road Warriors taking on the Freebirds.
Because you told me this history before where Flair, being the NWA champion, got to go around to everywhere. And then...
Yeah. And Super Clash was kind of like AWA's like, hey, I want you guys to come in and kind of let's make a supercard.
Yeah.
So like they brought some NWA guys in there, even though they weren't part of the NWA. Like the territories were a weird time, but like so if you were part of the NWA, like Jim Crockett Promotions, that became like the head of the NWA basically. But like there's so many other WCCW, which is where the Von Erichs was Memphis. Part of the NWA. Memphis, Tennessee with Jarrett's and all that stuff. All that stuff was part of the NWA. So Flair would go to all these different places. AWA wasn't part of the NWA at this time. They were their own company. It was the big three. You had the NWA with all the little guys together.
Mm-hmm.
You had the AWA doing their thing, which in reality, if Vern Gagne was a smarter businessman, they would have been the territory that...
They were in Georgia, were they not?
No, they were Minnesota.
Minnesota?
Yeah. He was in Minnesota, If he would have like took the stars he had, like what you think of like old WWE, like
Hogan was
golden
there,
era
was he not? Yeah,
WWE,
Hogan was there.
that was AWA first. Bobby Heenan,
Ooh,
Mean Gene Okerlund, Hulk Hogan. I mean, they had stacked roster, but they never built anyone up. They just kept it on Vern Gagne and Nick Bockwinkel.
where was Sting?
Sting, he wrestled some in the WWE, but mostly when he was younger. He was down. He went down mostly to Florida and then went to Jim Crockett Promotions where he became the big name.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, AWA could have really done something. So
sounds
this
like it.
Super
Yeah.
Clash, they had the Martel Hanson, Flair Mangum, Road Warriors, Freebirds. I also put in Super Clash 3. Not as big a card, but the main thing that happened on that one was the unification match between AWA champion Lawler and Kerry Von Erich, who was the WCCW champion. And that's when they kind of started building their own. They were trying to unify themselves, WCCW and AWA, to create more of a super group to take on the WWF and what was soon to be WCW.
Okay. When did they
But it
form
didn't work.
WCW?
WCW doesn't really form until 91.
Oh, okay.
Before that, they're still Jim Crockett Promotions. That's when Ted Turner buys them.
Yeah, yeah,
When Ted Turner buys them, that's when they become WCW.
yeah. Yep.
Now, they had shows that were called like World Championship Wrestling. That was a show.
Mm-hmm.
And then they took that as the name.
Okay.
And moved on.
Those are two
And
good
that's what
cards. I don't know if they're better than the Super J-Cup and the
Yeah,
Parade
I
of
just
Champions.
I wanted to include some
Maybe the first
AWA
one, the first
stuff in
Super
here.
Clash.
So then obviously we talked about 83 Starcade, 84 Starcade, Flair Rhodes. That was Rhodes' big time try at the
Yeah.
title. Wahoo McDaniel versus Superstar Billy Graham, and then you had a big time match, Tully versus Steamboat. 86, you had Flair, Nikita Koloff, and you had Rock and Roll Express taking on the Andersons, Arn and Ole. 85, you had Flair and Rhodes. You had the Koloffs taking on Rock and Roll. And what's this one's most famous for is the I Quit Steel Cage match between Tully Blanchard and Magnum TA.
Oh, okay.
That's
one of Dave
the
LaGreca's
insane
favorite
match.
matches, I think.
Yes, it's a great match. It's a great match. So inside the steel cage, I quit. They put it all on the line.
Man,
so.
they should do that again. I quit match inside a steel cage. That's crazy.
I know it's pretty good. So
Maybe I'll do that for Just Book It.
There you go. That's how you finish your one feud off. So then some other things on here. We got 89 Halloween Havoc, which you got.
That's oh no, that's not the right one, is it? I was
Now
thinking of the
this
Halloween
is
Havoc where Guerrero and Mysterio wrestle, but that's not the
no,
right
no,
one.
no, no. That's later on.
Yeah.
This is your main event's a Thunderdome match with Flair and Sting versus Funk and Muda. You got Road Warriors versus the Skyscrapers. Doom took on the Steiner Brothers.
I'm sensing a theme of Flair in these matches.
Yeah, this is a lot of Flair. Let's see what else do we got on here?
Wrestle War.
So, trying to go in year order. We got Chi-Town Rumble 89.
Great American Bash 89.
Chi-Town Rumble 89, which is known mostly for Steamboat Flair, where Steamboat wins the title.
Oh, nice.
You also had Road Warriors beating the Varsity Club, which was Kevin Sullivan and Steve Williams. Lex Luger beat Barry Windham for the U.S. title. Rotunda beat Rick Steiner for the TV title. Sting beat Butch Reed.
Sounds like a decent card.
What else do I have on here? 89 Great American Bash. That had hold on, I'm trying to make sure I read the right one.
I am noticing you don't have very many prime WCW pay-per-views on here. You got 97 Starrcade, 96 Bash.
Because the wrestling died at that point. So this one you have Ric Flair and Terry Funk. This is 89,
Bash.
This is 89 Bash.
Yeah.
You have Ric Flair, Terry Funk. You got a War Games match, which is where they always did War Games at. You got the
They did a Great American
Road.
Bash.
Yep, that's where it debuts.
Okay.
They had the Road Warriors versus, or not versus, with Midnight Express and Steve Williams versus the Freebirds and the Samoan SWAT team.
They had a cage on the top, or a lid on the top of it, didn't they?
Yeah, it's the same as what the War Games are now.
No, they don't have a lid on top.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. EO jumps off the top. What are you talking about?
Didn't the WC or WC, didn't the NXT ones have a lid on the
I don't
cage?
think so. I think Pat McAfee jumps off the top.
Yeah, I don't remember now. U.S. title Luger and Steamboat, Sting versus Great Muta. So decent matches.
Yeah, seems like a pretty good card.
What else do I got on here?
Couple 92 ones.
Obviously, the easy ones to know is like uh 96 Bash of the Beach, but that's mostly built around uh who's the third man.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what that one is. Um,
What
you got
what counts as Goldberg beating Hogan in the Georgia Dome? Is that not a? Is that just a regular WCW show? Is that Nitro?
that's just a Nitro.
Okay, I didn't know they built that as a super
And
card or
I'm
something.
not. Yeah, I'm not putting any TV shows as super cards.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
So yeah, big time moment. But all right, then we got Wrestle War '91, which was a War Games match between the Four Horsemen and Sting, Pillman, and the Steiner Brothers. Fabulous Freebirds took on Doom for the tag titles. Lex Luger versus Dan Spivey. Vader versus Stan Hansen. I need to go to '92. That's where they're all at. At '92 Wrestle War, you had the main event being a War Games match between Sting Squadron of Sting, Wyndham, Dustin Rhodes, Ricky Steamboat, and Koloff versus the Dangerous Alliance, which was Rude, Stone Cold, Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton, Larry Zbyszko. Pillman versus Tom Zanks, a good match. Freebirds versus Terry Taylor and Great Valentine. Let's see what else is on here. Super Brawl. Do I have two on here? Yeah, I have two on here. Super Brawl 2. As you had Sting versus Lex Luger for the WCW title, where Sting beats him. Rick Rude versus Ricky Steamboat. Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton versus Steiner Brothers. Ron Simmons versus Cactus Jack.
These are pretty good cards.
'92 Beach Blast. You had the main event being tag team title match. Steiner Brothers versus Terry Gordy and Steve Williams. Uh, Iron Man challenge match between Rick Rude and Ricky Steamboat. False Canadian where Sting and Cactus Jack. That's what the most famous match from this one is. Grady Valentine versus Buff Bagwell before he's Buff. He's just Marcus. Then we have '92. What else was in '92? I think that was
Beach
it.
Blast. You said that one.
I said that was just Beach Blast.
Okay, okay. I think that's it then.
And then '92 also has, or '94, I mean, had Spring Stampede. And then '97, Starcade is good. It's got the Sting Hogan finally beat,
Oh, right, where it's
even
a
though that,
letdown.
yeah, even though it doesn't live up to the hype.
Where's the finger poke of doom?
No, that's also on a Nitro.
Why'd
Then you got
everything happen on
first.
Nitro?
That's what they did back then. That's why the pay-per-views stink, is because they did everything on the Nitros.
What are you doing, Bischoff?
That's because he wanted the TV ratings. Then you have Spring Stampede '94, Flair Steamboat go to draw, Sting versus Rick Rude, Chicago Street Fight Nasty Boys versus Catch Jack and Max Payne, Steven Regal versus Brian Pillman, Johnny B. Bad versus Diamond Dallas Page. So
When does
it's
Kevin
all kind of
Nash?
the
When does
same idea.
when does Kevin Nash fake the injuries in the wheelchair and he takes the blanket off and he gets up and
That's also later.
that's a
Yeah, he
meme.
had
That's
the
a good
fake
meme.
leg thing. Yeah, embarrassing. So that's kind of what we're looking at.
Okay, so initial ones I like are Showdown Shay,
Yeah, we
the
got that one. I got Starcade 83 and I got Bare Legal.
I like the Super J Cup.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a great card.
I like the Von Erich Memorial.
Okay, we'll go with that one.
I liked the Chi-Town Rumble,
Chantera was classic.
and I liked one of the other Starcades. I can't remember which one, but there was one in there that I liked.
Which one you had? I mean, I think we got to put 85 or yeah, 85 because of the I Quit Steel Cage.
Yes, yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
Yeah, you got to put that one in there.
and then probably 96 Bash because of Who's the Third Man.
That's good. What about any of the 92s? Stick out to
I
you.
mean, they were good cards.
The Wrestle Wars had the War Games. So
Yeah, that one
91
might get
Wrestle
on.
War, 92 Wrestle War.
Yeah, that one might get on there.
89 Great American Bash had the big War Games there too.
Where's the one where you said it was Flare Dusty?
What, a Starcade?
Oh, was that a
Two
Starcade?
of them. Yeah, Flair Rhodes is the first time in 84. You also had Wahoo Superstar and Tully Steamboat, and then 85 was Flair Dusty.
Oh, right. So we already got it on there because of the.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, let's see. Maybe the first Super Clash is also pretty decent.
Okay, for Super Clash. We have
Mm,
9 so far.
which ones did you like?
I mean, I think like I would probably put Russell Ward 92 on there. I like
Okay.
that one.
Yeah.
And then probably Beach Blast 92 and Halloween Havoc
Seems like
89.
92 was a good year.
92, they just had a lot of good wrestlers. That was the thing. And then Halloween Havoc 89.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So that gives us 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 4 more.
Maybe what's
Do another
94
Starcade.
Stampede again?
Uh, I just read out. No, it's Flair Steamboat and Brood Sting.
Okay, that's pretty decent.
Let me double check it. Make sure that was the right one. Yeah, Flair Steamboat, Vader, Boss. Who's the boss? Bug Boss Man. That's right. Sting, Rude, Nasty Boys versus Cactus Jack, Max Payne. Yeah, I'd probably put that one in
Yeah.
there.
Okay. And then you wanted another Starcade on there?
We probably need one more Starcade.
Did we have the first one, 83?
Yeah, we have
Okay,
83 and
nice.
85.
We have 83 and 85.
So 84, you had.
I mean, I'd like to put 97 on there, but it's such a letdown with the Sting.
I know that's the worst part about it. Yeah, 86 really didn't do anything. I think 84 is better than 86 at
Okay.
least. So we'll do that.
How many more do we need?
Let me count real quick. 1, 2 more.
All right. How about we go? Let's see. We're running out of options, and they're almost all going to be on here at this point.
Yeah, we can do 89 Bash probably.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I thought we already had that on there.
No, we didn't have that one yet. And then one of the Super Brawls, we I
Yeah, I
like
don't. It
2
doesn't
better
matter
than
which
3.
one. I'm fine with either.
Okay. I like 2 better than 3. Okay, so I can turn that one. Uh, that one. That one. That one. That one. That one. Okay, now let's order it.
What's the best one out of all these?
I mean, I'd probably put Starcade #1.
Okay.
83 Starcade
I'm fine with that.
myself.
Yep.
And then maybe Showdown Shay it too.
Okay. Yep. I think the Super J Cup needs to be top 5.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should do. We can do Super J Cup, Chi-Town Rumble, or Vader League on top 5.
Super J Cup.
3.
Yep.
Jacobs 3. Chi-Town Rumble and Barely Legal.
Chi-Town.
4. Barely Legal's 5. Then probably what? Von Erich?
Yeah, I like that one. Yep.
6. Yeah. 85 Starcade next at 7.
Sure. Yep.
You want Super Clash or do you want like 96 Bash at the Beach or one of the
Probably
92s?
Super Clash first.
7. Do you want? We got a couple war games. We got Wrestle War and we got Great American Bash. You want either of those up there? You want Beach Blast,
Mm,
Halloween Havoc?
maybe the first, maybe 89 Bash.
8.
And then one of the Wrestle Wars, whichever one. Doesn't really matter. Whichever one you like more.
9. Then Bash at the Beach.
Yep.
10. Okay, we got Halloween Havoc, 84 Starcade, Spring Stampede, Super Bowl, Beach Blast.
Starcade's probably got to go ahead of Halloween Havoc.
So that's 9. Or that's 11, I mean. Halloween Havoc's 12. Then we got Beach Blast, Super Bowl, Spring Stampede.
Probably Stampede, Super Bowl, Beach Blast.
Okay.
That was a pretty in-depth one.
That was. Hold on, I think I miscounted here. I think
Oh.
that was only 15. Okay, fix it. Okay. So for the old school region, we have number 1, 83 Starcade. Number 2, 80 Showdown Shay. Number 3 is Super J Cup 94. Number 4 is Chi-Town Rumble 89. 5 is 97 Barely Legal. 6 is 84 Von Erich Memorial Parade of Champions. 7 is AWA Super Clash. 8 is 85 Starcade. 9 is 89 Great American Bash. 10 is 92 Wrestle War. 11 is Bash at the Beach 96. 12 is 84 Starcade. 13 is 94 Spring Speed. 92 Super Bowl. 2 is 15. And 92 Beach Blast is 16.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. So now we move on to our final region. It is the 21st century region.
This one's loaded.
This is any big time event, WWE, any other company that happened after the 21st century. Oh, yes. Sit in a different position here. Hold on a second. Backwards. Okay. So I'll start off with the WWE ones here. We've got 2005 ECW One Night Stand.
That's a classic.
We got. Oh, I forgot that.
Triple H didn't want to work Tuesdays.
Nope. We got 2011 Money in the Bank. We've got 2001 No Way Out. Then we got 2012 Extreme Rules. Then we got a few NXT takeovers. We've got 2015 Takeover Brooklyn.
Man, there's some good ones on here.
2018 Takeover New Orleans. 2019 Takeover New York. We also have 2022 Clash of the Castle. 2025 Evolution. Then we move on to, let's see here. We have a couple Ring of Honors. We have Ring of Honor Man Up, 2007, and 2007 Ring of Honor Driven. We've got the Independent 2018 All In. That started AEW, basically. We got
Rey Mysterio
TNA.
wrestles on that card.
Yep, he's on that card. We have '05 Unbreakable for TNA.
Oh man.
We have 2009 Turning Point, 2009 Bound for Glory, 2013 Bound for Glory, 2012 Destination X, 2018 Slammiversary, 2007 Bound for Glory, and 2023 Bound for Glory.
2023. What happened there?
We'll get to it. And then for AEW, we have 2019 All Out, 2019 Double or Nothing, 2023 All Out, 2025 All In, Forbidden Door 1, 2021 All Out, 2023 Revolution, 2025 Double or Nothing, 2024 Revolution, 2024 All In, 2024 Dynasty. And then for New Japan, we have Wrestle Kingdom 10, Wrestle Kingdom 9, Wrestle Kingdom 11, 2015 Dominion, 2017 Dominion, and 2018 Dominion.
Man, this is loaded.
It is our stacked. Besides WrestleMania, I think this was the stacked.
Yeah,
This
whoever
one
comes
has
out
so
of
much
this,
more variety. That's the problem with this one.
whoever comes out of this might win it all.
This is the variety section.
I mean, some of those takeovers are crazy.
So takeovers are crazy,
And the early AEW stuff's good.
So where do you want to start here?
I don't even know.
Let's talk about if these two Ring of Honor cards deserve to be mentioned.
Okay.
Here. Let's go 2007 Driven Ring of Honor. It is your main event is Takeshi Morishima. This is when he was dominating Ring of Honor.
Okay.
Taking on Adam Pearce.
Nice. Scrap Daddy.
You have Nigel McGuinness versus Chris Hero. You have the Briscoe brothers defending against Kevin Steen and El Generico. And you also had Takeshi Morishima defending against Jimmy Rave earlier in the card.
Nice.
They did that a lot in Ring of Honor. And you had a good match between Claudio Castagnoli and Matt Sydal.
Okay. Solid card.
There's a few other things on here, but those were the main things. And then for, which one was this? Driven? Then you had Man Up. Man Up had the first ladder war between the Briscoe brothers and Kevin Steen and El Generico. It also had Morishima versus Danielson. Then it had Roger Strong and Eric Stevens, Austin Aries versus Davey Richards. It was they were doing this group against group thing.
Okay.
Rocky Romero versus Matt Cross, and then a four corner survival that Nigel McGuinness won against Castagnoli, Chris Hero, and Namachika Marufuji.
That one already sounds better than the Driven one.
So we'll take out Driven, and then we'll just keep Man Up in the running.
Okay.
Okay, which company you want to move to next? You want to
TNA.
go New Japan? Okay, TNA. So TNA, you got 05 Unbreakable. We all know the main event of that.
Classic.
The greatest match of TNA history, the triple threat. Daniels, Joe, and AJ. You also had Raven's Rules, Raven versus Rhino for the NWA Championship.
I do like a Ravens Rules match.
Solid card. What else is on here? 2007 Battle for Glory. That's been invented by Kurt Angle and Sting. You had AJ and Tomko taking on Pac-Man's team, which was Truth and Xavier Woods. You had Christian taking on Samoa Joe. That was one of the big matches on that card. 2009 Turning Point is AJ versus Daniels. And then you had Kurt Angle versus... no, I think that's the rematch of the Triple Threat. I gotta make sure I got the right pay-per-view there. 2009 Turning Point, I'm pretty sure is the Triple Threat rematch for the TNA World Title. Then you had Kurt Angle versus Desmond Wolfe, who was the debuting Nigel McGuinness. Yeah, it was the rematch of the Triple Threat. I thought so. You also had Team 3D and Rhino taking on the Pope, Hernandez and Matt Morgan, Terror versus Awesome Kong and Six Sides of Steel, and the British Invasion versus Motor City Machine Guns and Beer Money.
That sounds like a decent card.
2009 Battle for Glory, you had AJ defending against Sting. You had Kurt Angle versus Matt Morgan. And then there was one other big match on there. Oh, you had the Fatal 4-Way Full Metal Mayhem match. The British Invasion Team 3D Main Event Mafia and Beer Money. Lashley versus Samoa Joe. A submission match. And then you have Monsters Ball, Abyss, and Mick Foley. 2013 Battle for Glory is a crazy card. You have what was that called? The Battle for Glory series.
Oh, the BFG series, yeah.
The BFG series, and you had AJ. This is when he was doing the No One.
Nice.
And he beats Ace and Eight's Bully Ray. You had Magnus defeat Sting. You had the debut of Even Carter III beating Nor Furnham.
Who?
Nor Furnham. I love Nor Furnham.
It's kind of crazy to think about how long AJ's been out of TNA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, since 2013. You had Bobby Roode versus Kurt Angle, which was a classic. Then you had one of my favorite Ultimate X. It's a stacked Ultimate X card. It's Manic is defending
Suicide
against Manic against Austin Aries, Jeff Hardy, Samoa Joe, and Chris Sabin.
Oh yeah, that is loaded. Yeah.
So pretty good.
And TJP's under there, right?
Yeah, that's when Manic's him.
Yeah.
That's when he took it as his own. Then you got 2018 Slammiversary. Dang it, hit the wrong button. Hold on. 2018 Slammiversary. Which is Austin Aries versus Moose for the title. You had Mass versus Hair, Pentagon, and Sami Callihan. And then the big time, the one match that is my favorite, the 51-50 street fight for the tag titles.
Okay.
LAX and Santana and Ortiz taking on the OGs of Hernandez and Homicide. Great. Brian Cage beat Matt Sydal for the X title. Eddie Edwards beat Tommy Dreamer in the House of Hardcore Rules match. And Johnny Impact won a fatal 4-way with Phoenix, Ishimori, and Petey Williams. So
God, it's so crazy. Like 2018, such a fever dream because I wasn't watching TNA at this time. So.
Mm-hmm. And then the last one for TNA on here is.
I didn't think you were going to put anything recent from TNA.
2023 Bound for Glory. Let me find it here. In 2023 Bound for Glory, you had Alex Shelley beat Josh Alexander. You had Trinity beat Mickey James. You had a 20-person intergender call shot gauntlet that Jordan Grace won by eliminating Bully Ray.
Nice.
But the match on here that carries this show is Will Ospreay defeating Mike Bailey.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Carries the show.
Putting on a Will Ospreay Speedball Mike Bailey match?
Mm-hmm.
Look
then
at you.
You got the Rascals.
You don't even like Will Ospreay.
Nah, he has good matches. I don't like that style. Him and Omega, they have that style. I just not a fan of. The Rascals got beat by ABC, Chris Bay and Ace Austin. Then you had a Monsters Ball match between PCO, Moose, Rhino, and Steve Macklin. And then you had Sabin beat Kenta for the X-Division Championship. So.
All right, I can see what you put on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a solid card. Definitely one of their best cards in the newer era.
I was just I didn't think you were going to put anything recent from TNA on there. So.
Then we'll go to WWE.
Okay.
0519 stand.
We should probably do. There's only like 3 Wrestle Kingdom, so we should just knock those out real quick.
Okay, we can do Wrestle Kingdom real quick.
And Dominion.
Yes. So we had Wrestle Kingdom, what, 9?
9, 10, 11.
Wrestle Kingdom. This is when New Japan was in their greatest gold era,
Yeah.
I think. They have Wrestle Kingdom 9, which is main evented by Tanahashi and Okada.
Oof.
Then you have, for the Intercontinental title, you have Nakamura versus Ibushi.
Oh.
Then you have Styles versus Naito.
Oh.
Then you had the Bullet Club of the Good Brothers
Nice.
getting beat by Goto and Shibata.
Man.
You had Ryusuke Taguchi get beat by Kenny Omega for the junior title.
Wow.
You had
This is loaded.
Minoru Suzuki versus Sakuraba in a knockout match. Suzuki Gun of Dave Boy Smith, Lance Archer, Shelton Benjamin took on Marufuji and Yano. You had Bullet Club, Bad Luck Fale, Jeff Jarrett, Takahashi versus Tenzin, Kojima, and Honma. And then for the junior tag titles, you had Red Dragon, Fish and O'Reilly, Forever Hooligans, Kozlov and Romero, Time Splitters, Shelley and Kushida, and the Young Bucks.
Jesus.
And that was your opener. So,
I think that's a shoe-in. I mean, how's that not?
well, because guess what? Next one's Wrestle Kingdom 10. This is this card. So you got the rematch, Okada versus Tanahashi. Then the next match was Nakamura versus AJ.
Oh.
Then you had Ishii versus Shibata. You have Goto versus Naito. You had Makabe and Honma versus the Good Brothers. Kenny Omega defended the junior title against Kushida and lost. The Ring of Honor title was defended, Jay Lethal versus Michael Elgin. Then you had Chaos of the Briscoe brothers and Yano versus Bad Luck Fale, Tama Tonga, and Takahashi in Bullet Club. In your openers, the Young Bucks taking on Red Dragon and Matt Sydal and Ricochet and Roppongi Vice, which is Beretta and Rocky Romero in a
My
four-way
God.
junior tag match. So then you go to Wrestle Kingdom 11, and this is the one that kind of stole the show. This is a 46-minute, 45-second match of Okada versus Kenny Omega
Yeah, I remember
in
watching highlights of that.
for the world title. Naito against Tanahashi for the Intercontinental Championship. You had Goto versus Shibata for the Open Championship. Takahashi and Kushida for the junior title. You had Chaos of Ishii and Yano versus Guerrillas of Destiny and Makabe and Ono. Ring of Honor Championship, Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly. You had Cody Rhodes versus Juice Robinson. I think that was like Cody's debut,
It might have been.
if I remember correctly. And you had Tiger Mask and Tiger the Dark going at it.
My God.
So Young Bucks against Roppongi Vice. Yeah, it's a Wrestle Kingdom's got stacked there in that era.
I mean, I don't know how you can leave any of those three off.
And then let me see.
One of those could win it.
And then we have which one did I have there?
Dominion
Dominion 15.
and 17 and 18.
Find it here. This 15's crazy, if I remember right. This 15 Dominion is Okada versus AJ,
Mm.
where Okada beats him. Then you got Gato versus Nakamura for the Intercontinental, where Gato beats him. Tanahashi versus Yano. You had the Bullet Club with the Good Brothers taking on the Kingdom to win the tag titles. Makabe versus Ishii. You had Kushida take on Kenny Omega. Shibata versus Sakuraba. Naito and Honma versus Fale and Takahashi. And you had three-way. They always did multi-man junior tag title matches. Young Bucks defended against Red Dragon and Roppongi Vice.
Yeah, that's pretty loaded.
Then what was the next one?
17.
17. Oh, and I forgot to say 2012 Destination X.
Oh,
When we did TNA,
yeah.
your main event of that one's Austin Aries versus Bobby Roode, the upset.
Oh, okay.
So, so then, what were I
Do
on?
they call
2017
that
again?
Destination X because that's when they go to Destination America?
No, Destination X is they called it that, so it was that was when they started doing the all exhibition shows.
Oh, right, right.
So the rest of that show's exhibition matches.
Okay.
So, 2017 Dominion is, I think this is the one of the matches that Meltzer gives like 7 stars or something.
Nice.
It's the 1 hour draw between Okada and Omega.
Oh, yeah, I watched that match.
Then Tanahashi and Naito for the Intercontinental Championship. Suzuki versus Gato. Kushida versus Takahashi. Cody versus Michael Elgin. War Machine versus Guerrillas of Destiny. Young Bucks versus Roppongi Vice. That's pretty much the main ones. And then
I'm hearing all
2018.
hits, no misses right now.
2018. What are you, Dave Meltzer? Then 2018 is no time limit, 2 out of 3 falls match.
Makes sense.
Omega beats Okada. Then this is when he had Jericho. So you had Jericho versus Naito for the Intercontinental Championship. You had Takahashi versus Will Ospreay for the junior title. Cody, Hangman Page, and Marty Scurll versus Tanahashi, Liger, and Rey Mysterio Jr. Young Bucks versus Sonata and Evil. Michael Elgin versus Goto and Tachi. Suzuki Gun of Suzuki and Sabre Jr. versus Ishii and Yano. You had Suzuki Gun of El Desperado and Kananima versus Roppongi 3K, Show and Yo. And Juice Robinson, Dave Finlay versus Jay White and Yoshihashi.
I like how anytime Ray wrestles outside of WWE, he's Ray Mysterio Jr.
Yep. But he is. He's a junior.
I know. I just like that they didn't have him do that in WWE.
Okay, so then you had the All In card, which your main event of that was. Why am I blanking on the main event of that one? Was the 6-man tag the main event?
I don't remember.
I know you have Cody versus Nick Aldis for the NWA Championship.
Yeah.
That was on there. You had, yeah, that's what I thought. The 6-man tag was the main event. The Golden Elite of Ibushi, Jackson, the Young Bucks. Ibushi and the Young Bucks versus Bandito, Ray Phoenix, and Rey Mysterio. Okada versus Marty Scurll. Kenny Omega versus Penta. Jay Lethal versus Flip Gordon. Heyman Page versus Joey Janela. Then you had Cody beat Aldis. Christopher Daniels versus Stephen Amell. Matt Cross and MJF. We're the opener. So
Stephen Amell.
yeah. So that was a pretty big one. Do you want to go to AEW or
Just
you
keep
want to
doing
go?
AEW stuff, yeah.
Okay. We got All Out, which is oops, wrong button. 2019 All Out's the first title match, so it's Hangman versus uh, Jericho. You had the Lucha Brothers and Young Bucks in a ladder match for the AAA titles. Cody versus Shawn Spears. Uh, Dark Order Best Friends. Pac Omega had their match. Jurassic Express versus Young Bucks. Then you had 2019 Double or Nothing, which was their very first pay-per-view. You had at that one, you had Jericho Omega for number one contender. You had Young Bucks, Lucha Brothers, in just a regular tag match. Cody fought Dustin. That was brother.
Classic.
You had Best Friends versus Angelico and Jack Evans. And you started off with SoCal Uncensored against Strong Hearts. And on the pre-show, Adam Page won the Casino Battle Royal to qualify for the number one contender. Where do we go next? I didn't really do this in order. So
21 All Out.
Yeah, that's okay. All Out 2021. So 2021 All Out. You're getting Omega versus Christian for the AWA or AWA AEW. Talking about too many companies tonight. AEW Championship. The Big Show versus QT Marshall. Punk versus Darby Allin. Jericho versus MJF. That's what they were doing that rivalry. Steel Cage Lucha Brothers versus Young Bucks. They're still fighting. It's been 2 years. John Moxley versus Kojima. Miro versus Eddie Kingston. And that's about it for that one.
You didn't have a date next to the Forbidden Door one.
Yeah, that's 2022, I think. Yes, 2022. And on that one, so this was AEW and New Japan coming together to put matches together. So your main event was for the interim AEW Championship. Moxley took on Tanahashi. You had the IWGP title. Jay White defended against Heyman, Okada, and Adam Cole. Claudio Castagnoli fought Zack Sabre Jr., while Ospreay fought Orange Cassidy, Thunder Rosa, Tony Storm. Dudes with Attitudes, Darby Allin, Sting, and Takahashi versus Phantasmo and the Young Bucks. FTR fought United Empire and Roppongi Vice. That was about it for that one.
A pretty good card.
What are we at here?
23 Revolution.
23 Revolution. That is 60-minute Iron Man match. MJF beats Danielson in sudden death overtime.
That's a pretty good match.
Wardlow versus Samoa Joe. Hangman Page, Texas Death against Moxley. House of Black beat the Elite Trios titles. The Final Burial. Jack Perry versus Christian Cage. Ricky Starks beats Chris Jericho. Okay. Double or Nothing. Do I have any more 2023? Yeah, I have All Out. All Out. $2023 All Out. You have Moxley versus Orange Cassidy for your International Championship. Bullet Club versus FTR and the Young Bucks. Takashita versus Kenny Omega. Wheeler Yuta and Castagnoli versus Kingston and Shibata. Danielson versus Ricky Starks. Luchasaurus versus Darby Allin. Samoa Joe versus Shane Taylor. Better Than You, Baby, of Adam Cole and MJF versus Dark Order. Then we go to. Do I have any more 23s?
I don't think so.
24.
I think it's just 25 all in and double or nothing.
No, there's more on the next side.
Oh, right. I didn't see those.
The 24 Revolution. You have. That's the finale. That's Sting's retirement match with Darby Allin against the Young Bucks. You got Joe versus Page and Swerve Strickland. Ospreay versus Takashita. Tony Storm versus Deonna Purrazzo. FTR versus Moxley and Castagnoli. Strong versus Cassidy. All-Star Scramble. Eddie Kingston versus Bryan Danielson. Christian versus Daniel Garcia. '24 Dynasty.
I do want
Swerve.
to point something out to the audience. Anytime Hayde says Takashita, he means Takeshita. He just can't pronounce it.
Whatever. It's the
I'm
same
just to make sure that people know who you're talking about.
They know who it is. How do you say it?
Takeshita. That's how I've heard it pronounced. So
I'm telling you, Takashita sounds better.
I just wanted people to know.
They should know by now my gimmick is I can't say names.
That's true.
Samoa Joe versus Swerve Strickland was the main event of 24 Destiny. Swerve wins the title. Ladder match between the Young Bucks and FTR. Will Ospreay, Danielson. That's a great, amazing match. Tony Storm versus Thunder Rosa. Jericho versus Hook. Strong versus Kyle O'Reilly. Will Nightingale versus Julia Hart. House of Black versus Edge. Eddie Kingston, Mark Briscoe. Okada versus Pac. And then I think the last AEW one is AEW All In 2020. No, I have Double or Nothing too. All In 2024 is title versus career, Danielson versus Swerve. Coffin match, Jack Perry versus Darby Allin. Mercedes Moné versus Britt Baker. MJF versus Will Ospreay. 12-man Casino Battle Royal. Chris Cage wins. Young Bucks versus the Acclaimed. Hook takes on Chris Jericho last chance match. Maria May beats Tony Storm. And four-way London ladder match. Blackpool Combat Club beat the Patriarchy and Bang Bang Club and House of Black. And finally, for AEW, we have Double or Nothing. If I can get to that one. 2025 Double or Nothing. This one you have Owen Hart's tournament final. Hangman Page versus Will Ospreay. Don Callis family versus the Paragon of Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, and Roderick Strong. Anarchy in the Arena match. Omega Swerve, Will Nightingale, and the Ops take on the Death Riders and Young Bucks. Tony Storm versus Mina
Shirakawa.
That's what I said. Okada versus Speedball Mike Bailey. The Hurt Syndicate versus the Sons of Texas. Ricochet versus Mark Briscoe. FTR versus Daniel Garcia and Nigel McGuinness. Mercedes Moné was the women's Owen Hart finale. It's Jimmy Hayter. So that was your AEW ones.
Those are some good cards.
I guess say that every time I get finished with one.
They're all good. I can't help it.
And then we go to WWE. We got ECW One Night Stand. You get main evented by Dreamer and Sandman versus the Dudleys. It's kind of a celebration of ECW. 2011 Money in the Bank mostly is for the Punk title win. Who wins that year's Money in the Bank? Now I gotta try to remember.
Is that Randy?
No, Randy's 13. 11 I think that's Del Rio, and I think Daniel Bryan. Doesn't he win 11? Because then he goes to WrestleMania 28, loses, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So you got Bryan and Del Rio win. 2012 Extreme Rules. You got Cena Brock as the main event.
Oh God.
In the return. You had who was the champ? What WrestleMania was that? 28? Trying to remember who the champ was now.
Was Miz still champ?
No, that was 2011. Oh, it's Punk. That's right. Punk versus Jericho. You had Sheamus versus Daniel Bryan, Cody Rhodes, Big Show. That's where Big Show accidentally steps on
Oh, right, yeah.
Randy Orton versus Kane.
Although Cody said that it wasn't an accident.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was like legit an accident, but he definitely was like, I don't think he was supposed to do it right then. But and do we ever believe Cody Rhodes?
Well, I mean, I do. You don't, but
I don't. Then we got 2025 Evolution.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. That's a crazy card.
Triple threat. Naomi cashes in their Money in the Bank. Stephanie Ricard won the Battle Royal. Jade beat Naomi in a no holds barred match. Tiffany versus Trish Stratus. Judgment Day beat Charlotte and Alexis, Oroka and Zarya, and the Warriors. Jason Jane beat Jordan Grace, and Becky Lynch beat Bailey and Lila Valkyria. Did I say that right?
Valkyria, yeah.
Aha, sucker. Then we have 2022 Clash at the Castle.
That's that crazy Sheamus match, right? Or no, that's Roman Drew.
Yeah, that's the main event. You got Roman Drew, Clash at the Castle.
Because then Drew sings that song with Tyson Fury.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rollins versus Riddle. That's when they were doing that
Oh God,
feud.
not Rollins Riddle.
Edge and Mysterio versus the Judgment Day. I think that's when Dominic joins the Judgment Day, isn't it?
Nice.
When he kicks Edge in the nuts.
And he was fat.
Yeah. Liv and versus Shayna Baszler. Gunther versus Sheamus. Damage Control versus Bianca, Alexa, and Asuka. Then we have the takeovers, which we have 2015 takeover Brooke Lynn, which you got to remember for the epic match.
What
Sasha
is that?
Banks and
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that
Bayley.
Sasha versus Bailey?
You also had ladder match Finn versus Kevin Owens, Mojo, Baron Corbin, Apollo Crews, Ty Dillinger, uh, Juice and Thunder Liger versus Tyler Breeze.
They put Jushin on that card.
Yeah, he kind of came in for it was like his one night
I forgot
thing
about that.
to come in and he fought Tyler Breeze. And then we have 18 New Orleans.
That's probably got something to do with Gargano Ciampa or
Mm-hmm.
Gargano Cole, maybe.
Taking over New Orleans is Gargano and Ciampa unsanctioned.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Then you had Andrade lose to Aleister Black for the title. Undisputed Era took on the Authors of Pain and Strong and
That's a good match.
your boy Pete Dunne.
That
And
is a
then
pretty good match.
Ember Moon, Shayna Baszler, Adam Cole won the ladder match for the inaugural North American Championship against EC3, Killing Dane, Lars Sullivan, Ricochet, and Velveteen Dream.
God, that's a who's who in
Yep.
that match.
Then you have the last one on here for this section is 19 New York.
That's probably Cole Gargano, if I had to guess.
Yeah, 19 New York's the one right before WrestleMania. The WrestleMania we went to.
Yep.
Which is 2 out of 3 falls. Gargano beats Cole to win the title.
Great match.
Baszler versus Belair versus Io Shirai versus Kairi Sane in the Fatal 4-Way. Pete Dunne versus Walter.
Ah, you did it.
I did it on purpose
Oh,
just for you.
okay.
Pete Dunne versus Walter.
Pete Dune.
That's when Walter wins the UK title.
Nice, and holds it forever.
Mm-hmm. Velveteen Dream beat Matt
He's
Riddle.
fat.
War Raiders beat Aleister Black and Ricochet. So
How many spots do we have? Because I feel like everything on here needs to be in this tournament.
we have 16 spots.
We could have just made this whole tournament the 21st Century Group because all of these cards are amazing.
Sass WrestleManias.
All of these cards are amazing. I think out the gates we need Evolution. We need
okay.
We need probably 2 of the 3 Wrestle Kingdoms, maybe 3.
Which one do you like better?
Those first 2 were kind of insane.
9 and 10.
Yeah.
11 has the.
I know. I mean, I want them all, really.
I'm just saying. 11 has Omega.
9
and 10 are Okada Tanahashi.
One of the Dominions probably needs to be on there.
Which one did you like the best?
I think it was 17, maybe.
I think so.
Definitely need Forbidden Door on there. We need some Ring of Honor representation, so we want to pick the one that we chose, whichever, I forget which one it
We're
was.
gonna put Man Up in there. I
Yeah.
think All In's got to be in there too.
Definitely,
It's a
definitely.
stack card.
Yeah.
18 All In.
Yes, yes.
Any TNA ones you want to throw in there?
I did like the um do we put break or whatever Unbreakable just because of the main event?
Mm, I don't know if I'd put it in there just because of the main event.
Okay.
The Raven Rhino match is good too, but it's definitely not.
One of the Bound for Glories probably needs to be on there. Whatever the best one out of them are.
07, 09, 13, or 23.
Which one do you think is the best? You're more the TNA guy, so.
In terms of overall quality through the whole show, probably 13.
Okay.
I think.
I think I think Clash of the Castle needs to be on there. That was pretty good.
Are you gonna put that over ECW One Night Stand, Money in the Bank?
I think over Money in the Bank, each and every one stands pretty good.
What about Extreme Rules?
Yeah, I think One Night Stand goes over Extreme Rules.
Okay, what about 2001 No Way Out?
That's also pretty good. We definitely need at least one takeover. I'm not sure which one. Takeover
Which one do
Brooklyn's.
you like best?
I mean, Takeover
Brooklyn?
Brooklyn's good, but I've been partial to probably Takeover New Orleans. I think
Yeah,
because
that's
I
the one
watched
with
that live.
Gargano and Ciampa.
Yeah, I watched that live.
Yeah, we can do that one.
But Takeover New York in 19 is amazing. That Gargano Cole match
Yeah,
is
that's a good
so good.
one. What about any AEW ones?
We probably need 21 All Out was pretty good, right? Or maybe it's 23. One of the All Outs was pretty good.
Mm, I think 21's better than 23.
Okay.
What about 19? The first one.
Oh, right.
First ever title.
I think 21 is probably better than 19.
Okay.
How many spots do we have open?
Let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Halfway there.
We
But
probably
that's
need.
not counting any of the Wrestle Kingdoms. I haven't marked
Oh,
which
right,
ones
right,
you
okay.
want to
We
use.
probably need at least one more TNA one.
09 Turning Point's good.
Okay. Is that the rematch you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, at least we can get it on there then.
And then you get Angle and Wolf.
Yeah.
Great match.
Okay, yeah, we can put that on there.
Okay. That's 9.
Um,
What about the very first pay per view? Double or Nothing 19.
that was pretty good. That has the Cody match, right? Cody and Dustin.
Yeah, Cody and Dustin.
I do enjoy that match a lot.
Plus, it has Omega and Jericho.
Yeah. Okay, that can go on there.
Okay. That's 10.
Um, what was it? 24 Dynasty again?
Uh, you're making me try to remember things. Wasn't that career match for Danielson?
Ooh, that might have been it. Yeah, that's a good match.
Hold on, let me double check myself. That was it. That'd also be Swerve and Joe. I can't remember. Yeah, that was Swerve and Joe.
Okay.
Dynasty was. But Danielson fought Osprey, and you also get Thunder Storm on that one against Thunder Rosa, which is a good match.
Do we have the Hollywood ending match with Mariah May and Tony Storm?
We had her in one match. Let me see which one that was.
Because whatever card, I remember that card being pretty good.
So All In 2024 All In was the was the title versus career.
Oh, okay. That is a good shot of
And
being on there.
here we go. Can get to load for a second. Then Revolution 2024. Nope, that's not it either. I didn't know when they had the Halloween ending. Oh, I missed one. That's my bad.
It had to have been in somewhere in 2025 because then that's the last thing Mariah May does before she goes to
Mhm.
WWE.
I don't know if they have it on here or not. I don't see it on any of these.
Let me look it up.
Did we talk about this one? 25 All In? I might have missed that one. Because that's when you get Hangman beating Moxley for the title in Texas Death. You get Okada versus Omega. You get Tony Storm versus Mercedes Moné.
It looks like it happened at Revolution 2025.
No, I don't have that one on here. What else is on that card?
Let me look it up.
I think 2025 All In's got to be probably.
Okay.
Because you're getting Okada Omega, and then you're getting Hangman and Moxley, and you're getting Storm and Monet.
All right. We got Hangman versus MJF. We got Mercedes versus Momo Watanabe. Swerve versus Ricochet. Okada versus Brody King. Hurt Syndicate versus the Outrunners. Uh, Tony Storm versus Mariah May. Omega versus Takeshita. Osprey versus Kyle Fletcher, and Mox versus Edge and Christian.
That's pretty solid too. I think we got to put it in 2025 All In.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to put that one in too? 2025?
A late addition makes the bracket?
Yeah.
A Cinderella?
I didn't have that one on here, but
An unknown? Sneaks his way in on the bubble?
they won the conference tourney.
Oh, I like it. Let's do it. What a story.
Throw that one in. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we got 4 spots left, and we haven't done any of the wrestle.
At least two have to get in.
I mean, honestly, I think all 3 should probably.
Oh, I was telling you all three before too, but I didn't know if you wanted all three or not.
Well, we just need to see who else is left. But,
Okay, we'll put all three in. I'm fine with that.
we'll put the Wrestle Kingdom. That was a good stretch of Wrestle Kingdoms right there. We'll put
I am
those
totally
in.
fine with that.
So we'll get rid of the rest of the AEW ones because I don't think any of those.
Okay.
Because now we really just need to. Do we want 05 One Night Stand, 19 Takeover New York, 15 Takeover Brooklyn, or 2022 Clash of the Castle?
Oof.
Or do we want 2001 No Way Out, where The Rock beats Kurt Angle?
Don't make me choose between these. We don't have any take. Oh, we have Takeover New Orleans. That's right.
We do have a Takeover New Orleans. We don't have any WWE ones besides Evolution, though.
I mean, Clash of the Castle is a pretty good pay-per-view. I mean, it's the whole reason they keep doing clashes because it was so successful. Now they're doing Clash in Italy this year.
True. Is it better than Takeover Brooklyn?
I don't know.
Is
I
it
mean,
better than
Takeover Brooklyn's got the
New York?
Bailey Sasha match.
Is it better than One Night Stand? One Night Stand really doesn't have wrestling matches.
Yeah,
It's more
it's
of
just
a
a nostalgia thing.
an ECW love letter kind of thing.
It's good.
It definitely is worth talking about. That's for sure.
I mean, Sasha Bailey is one of the greatest NXT matches of all time.
Mm-hmm. True.
But Gargano Cole, that 3 out of 3 falls match is amazing. But if I had to choose, I think I'd go Clash of the Castle.
2001 No Way Out also had triple threat tables between Dudley's, Brothers Destruction, and Edge and Christian.
Brothers Destruction at a table?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. 3 stages of heck. Triple H Stone Cold.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then you had Intercontinental Fatal 4-Way between Jericho, Benoit, Guerrero, and X-Pac.
Are you trying to persuade me at the last
I
second?
we didn't really talk about that one. I forgot that one. So I want to make sure we talk about it
I
on the
think you're
show.
trying to persuade me at the last minute, at the buzzer.
Is that better than Clash of Castle?
Oh, maybe. Which one do you like better? Because it's probably between those two.
If I had to pick, I'm picking Take Brooklyn. That's
You're
just
taking
me.
take over Brooklyn. Oh,
That's what I think is the best pay per view out of all these.
well then we'll go with that one because I'm fine with that.
But are you? I don't want to sell you if you want to put Clash of Castle in. We
No,
can.
I didn't think you were thinking highly of the takeovers.
I mean, that one just has you have Finn versus Owens in a ladder match.
Yeah,
You have the amazing women's match. Plus, don't you have you had? Hold on, let me make sure I remember this right. You had uh yeah, you had the Liger thing. You had Joe versus Corbin, and then you had Vaudevilles versus Blake and Murphy. I don't know. I like it. Is that better than New York though? New York kind of has more of a
New York's pretty loaded.
New York's more of a loaded card because you're getting like even in the tag match, you're getting Aleister Black and Ricochet
They were a good team.
against the War Raiders. You have Walter versus Pete Dunne,
Oh, that's right.
and you have the Fatal Four, which looking back on that Fatal Four is amazing. You got Shayna, you got Bianca, you got Io, and you got Carrie.
Hmm,
Riddle versus Velveteen.
I can't pass up Fat Walter.
The the coronation of Johnny Gargano. That was the
Oh
first
my
time he
God,
ever
you're
won.
selling me on this now.
But then you got '05 Night Champion
No,
or
stop! I can't.
One Night Stand
I can't handle it anymore.
when you got Mike Awesome and
Hell, don't tell
Tanaka.
me about that. I know about that match. Oh, it's such a good match. They just kill each other.
Lance Storm and Chris Jericho.
Okay, I'm making my final decision.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Takeover New York.
I agree. I think the best match at all these was uh, Takeover Brooklyn, but
Yeah, with Sasha Bailey
overall
or with
card,
yeah.
I think I think I think honestly, if I thought about it, if Drew McIntyre wins Clash of the Castle, I'd probably put that in.
Yeah, but it wasn't
You
his
know,
time.
it just didn't. It didn't end right. I didn't think
No, it didn't.
so. I think that
But
hurts.
that was right at the peak of Tribal Chief Roman. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got
man,
that
that was a
100%
tough
through
decision.
region. We got the guys that are in it. Now we got to organize them.
Oh jeez,
Uh,
what's the worst out of these?
I mean, we're probably putting Man Up last, right?
Oh, okay,
I mean, Ring of Honor just wasn't on par with the rest of the stuff.
okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
It's definitely the best Ring of Honor one, but I don't think it really holds a candle to any of the stuff. Um, I'd probably put Forbidden Door down there too.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't have it super high. Maybe Turning Point or 13 Bound for Glory
Okay. Okay.
at 14.
Yeah, fine with these.
14, 13 for Turning Point.
Where does original All In go?
I think that's got to be pretty high. I mean, that
Okay.
main event's pretty good. Plus, you got Cody winning the NWA title.
What's the best thing on here?
Probably the Wrestle Kingdoms, right?
I would think so. That's where I was leaning.
So, what order do you want to put them
Probably.
in? If I'm doing it, I'm doing 10, 9, 11.
I was about to. I was literally about to say that.
Okay, I was gonna say because like I just can't. Nakamura Styles is too good not to have as number
That's
one.
pretty crazy. I was literally about to say 10, 9, 11.
Mm-hmm. And then so that's 1, 2, 3. Mm, What you want to put? One of the takeovers or Evolution up there or all in?
I don't know if takeovers are that high. They're good, especially New York.
Mm. So all in Evolution, or what about that 2017 Dominion?
How about we
Or
do
or is there an AEW one you want to throw in there?
All In, Evolution, Dominion, Takeover, New York.
Okay, way too fast.
Oh, sorry.
So all in's four. Which one was after
Evolution.
that? Five.
Evolution is a mystery.
Which one was six?
Dominion.
Okay. So seven was taken over York.
Yep.
What about AEW ones? So we've still got Takeover New Orleans. We've got, and then pretty much AEW. Looks like
We could
25
do.
Revolution, 21 All Out, 25 All In,
What do you think
19
is the best
Double
of the rest that we have? Do you think one of the All Ins is the best?
probably All In 2025, I would
Okay.
say. So that would be eight.
I think New Orleans probably fits a nice 10 or 11 seed. I'd be
I'll
okay
put
with
it
that.
at 10. I'd probably put Double or Nothing 19 at 11 then.
Okay. Yep.
I'd probably put 25 Revolution at 9,
Okay.
and 12 would be All Out.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep.
Oh, man.
All right.
That
So
was
the
a lot of brain
21st
power.
century region is finished. We have Wrestle Kingdom 10 is number one, Wrestle Kingdom 9 is number two, Wrestle Kingdom 11 is number three.
What a run.
All In 2018 Independent Show is a four. Five is 2025 Evolution. Six is, I gotta find it now. 2017 Dominion.
You gotta start just
Uh,
writing these down in a row so you don't have to
well, I was
search them.
just doing it off the paper. Seven is NXT Takeover New York. Eight is 2025 All In. Nine is 2025 Revolution. 10 is 2018 Takeover New Orleans. 11's 2019 Double or Nothing. 12 is 2021 All Out. 13 is 2009 Turning Point. 14 is 2013 Battle for Glory. 15 is Forbidden Door, and 16 is 2007 Ring of Honor's Man Up.
Man, I mean, I think it could be a safe bet to say one of the whoever comes out of this side of the bracket wins it.
I mean, really, this region and the WrestleMania region are your strong brackets.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
These are
there's some good
your
ones in old
these are your
school.
Kentucky Blue Bloods, your Dukes, your
Hmm.
Gonzagas, your Yukons,
But the
Villanovas.
but the thing about them being all in the same regions is they kill each other.
I know. Yeah.
So what's going to come out as the last remaining?
Yeah, you got like your Wichita States on the other side of the bracket.
And I think it's going to end up being WrestleMania region above Big Three region, and then old school region over 21st century region.
Okay.
So the WWE stuff will be on one side, and
Yeah.
then the other stuff will be on the
I'm
other.
fine with that. Yep.
So yeah, so
Man,
we got it all set up. We'll
that is a
build the
loaded
bracket,
bracket.
and then we will do the
Yep.
uh, regions on different
In
shows.
the next
I'm not 100% sure how we're going to do it yet. We might do a show region, or we
that might
might
be good.
do
Just so we can take
by
a little bit more time
rounds.
talking about them.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to do each region will be its own show, and then we'll do the final four as a show, or if we'll do it
I
by
think I like
groups.
that. Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. But
Because
okay.
these are a lot more difficult to talk about than just individual wrestlers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, So we might do it that way. So we'll see what we start out with on our next region.
Yeah,
On
but
our next
the next
show.
episode from this series will be the first region, whichever one we choose to do
Yep.
first. And hope you guys enjoy it. I mean, I know this is a little bit of a longer episode, but it just a lot of discussion had to be made here trying to figure out who needs to be in the bracket to be represented and stuff. And I feel
Hmm.
like we did a good job representing each company.
Yeah, we definitely got a lot of stuff in
We
there.
got a Ring of
So,
Honor representation in there. We got a
hmm
bunch of AW, a few TNA, some ECWs in there. So
hmm yeah, I think we did a pretty good job with it. So, and this bracket madness is only once a year. So,
yeah,
fill out the bracket, and you can fill out however you want to
yeah.
the
Print out a bracket and
guys,
fill out and just copy down what we add, and then
and then
fill it
send
out
us your
yourself.
brackets. We'd
And
love to
I will
see them.
probably
So,
do what I did last year on the WWE Championship bracket, where I on the YouTube video I have a bracket on the screen that
yep.
unveils every time we choose something, or so you can follow along on there as well.
hmm Yep. Make your own picks. Let us know who you have winning the Supercards of Wrestling Bracket Madness.
But
So,
that is going to do it for us, and we will catch you in the next one. Welcome back to the Brothers of Wrestling podcast with your host Logan
Hayden.
and today we bring you the first episode in the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. We are going to be doing 4 separate episodes, one episode each covering a certain region. This region is the WrestleMania region, where we will decide who goes to the final 4 out of all the WrestleManias. So, Hade, take it away.
So, in the WrestleMania region, we will start with 1 versus 16. And so, our number 1 seed in the WrestleMania region is WrestleMania 17. And our 16 seed in the WrestleMania region is WrestleMania 1. So, start her off.
WrestleMania 1's good,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a reason WrestleMania 17 is number 1, so it's got to move
Yeah,
on.
it's a classic. It's a classic. So, WrestleMania 17, you got uh, Rock Austin, you got TLC 2, so Undertaker Triple H.
And to be fair, we wouldn't have WrestleMania 17 if we didn't have WrestleMania 1, but still.
That's true. But they get a nice honorable mention to be on here.
Hmm.
So, I think that's good enough for them. I don't think we need to go any crazier
No.
than that. Okay. So, next matchup we have is the 8-9 matchup. And that is number 8 seed is WrestleMania 31. And the 9 seed is WrestleMania 38.
Interesting. Okay. So WrestleMania 31, 2015, and
Yep.
WrestleMania
So,
38 is 2018, I think.
yep. So WrestleMania 31, you got Roman Brock 1.
Heist of the Century,
You've got Heist of the Century. You've got
the Intercontinental Ladder
uh,
match, Cena,
the ladder
Rusev,
match, Triple H Sting.
Triple H Sting,
Um,
Rollins Orton
you had the
with the crazy RKO that he reverses off the stomp,
yes, yep, you got that. So WrestleMania 38, you
Cody's
got
return.
Cody's return. You got the unification of the titles, Roman and
Yep.
Brock. So both these WrestleManias are main evented by Roman and Brock.
And they both have
So we
kind of
had that.
impactful things that happen in the main event.
hmm So both of those are on here.
You also have
Um,
Stone Cold comes back for that WrestleMania.
yeah, that's the WrestleMania where Stone Cold goes up against Kevin Owens
Hmm.
in his last match,
And also
technically.
Johnny Knoxville versus Sami Zayn.
Yeah, that's a good comedy match.
Hmm.
That's a tough one.
That is a tough one. I guess it just comes down to how much do we value the Heist of the Century.
Yeah, I mean, we
I mean, we
thought it
know how
was
you
pretty
value
good.
it with your list and stuff.
I think it's one of the greatest shocking moments ever. Um, but is it put together over the WrestleMania 38 2-night card? That's the question.
Oh, was that a 2 night card?
Yeah, that's what, because Stone Cold Owens main event night 1,
Oh, right, right.
and then Roman Lesnar main event
I
night
couldn't
2.
remember when they started 2 night cards.
WrestleMania 2020. That's why they started generic cards, remember?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I'm leaning towards 31.
yeah, I'm probably going to go 31 too, just because of the Heist of the Century. I think
Mm,
that's such a shocking, impactful moment that it.
not technically an upset, but still, that's a tough, that's a hard nosed win. That's maybe a buzzer beater win.
Yeah, it's not an upset because they were the eight
Yeah, they
seed.
were the higher seed. Yeah,
So, but that's what an 8-9 seed matchup's going to do for
yeah.
you. You're going to have
That
to.
might be like an inbound pass, half court buzzer beater type win for
There you
31.
go. Okay, so now the next matchup is the 5 seed, which is WrestleMania 23,
Okay,
the greatest WrestleMania of all time.
let's not do that.
Okay, going up against the 12 seed, which is, can't read my own writing, WrestleMania 28,
Mm.
once in a lifetime.
All right, so you got WrestleMania 28, WrestleMania 23. 23 obviously has Cena, Shawn, Undertaker, Batista, Battle of the
Hmm.
Billionaires.
Oh yeah,
Kennedy
Battle of
wins
the
Money in the
Billionaires.
Bank.
Great Money in the Bank. Probably one of the
Kane versus
greatest Money in the
Khali is on
Banks
that,
ever.
isn't it?
Yep, he has a See No Evil chain.
Interesting. It's a decent card. I can respect it.
It's the greatest card.
And then for 28, you got Rock Cena. You've got other
End of an
matches.
era. End of an era.
Oh, is that end of an era? Okay.
Yes, end of an era. You have Punk Jericho.
All right. Yeah.
You have I gotta think of what the world title match was. 2012. Oh, Brian Sheamus.
Oh, right. It ended in
So
like
you
12
have Brian
seconds.
Sheamus. You have the like 7-on-7 tag between Teddy Long and John Laurinaitis. So it was a big WrestleMania. Rock's hometown, Miami.
I'm thinking 23 probably moves on, though.
Yeah, and 28 is bolstered up by the two main events.
Hmm. The rest of the
Once
card's
in a
not very good.
lifetime and end of an era, but the rest of the card doesn't really stack up much to 23. So I'm going 23 as well. No surprise there. I'm going to carry that thing to the finale. I'm just telling you right now.
I don't see
Okay,
how 23 is
next.
beating 17 if it ends up that way.
I'm just telling you. Okay, next matchup is 4 versus 13. We have WrestleMania 30 as the 4 seed, taking on WrestleMania 26.
Okay.
So this is 2014, WrestleMania 30, and
2010, I think.
2010. Yes. So WrestleMania 30, you got the Daniel Bryan saga.
Yeah, Miracle on Bourbon Street.
Yep, you got him beating Triple H, and then he wins the Triple Threat. You've got Cena versus Bray Wyatt. You've got
That's streak.
uh,
That's streak ended.
you got the end of the streak with Brock Lesnar.
Which, I mean, to be fair, that might carry it pretty far.
You have the epic 3-way at the beginning of the show with Rock, Stone Cold, and Hogan.
Oh, yeah, right, right.
That
But they
was a
just come out and
huge.
talk. You're making it sound like they had a match.
That was, it still was a huge
I
moment.
know, but you said epic three-way because like they had a triple threat match. That'd be amazing.
Okay, I feel like anyone listening to this knows that
Just
they
making
didn't
sure.
actually
Just making
wrestle.
sure.
Okay. And then at WrestleMania 26, you got Cena Batista. You've got Mr. McMahon and Bret Hart. You've got Jericho and Edge. You got Money in the Bank. Um, oh, and 30 also had the Andre the Giant. That was the first one.
Oh, right. Didn't Cesaro win that?
Yeah, I think he won the first one. Yeah, I think that sounds right.
I think
And
I think
then
WrestleMania 30 is going to take this one.
WrestleMania 26 had, what was the other big time match? Oh, it had it had the final match between Undertaker and Shawn.
And yeah,
So,
that does help it, but I don't see.
I mean, that's a pretty big match.
I
It's
know,
one of
but
the
I
greatest
think the
matches
streak
ever.
is bigger than Sean.
That's straight.
The streak ending.
So you think that's a better, uh, a, I think that's a negative to WrestleMania 30. I don't think the streak should have ended
Well,
myself.
I mean, maybe you don't think it should have ended, but the fact that it did end and the shock factor that it brings lifts that card up even more.
But what about the shock of Shawn Michaels retiring?
I
That
mean,
made
I
me
feel like
cry.
people probably saw that coming.
Nope, I cried.
Well, you may have cried, but
You say my tears don't matter.
no.
Well, rude.
I'm
They
gonna
do
say
matter.
put my vote in for 30.
I don't know, man. 26. 26 is a classic. I kind of like an upset. Let's see.
I mean, we can do our first coin flip if you want.
For 30.6. Mm, that's okay. I like 30 enough. We'll
Okay.
keep 30. But I'm just saying, 26 deserves its recognition.
Yeah, I mean they weren't the 16 seed. It's a good pay-per-view.
They're 13 seed. I'm just saying it might be a little better than that. I don't know what idiot needed this stuff, but
Yeah,
I
somebody
don't know.
somebody must have seeded it.
Okay. All right. So next matchup is 6 versus 11. And the 6 seed, we have WrestleMania 3. And then the 11th seed is WrestleMania 10.
Mm.
So WrestleMania 3, you have your Hogan Andre, you have your Macho Steamboat.
Macho Steamboat's great.
But there's not, to be fair, WrestleMania 3, there's not a ton extra. Those are the two big time things that happened.
But those are pretty big time things.
There's some other stuff.
WrestleMania 10 is Yoko Brett, right?
WrestleMania 10's Yoko Brett. You also get the Brett Owen match to start the
Oh,
show.
right. I always forget that he opens the card and ends it.
hmm You got Lex versus Yoko on that card. You also had the ladder match
All right, Sean and
between
Razor.
Shawn and Razor. He's a
That's a pretty good
classic.
match.
So,
It defined ladder matches in WWE or WWF.
hmm so it's. I mean, WrestleMania 10's no slouch here.
I may lean towards 10.
So what we got to decide is WrestleMania 10's, is that bigger
Then the Andre moment.
um, than the Andre Hogan Slam?
I mean,
Because that's
the Hogan Andre Slam, we had it ranked in that one list as pretty high
hmm
up there.
and that's a huge moment. But I mean, besides the match with Macho and Randy is one of the greatest matches. It's in the top 5, I would say.
Yeah, probably. But I
Um,
think 10's just more of a full card. There's more stuff going on.
yeah, I can see that point. I mean, there's WrestleMania 3 had some other stuff. Let's look at it before we decide here, because that'd be a first big upset if we decide to do that. It had its other moments, but it's definitely carried by those two moments, and the overall atmosphere it has is
Hmm.
what really carries it.
Yeah, because
And Hogan,
it was like a really big showcase.
yeah. Well, and it set the record, the attendance record. That was a huge thing for them at the time.
Yeah.
You had Haver's Fair, Piper and Adonis. You had Harley Race versus Junkyard Dog. Uh, you had the Hart Foundation, Danny Davis versus Tio Santana and the Bulldogs. Honky Tonk and Jake Roberts, who had Alice Cooper with him. Yeah, it's definitely not a home run card.
I
That's for
think I'm
sure.
still leaning 10.
And then 10, you're getting the 2 title matches. You're getting Bret Owen. You're getting Savage versus Crush. You're getting Earthquake Atom Bomb. You're getting the ladder match. You get Bret winning over Yokozuna to finish it. The first WrestleMania not to have Hogan on it.
I'm gonna stick with my vote. I'm gonna go 10.
I'll go with you on that one.
Our
WrestleMania
first,
10.
our first big upset.
episode. Okay, next up is the 3 and the 14 seeds matchup. We have the 3 seed of WrestleMania 40 XL and the 14 seed of WrestleMania 5. So 40, you got the story finishing in that whole match. That last 5 minutes is pretty epic.
Some of the best in WrestleMania history.
I'd say it's right up there, that's for sure. You have that. You had don't the Usos on that card? Yeah, they fight each other. Yeah, the Usos fight each other. You had I'm trying to think of the rest of the matches on it. You had the tag team match the night before.
Yeah, Rock and Roman versus Cody and Seth.
Mm-hmm. You had
He probably had Gunther
Drew.
doing something.
You had Drew win the title, didn't you?
Oh, right, and then he gets cashed in on.
Then Punk cost him.
Yeah, Punk cost him.
They had that moment when he beat Seth. Gunther didn't. Is that when he fought? I can't remember now. I was gonna say that's when he fought Sheamus and McIntyre.
That's
But
39.
that's not that one. That's 39.
He had to have done something.
Rhea versus Becky.
Oh, nice.
You had the 6-pack ladder match for the tag titles. Dave versus Jimmy. Oh, Sammy versus Gunther, where Sammy beats him.
Right,
That's
right.
The Pride. I forgot about the Pride. Versus Final Testament. I forgot about them too. Philadelphia Street Fight. LA Knight, AJ Styles. Logan Paul versus Kevin Owens and Randy Orton. Bailey and Io with Damage Control. That was that whole thing. And then we have WrestleMania 5, which you got the Mega Powers exploding. That's what that was mostly built around. Yeah, the Mega Powers explode. You had Rick Rude versus Ultimate Warrior. You had Heart Foundation versus Rhythm and Blues. Andre the Giant versus Jake Roberts. Brainbusters versus Strike Force. Mr. Perfect versus the Blue Blazer.
I think it would be kind of a travesty if WrestleMania 40 with that main event went out in the 64. So I think they got to move on. They might not go farther than that, but I think they got to move on at least out of the 64.
Yeah, I agree. WrestleMania 40 just had so much more going for it. So I agree with you there. Okay, next matchup is the 7 seed, WrestleMania 20, taking on the 10 seed, WrestleMania 14.
WrestleMania 20 is good.
Mm-hmm. Has a iffy ending,
Well,
but
now it does. At the
you
time,
can't take
heartwarming.
you can't take away from that card. That card is stacked. You got Cena's debut at WrestleMania against a Big Show. You got the double 4-way tag matches. You got Eddie versus Kurt. You got the triple threat, like we talked about. You got Evolution versus Rock and Sock. You got the crappy Lesnar Goldberg match. And to be fair to that WrestleMania, it has a lot of drama with it. Like a lot of backstage politics were going on at that time that were really kind of hurting some of the build to that WrestleMania. But I think it
They still put on a pretty good card.
plays out well, yeah. So, and then you got WrestleMania 14, which is the Austin era.
Oh, right. Yep.
He beats Shawn and starts the Austin era with Mike Tyson. Then you have, I think Rock fought Ken Shamrock on that card. Road Warriors fought. They won that Legion of Doom. I mean, won the tag team gauntlet. Triple H beat Owen. Cactus. They had the dumpster match. Cactus Jack Chainsaw Charlie versus New Age Outlaws, and then you had Undertaker versus Kane.
That's a sneaky good card.
Which, funny enough, Undertaker Kane also happens at WrestleMania 20. So
That's a sneaky good card. I wouldn't be upset if it moved on
yeah,
past 20.
and it's in the heat of the Attitude Era. Like that's when the Attitude Era is really starting to catch its groove there.
Yeah,
And
Shawn's out the
so,
door. Austin's taking control. Rock's just about to ascend.
yep. And then you had the whole Undertaker Kane storyline that was going on. Great.
That, you know what? I might lean towards 14.
Yeah, I can see that too. I think I'm going to go 14. 20, I love 20. I've watched it a million times.
Yeah, it was one of the first DVDs we had.
It definitely loses its luster in 2026,
Yeah, it
unfortunately.
gets heard a lot.
Um, so it sucks because I really do like it, and I think if none of that would have happened, I think it would be a top 5
But it had a
WrestleMania.
lot of stuff going against it. I mean, the whole Brock situation and
Yeah, the
Goldberg
Brock stuff didn't really
and
go
then obviously
well.
the Benoit stuff.
The Benoit stuff happens, and then you have Eddie passing away, which
Yeah.
it's hard. It makes it harder to watch.
Yeah, watching that celebration with the confetti coming down and they're both gone and in
Hmm.
different very drastic different ways.
Yeah, it really puts a damper
But you do get
on that.
the Triple H white boots, which is pretty good.
Those are pretty good. Okay, so we'll move on with WrestleMania 14. Moving on to this round. And then we have our final matchup in the WrestleMania region. We have the 2 seed WrestleMania 18 taking on the 15 seed WrestleMania 24.
Okay.
And I would pretty much say WrestleMania 24, thanks for coming. It's
Yeah.
been nice knowing you. But I don't see how we can
No, I agree.
not put WrestleMania 18
I'm in agreement with
moving
you.
on. That's a classic. You got Hogan Rock. You've got uh, Triple H Jericho. Um, Christian and DDP. I love that match.
That's a random match for you to like.
I like Christian. Makes sense. Then you got Undertaker Ric Flair, which is a great match. A brutal match. So I think that was a pretty easy one there.
Yeah, definitely.
Respiratory is first fine. You got the Taker match. You got the triple threat match. You got Floyd Mayweather versus Big Show. So you had some big time things happen at that one, but I don't think it holds up to
Flair's
obviously
retirement's on
WrestleMania
that
18.
match.
Huh?
Flair's retirement is in that card.
And the Flair's retirement, yep. So that's a big one on there, but I don't think you can compare it to
No, definitely not.
WrestleMania 18.
Definitely not.
So okay. So we finished the first round matchups. So now we're moving on to the what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The final 8 of WrestleMania that are left. So the first matchup in this next round is WrestleMania 17, the 1 seed, taking on the 8 seed WrestleMania 31.
I mean, we even debated 31 moving on in the first place, so I think 17's got to go through.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. 31, it was on the fence anyway, and WrestleMania 17.
It's going to be hard to take 17 down.
Yeah, so WrestleMania 17's a goat WrestleMania. So okay, so WrestleMania 17's moving on to the final four in the WrestleMania region. So now we have WrestleMania 23 is a 5 seed, and the 4 seed WrestleMania 30. I
Okay,
think we
this one's
all know
actually,
where I'm going.
I know, but this one's actually a competitive one.
It's competitive, but there's no way I'm putting 30 over 23 in my mind.
Okay, so then if 20 moves on, they would have to face 17. Is that how the bracket works?
If 23, yeah, whoever wins this one goes up against WrestleMania
Oof.
17's.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to give you false hope or if I just want to end it right here.
You ain't into nothing.
I mean, 23, we talked about it. They've got the Undertaker and Batista, which is a good match, and Undertaker kills the camera guy, which is who is it again? It's the Snuka guy, right?
Yeah, it's similar.
Sim Snuka.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he f's that one up.
And then you got Sean Cena, obviously. We
Mm-hmm.
talked about hair versus hair, billionaire, Battle of the Billionaires. I mean, it's a decent card. It's a good
Doesn't
WrestleMania
hold
card.
up against WrestleMania 30 though.
30 is also a decent card. I mean, the Miracle on Bourbon Street is a magical moment.
Yeah, and I get it.
And we don't
I
have to
mean,
we don't have to talk about how it ends or like how the storyline continues because we're not that's not what the point. We're just talking about the actual
no, it's just the
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania. It's just the
Yeah.
WrestleMania in a nutshell. I get that. I think my I love. It's hard for me because I like Daniel Bryan. He's not one of my favorites. So I much more gravitate towards John Cena. And Shawn Michaels is my favorite ever. And that in match, Shawn Michaels carried Cena to one of the greatest matches I think Cena's ever had. And I would put that over the WrestleMania 30 main event.
But it also does
Uh,
have we have to mention keep everything pretty clear for the fans. It is a little bit of bias for you. 2007 is your favorite year. That's when we started wrestling.
hmm
It's in the bio of all of our videos and
hmm
episodes. And WrestleMania was the first big thing that we watched. I I
That's
think
true.
I think that might carry a little bit of rose tinted glasses.
And I wear them with pride.
I think I'll go with you. I'll move 23 on.
I think we got to go 23 over 30. There's just too many good stuff to happen. Boogeyman comes out behind Trump. I mean, what are we
And
talking about
anybody that says there's too much good stuff that happens and then immediately mentions Boogeyman is crazy.
here? That's me. The dance scene
I
in
like
the
Boogeyman.
hallway. The dance scene in the hallway when the dancing and Ron Simmons comes in.
Is
Classic.
there not a extreme expose? Is that not on there?
That's in the dance
Oh, okay. Okay.
in the hallway.
You wouldn't let me watch extreme expose.
Yeah, you weren't allowed. They got pretty risque. So you were little. What were you in 2007?
7.
8?
No,
7?
I would have been 6 or 7. Not to do the meme,
Okay. Of
but
course you would say that.
well,
Okay.
WrestleMania happened in what, April? So I would have been 6.
Yeah. You were tiny. Okay. So now next matchup, we have our first upset. WrestleMania 10 beat WrestleMania 3, so they're the 11 seed going up against the 3 seed
Mm,
WrestleMania 40.
mm, These ones are kind of
That's much.
similar.
hmm
They're
A
not
lot of
really.
similar tones to it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously 40 takes it up like 10 notches in the ending, but
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 10, you get the redemption arc for
yeah.
Bret Hart after he got
And you
cheated
have
out
a
of the title.
pretty insane WrestleMania match with Owen and Brett.
That is a great match. And you get the ladder match
And the
in
ladder
there.
match, which invented the ladder matches for WWE.
It's hard for some of these these newer ones, because like the 2 night thing really throws it
It
all out of
does because there's so
proportion
many more
for me.
matches
Well,
and
and like
there's
no
a lot of
WrestleMania
filler.
before those would have the tag match that then leads to the next night.
Yeah,
So you have that you're looking at. Um, I mean, honestly, I probably got to go WrestleMania 40 just for that last 6 to 8 minutes that happened at the end of that match and him overcoming the odds and everything.
yeah, I can go with you on that.
I think just that alone. Now
Finishing the
the
story is
end of
pretty
the
insane.
you get the end of WrestleMania 10 when all the faces come out and lift Bret Hart up too. So I'm not saying that it's not WrestleMania 10's not on there up there,
A pretty
but
weird coincidence for me though is as we're filming this, I just watched a video like 2 hours ago of the final like 8 minutes of WrestleMania 40.
hmm I mean it's just a classic sequence. The only thing that would have made that better if it was Stone Cold would have came out.
Yeah, or Dean
But
Ambrose because everybody thought Dean Ambrose was coming back when that
oh
Shield music
well,
played.
of course they did.
They did. You did too for a second.
I didn't.
For a half a second when that
I
when
was like,
that
yes,
Sierra
Seth's coming.
Hotel when that started playing.
I said, yes, Seth, come on, baby, come on, baby, Seth Rollins.
Don't do it, Dusty.
Start doing my Dusty. Okay, and the final matchup in this Elite Eight for the WrestleMania region, we have the 10 seed WrestleMania 14, the Austin era, going up against the 2 seed WrestleMania 18.
Oof. I mean, we just talked about how 14 is a pretty solid all around card.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, 18's number two for a reason.
I mean, 18's a juggernaut. So many big time matches. And I mean, what's a better crowd reaction than the Hogan Rock
Yeah, when
match?
they were staring each other down and then they both look at the
Mm-hmm.
crowd.
And a completely like natural moment that just really. Now the main event is a letdown at 18. You get the Triple H Jericho match, which is a fine match,
Yeah,
but
Hogan Rock definitely should have main evented.
yeah, but
Which I don't
it's
know
just
why
not
Vince thought that wouldn't be the main event.
because it's back then the title was the main event, and I mean it still is if you're doing a WrestleMania. More than likely, you wouldn't have the title as your main event unless you got a match like Cena Rock. But
I think I think the two seeds going on 18. I think 18's going.
yeah, I think so. WrestleMania 14's got a lot of good stuff going for it. I don't want to think that we just are glossing over that. The Austin era was a huge moment in WWE history, and it basically sprung the Attitude Era into what it ended up becoming.
Yeah, WWE basically fails if Austin doesn't become what he did.
So, but I think the overall card too is just weak at 14. It really doesn't have much going for it besides the main event. And 18, you get some pretty big time stuff happening.
All right,
That
so
tri- that triple threat hardcore match is great too.
we are pretty chalk except for the one upset we had in the 64 or in the first round.
Yeah, we had 2 upsets in the first round. We got a 5 seed.
Yeah, I know
It's not
it's
all
not all
awful.
chalk, but
Let's
I
not
mean
get.
that's kind of what's going to happen with WrestleMania is when we get to the other sides of the in the other regions.
There's going to be a lot more debate. WrestleMania's the other ones are going to be harder. The other regions are going to be hard because there's so much variety.
Yeah.
It's not all the same. WrestleManias are all
Yeah,
WrestleManias.
it's
So
apples to
you're kind
apples.
of yeah. When you're going like, is Wrestle Kingdom better than Takeover New York?
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot more thought and discussion about it. WrestleManias are kind of going into, but
There's a
they're this,
format you can follow and you can compare.
but WrestleManias are the ultimate supercard, and there's so many good ones. That's why they have their own region.
Yes.
So for anyone wondering,
All right. So
okay,
what's our final
so
four?
so we got a final four in the WrestleMania region. We've got the 1 seed WrestleMania 17 taking on the 5 seed WrestleMania 23. And the 3 seed WrestleMania 40 taking on the 2 seed WrestleMania 18.
Oh
So let's
man,
do the 3 and 2 seed first. And I mean, I think we need. I'm going 8.
you're going what?
I would go 18.
Okay, I was kind of leaning that way. I'm just trying to debate whether or not the main event of 40 can carry so much. Is it that good of a main event that it carries over a very
Well,
well put together card in 18?
I'll say this. I would put the main event of WrestleMania 40, and I throw in that tag match. And if you take those, the main event is the first night,
Yeah, yeah.
and you take those two things and you put it up against Hogan Rock, and you say these two things are in their own tier for their WrestleMania.
Okay,
If you put the rest of the card up against each other, which one do you think is better? Because
probably
18, you
18.
got
There's a lot
like
of
you
random
got.
filler in 40.
Right here, let's go. Let me go over it.
Plus that Jimmy J match is a letdown.
The Jimmy J, the Jimmy J match is not amazing. So at
Gunther
WrestleMania
Sammy's good though.
18, if you take out Hogan Rock, you're getting Triple H Jericho, you're getting Jazz versus Trish and Lita, you're getting Four Corners tag match, you're getting Stone Cold versus Scott Hall, Edge and Booker, Undertaker Flair, Kurt Angle Kane, RVD William Regal, DDP Christian, Maven versus Goldust in the Hardcore Championship match. So decent, decent.
Yeah.
And then if you go to 40 and you take out the two main events, WrestleMania XL, you're getting Rhea Becky, which is a great match. You're getting the 6-pack ladder match. You're getting Ray and Andrade versus Santos and Dirty Dom. Jay and Jimmy. Jay, Bianca, and Naomi versus Damage Control. Sammy Gunther. You have the whole Drew Seth thing. And then with Priest cashing in because of Punk. And then you have LA Knight AJ, Logan Paul, Owens, and Orton, and Bailey EO.
Oh man.
And the thing that WrestleMania 40 has the advantage of is that with all the women, the evolution of the women and all that stuff,
Yeah. A
you
lot of
add so much.
those women's
You
matches are
add,
pretty good.
yeah, and you add so much more quality matches that you're getting now that you weren't getting. I mean, the only women's match on that WrestleMania 18 card is Jazz versus Trish and
And that's their three best
uh,
women.
yeah. So it's hard to compare that. It's hard to compare those
hmm
because you're not getting
And you're not getting
the
a
same
Gunther Sammy
quality.
on WrestleMania 18.
No, I mean you're getting Edge Booker, great match. You're getting Kane, Kurt Angle, great match. I mean Kurt Angle would have a great match with me. I mean, let's be honest, and I suck. So, but
This is
it
tough. Is
definitely.
this our first coin flip?
Mm, which so where are you leaning?
I'm kind of leaning towards Rock and Undertaker, Rock and Hogan. I'm kind of leaning towards 18.
Hmm. See, I figured I'd be the one that led more towards the older ones than you would.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking about the impact of that Rock Hogan match. I mean, it's just
It's huge.
it's the moment at the time.
But I
And
mean, wouldn't you say finishing the story is the moment of this time?
oh, for sure, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So those two things compared to each other, it's hard to say which one's better.
This is
That's
tough.
that's the problem because if you say that Hogan and Rock was a huge moment in 2002, well, a huge moment in whatever. What year
2025
is that?
or 2024, sorry.
Yeah, I
2024.
was gonna say I think it wasn't it 24. Yeah, a huge moment in 24 with Cody finishing the story. I mean,
I'm down for a coin flip if you are.
and you're ending one of the greatest storylines ever with the Bloodline in that title reign. So yeah, let's do the coin flip because
All
either
right.
could move on.
Who do you want to be heads?
40.
40's heads? All right, here we
Mm-hmm.
go. It's flipping. It's flipping. It's tails.
I'm okay with that. That's my 18. Moves on. Okay.
That was a tough one.
That was a hard one. And now the easiest one.
Yeah, 17.
The 1 seed WrestleMania 17 versus the 5 seed WrestleMania 23.
Let's take away, like we did with 40 and 18. Let's take away 17's main event, and we'll take away Cena Shawn, and we will figure out if 23 has good enough depth, or if 18 or 17 has good enough depth.
Well, 17, you're getting TLC 2.
Which already puts it in a good spot.
Okay. But compare that to Money in the Bank.
I think TLC 2, even though TLC 1's better than TLC 2, I still think TLC 2 is better than Money in the Bank.
That Money in the Bank's pretty epic, man.
No, I'm not saying it's
Right.
bad. No.
Now, you also got to take into account that the main event kind of is a little tarnished in history with Stone Cold turn heel with McMahon.
Yeah, he
I
shakes
mean,
hands with the devil.
at the time, it's a shocking heel turn. But in retrospect, it really did nothing.
But we did that with Dana
I
Bryan at
get you, I
WrestleMania 30.
get you.
We
I'm
can't
just
think
saying.
about that.
So if you take out the main event, which is Rock Stone Cold, you have Undertaker Triple H, you have the gimmick battle royal, the Iron Sheik one, you have TLC 2, Shane street fight against Vince with Mick Foley special ref,
Which is
China
actually a
beat
decent
Ivory.
match.
That's a good match. China defeated Ivory. You had Kurt Angle, Chris Benoit. You had Eddie Guerrero Test. The Triple Threat Hardcore match. Kane, Raven, and Big Show. Taz and the APA defeat the Right to Censor, and Chris Jericho defeated William Regal.
There's a lot of good wrestling on in that card.
It's quality card. And then WrestleMania 23, you have besides John Cena and Shawn, you have Melina defeat Ashley in the Lumberjill match, Battle of the Billionaires, Stone Cold was a special ref, ECW Original versus the New Breed, 8-man tag, Undertaker versus Batista, Chris Benoit MVP, Khali Kane, the Money in the Bank, and that's
I think 18's filler might be better than 23's.
it's also it's the fifth highest attended WrestleMania in history.
What, 23?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd they even do that WrestleMania at?
Detroit.
I was in Detroit.
And it grossed 5.38 million in ticket sales, breaking the record.
Nice.
It was surpassed in 2022 by 28.
Hmm. I mean, I think you gotta think that 17's probably got more quality than 23 does.
How dare you? I would never think that.
Is this another coin flip?
No, I know where we're going. It just sucks. Trying to avoid it. No, but that's fine.
I mean, you can make your case for 23 if you really want to.
I mean, there's not much more case to make. I know you're not going to pick it, so. And I mean, WrestleMania
I
17.
like 23. I'm not trying to hate on
I,
it.
I, I personally think WrestleMania 17 is in reality the greatest WrestleMania. I mean, let's be real here. So I'm not like,
Just look at that
uh,
streak though, 17, 18 back to back like that.
they were in their fields at that point. So, but yeah, I'll go WrestleMania 17. So now
Okay.
we have the finals of the WrestleMania region.
Who's going to
We
the
have
full Final Four?
this whoever wins this matchup is going to the final four. of the Supercards of Wrestling Bracket Madness. We have WrestleMania 17 up against WrestleMania 18.
Man, it's about as difficult as it gets.
Mm-hmm. Another thing we haven't talked about yet, but depending on what you like, you have WrestleMania 17 commentary of Heyman and Jim Ross,
Okay.
and on WrestleMania 18 you have Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler.
Mm.
That's
I don't mind
also
Heyman on
the
commentary.
differences. Heyman was good on commentary, and he played off JR really well.
Yeah,
Those two
yeah.
had a lot of, but I mean JR and King are the legendary.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
It's like, I mean that's those two had the greatest chemistry. So that's just something else to think about. That's a little different in both of them. If we're comparing Undertaker matches, you have Undertaker Flair at 18, you have Undertaker Triple H at 17. I personally like the Undertaker Triple H match better, but I mean, the Undertaker Flair match is good too. It's not like it's a bad match. It's a good match. So, your big time, uh, you got the Hogan and Rock match at 18, but you got Austin Rock, you got Triple H Jericho. Um, but the one thing,
I think the only thing that hurts 18 is that Hogan Rock's not the main event.
probably, but I think the other thing about 17 that was why a lot of people like it is you have so much variety. You
Yeah, you
get
said that
you,
hardcore triple threat they had.
you get the Hardcore Triple Threat that starts it.
That's
You
where
get
don't they go in the
TLC.
back and somebody gets thrown through glass or something?
Yeah, Raven gets thrown through the glass,
Yeah,
and
I
he
thought so. I
almost
thought that was that match.
he runs the golf cart into the electrical thing and almost puts the arena
Oh
in
right,
a
I remember Raven
blackout
talking about that. Yeah, he almost ruined the whole show.
because he didn't know Big Show was going to get on it,
Yeah,
and
I
so
forgot. I remember
he
him
was.
talking about that in an interview.
hmm So, and then you got obviously TLC 2, and then you got the Shane street fight with Vince, and then you also have Benoit Angle, which is a great match.
I think you're making the case for 17 right now.
I mean, yeah, I would probably go 17.
I think I would
I
too.
mean, it's hard to beat 17. They've never seen 17. So,
All right, there we have it. Your first member of the final four of the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness WrestleMania 17 makes it out of the WrestleMania region.
so in the final
Congratulations to them.
four, they will face the winner of the WWE Big Three region. So whoever comes out of the
Yeah.
WWE Big Three region will face WrestleMania
Which the
17.
WWE Big Three region is Royal Rumble, SummerSlam, Survivor Series.
Yep.
Editor
So
Logan hit the cheer button so that we can celebrate WrestleMania 17.
the WrestleMania 17 is the greatest WrestleMania and wins the WrestleMania region, going to the final four of Supercards of
Yay!
Wrestling Bracket
Woo!
Madness. The ball is tipped. There you are.
Congratulations all around. Pats
Running
on
for
the
your
back.
life. You're a shooting
That
star.
was a tough region.
That was tough.
It's not going to get
So
any easier. All these regions are going to be
it's
tough.
going to get a lot harder now. WrestleMania was
Some could
probably,
say that was the easiest region.
yeah, I would say WrestleMania is probably the easiest region, but it's still it's tough to get to separate them.
hmm
These other regions, it's so
Yeah, how are
much
we going to
variety. It's
compare
going to be
Royal Rumble 2000 to Survivor Series 01 or whatever?
well for that one. A couple of preview matchups. Your one seed ended up being SummerSlam 2002. So they would go up against the 16 seed Royal Rumble 2018. Another fun matchup in there is where was that one I was looking at the other day? You have SummerSlam 2001 against Royal Rumble 92. You have Royal Rumble 2000 taking on SummerSlam 2009. So there's some fun ones in there. It's going to be interesting to see
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
where we go. What was
And then when we get to the old
match?
school region, I mean, now we're getting crazy.
Yeah, then you got the old school stuff. You got a couple in there like you got like the Super J Cup that you really liked against Spring
Yeah, you just
Stampede.
kept naming great matches.
Mm-hmm. Showdown Shay against Super Brawl 2. So, and then you got the 21st Century group. So, some of those matchups, I think, didn't we say?
The
I
two
think the
takeovers
two
are going at it.
takeovers are going to go against
Yeah.
each other. You got the Wrestle Kingdoms in the top 3 spots. So they're going to take on some of the other guys. What was the 8-9 over here? It was 2025 All In and 2025 Revolution.
Oh man.
So then you had like 2025 Evolution and 2021 All Out. So it's gonna be some hard fought matchups in these
Yeah,
things.
let's just say you don't want to miss the next couple episodes where we decide who gets out of each region.
Yep, it's gonna be a wild ride to get to that Final Four.
And then to decide who the champion is out of the four. Man,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be hard to beat 17.
The greatest super card in the history of wrestling.
But that is going to do it for this episode where we decided who came out of the WrestleMania region of the bracket. Next episode, we will do another region. Most likely, it'll be the big three, right? You said that was the next one up.
I haven't decided if it's gonna be Big Three or Old School, but it's
Okay,
gonna be
either one. It's going to be one of those.
or 21st Century. Could be
Yeah, it could
anything.
be. Yeah, it doesn't really
Who
matter.
knows?
Yeah. But that is
Who
going to do it for
knows?
this episode. Hope you guys enjoyed. Leave a comment if you agreed or disagreed with who we thought made it through the bracket, and if you liked our choice of 17 going through. I would assume a lot of people liked the choice of 17 going through because it is
It's
widely
pretty much
acknowledged as the
yeah.
greatest WrestleMania of all time. So
I mean yeah. I mean, it's hard not to say it's the greatest
maybe we should have
WrestleMania.
tried to go controversial and pick like WrestleMania 3 or something.
Yeah, but I want the best to win.
Yeah, yeah.
If I was being controversial, I would have put 23 to the moon. You know me. So,
uh, well, I hope you all enjoyed, and we will catch you in the next episode of the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness.
peace.
Welcome back to the Brothers Wrestling Podcast with your host Logan
Hayden.
and today we bring you another episode of the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. Today we are tackling the old school region. It's going to be difficult, probably is a little bit more difficult than the WrestleMania one. So, Hayde, let's break down some of these matchups.
Okay, so looking at these matchups, let's see here. Looks like we're going to have 116 of 83 Starcade versus 92 Beach Blast.
Okay.
We're going to have 8-9 of 85 Starcade, 89 Great American Bash. Then we're going to have 512 of 1997 Barely Legal and 1984 Starcade as the 12 seed. 413's 89 Chi-Town Rumble, 89 Halloween Havoc. Where am I here? 11 matchup is 84 Von Erich Memorial versus the 11 96 Bash at the Beach. 3 is the 94 Super J Cup. And the 1994 Spring Stampede is 14. We've got the AWA Super Clash at 7 and the 92 Wrestle War at 10. And the final one is the 1980 Showdown Shay as the 2 seed versus 92 Super Brawl.
And the thing that makes this a little bit more difficult than the WrestleMania region is because these are different events with totally different cards. They're harder to compare other than just WrestleMania and WrestleMania.
Yeah, WrestleMania, it's all kind of got a basic underlying theme to it. So that's what made that so much easier. Because you had the underlying theme where you're comparing apples to apples,
Mm-hmm.
pretty much. These are going to be a little harder to do with it being totally different era. I mean, it's still old school. They all fit in the same era, but
It's
you
different
got something
styles
like
of cards.
exactly, and you got stuff like you know, uh, Super Cup, J Super Cup, and Barely Legal 97. All that kind of stuff where it's a smorgasbord
Smorgasbord.
uh, That's why I said smorgasbord of
All right, so what's
wrestling
the first region
cards.
or first matchup you want to take on?
So I guess we'll just start at the top here, and we'll do the 116 matchup.
Okay.
You got the one seed is the very first ever big time pay per view, in quotes, pay per view, super card in the 1983 Starcade, going up against 1992 Beach Blast.
And as much as we fought for Beach Blast to be in here, I mean, we put
Yeah.
that as number one for a reason. So, unlike the real NCAA tournament where 16 sometimes can win, I don't think it's going to happen in this one.
Well, yeah, so 83 Starcade, you got your Flair for the gold going up against Harley Race. And then you've got the dog collar match between Piper and Greg Valentine. So those two they're solid.
Hmm.
At the 92 Beach Blast, it was kind of based around the Ironman Challenge, which was Ricky Steamboat versus Rick Rude. And then you also had uh, the Dangerous Alliance against Dustin Rhodes, Barry Windham, and Nikita Koloff. Your main event was for the WCW World Tag Titles. The Steiner brothers and Terry Gordy and Steve Williams went to a time limit draw. Uh,
That's a pretty good card,
Greg
but
Valentine.
I
Yeah, it's good. Buff Bagwell, Greg Valentine, Ron Simmons beat Terry Taylor.
I don't know if it surpasses the number one seed.
No. It really only is remembered for the Iron Man challenge. So I think we know that it's going to be 83 Starcade
Yep,
for
it's
the
going to
one
be tough
seed.
to beat the Flair for the gold.
Yeah, Flip for the Gold, I mean, it really started big time events in general. So, okay, now. And then we have, so then the next matchup, we're going to have our 8-9 matchup. We have A5 Starcade versus 89 Great American Bash.
Okay.
So, hold on a second. So at 85 Starcade, it's built around Flair Dusty. That's your main event
That's a
for the
classic.
NWA World Championship. You got an Atlanta Street Fight, Jimmy Valiant and Miss Atlanta Lively versus Midnight Express. You've got Minnesota Wrecking Crew versus Billy Jack Haynes and Wahoo McDaniel. um, you also had Rock and Roll Express taking on the Koloffs in a steel cage match for the titles. But what everyone remembers from this Starcade, especially, is the I Quit steel cage match between Tully Blanchard and Magnum TA.
Iconic. Okay.
One of your most famous steel cage matches ever. So that's the big one that's on here.
That's probably going to help it move forward.
So that's kind of the quintessential part of that one. And then we have um, 1989 Great American Bash, which is uh, your main event of that one is the big time match between Ric Flair and Terry Funk. One of the things that set that up was Funk putting Flair through a table.
Nice.
That was like the first time somebody got put through a table
Oh,
ever in wrestling.
that's pretty cool.
You had a War Games match between the Road Warriors, the Midnight Express, and Steve Williams versus the Fabulous Mulas. I'm losing my mind. Fabulous Freebirds and the Samoan SWAT team. Samu and Fatu.
With Paulie Dangerously?
And Paulie Dangerously was there. Yep.
I bet
You
those.
also had the U.S. title. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I bet those people were freaking out when Flair went through that table.
Oh, yeah. U.S. title Luger versus Steamboat. You had Sting defend the TV title against the Great Muta. Those guys a decent card. You had tuxedo match Cornette versus Paulie.
Nice.
So that was on there. Double Battle Royal. Brian Pillman versus Bill Irwin.
That's a pretty good card.
So it's
But
got a
is
lot of
it,
potential.
does the Flair Funk thing, does that outweigh
It's a good match.
Flair Dusty?
I would say Flair Funk outweighs Flair Dusty
Interesting. Okay.
at the 85 one at least.
Flair Dusty's iconic.
So, but we also have 84 Starcade on here, which has the first Flair Dusty,
Oh, okay.
the $1 Million Challenge, too, and that was really good.
And we can probably only
So,
have one Flair Dusty, right?
yeah, now this one's higher up because it's got a better card than the 84
Yeah.
Starcade. So, but this Great American Bash is pretty good.
Yeah.
If we're talking main events, I'd put Flair Funk over Flair Dusty
Okay. I'm with you on that.
in that match. Not in terms of rivalries, but in terms of that singular
Yeah,
match.
on that card. Yeah.
The Flair Funk match from Great American Bash is a great match.
Okay.
Plus, you got a War Games match you're putting on there.
Are we
Um,
saying we got a little first upset?
hmm, could be because you really don't have a ton after the main event and the steel cage match. Well, the steel cage, I mean, between Rock and Roll Express and the Koloss was
Yeah.
a big match on that card.
All right. I'm okay with a
So
9
you
going
have
over
that
an
on
8.
there. Yeah, I think the Bash just had a stronger card, I think, compared to that Starcade. Okay, so then we move on to the 512 matchup. That's where you get your um, number 5 seed is a 1997 Barely Legal.
That's a good card.
And then the 12 seed is the aforementioned um, 1984 Starcade.
Oh, with the first Flair Dusty.
So this is where that one's at.
I feel like 97 barely legal for the significance alone needs to be going ahead here.
Yeah, it was the first ever ECW pay per view. It was the kind of the event that kept them going for
Yeah, they rode
a
that for a
lot
while.
longer. um, you also
Is that when
on the 84 Starcade. I'm sorry.
on the barely legal? When does Shane
Mhm.
Douglas get rid of the title that he has and takes the ECW title?
Oh, that's a couple. That's years
Oh,
before
okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah, that's more at the beginning of ECW. This
Oh,
like just because this is the first pay per view doesn't mean it's at the beginning.
okay, okay, okay.
Like ECW starts in '93. This is '97.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
this is just when they finally were able to get a pay per view
Okay,
deal.
okay.
Because you got Terry Funk winning the ECW title from Raven because he won a triple threat number one contender match.
Nice.
So, um, and then you had the three-way dance number one contender match, which Funk won to face Raven, Sandman, and Stevie Richards. But then the big match on here that was hyped up was Taz Sabu.
Oh, yeah.
That was your huge rivalry coming
Yeah,
into
because
this.
Taz was the big deal back then.
Mm-hmm. So, and then '84 Starcade. Um, you had your Flair Dusty match with Joe Frazier as the special guest referee.
Joe Frazier, okay.
Oh yeah, smoking Joe Frazier. Yeah, U.S. Championship Wahoo McDaniel versus Superstar Billy Graham. Uh, Blanchard versus Steamboat. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking barely legal, probably.
Yeah, that's probably where I would lean to.
It's got too much significance to not move on at least one round.
Mm-hmm. The significance is big. Um, the matches are big. You're getting Terry Funk going over, so that was big at the time. So, okay, so we move on the 5 seed. Uh, Bare Legal, 97. Next up is the 413 matchup. We've got the Chi Town Rumble. 1989, taking on the 1989 Halloween Havoc.
If I remember right, I'm pretty sure I
It was
liked
the
the Chi-Town
same
Rumble
year.
when you were telling the cards originally.
Yeah. So Halloween Havoc, you've got the Thunderdome match between Flair and Sting versus Funk and Muda. You have well, uh, the Road Warriors versus the Skyscrapers. Luger versus Brian Pillman for the U.S. title. Doom versus the Steiner Brothers. And then your Chi-Town Rumble is famous for the main event, which was Steamboat defeating Flair for the NWA World Championship
Nice.
in one of their better matches. Road Warriors defend the titles against the Varsity Club, Kevin Sullivan and Steve Williams. Barry Windham versus Lex Luger for the U.S. title. Rick Steiner versus Rotundo for the NWA title. Um, what else is on here? Loser of the Fall lose NWA match. Midnight Express versus the original Midnight Express. Sting versus Butch Reed. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're in the same year. It's kind of hard.
Hmm.
I definitely think the Chi-Town Rumble uh, has the better main event.
Yeah, that's where I was leaning to anyway.
Halloween Havoc, I like the concept of it, but it really just doesn't really have much on it besides the Thunderdome match,
Hmm.
which was always kind of iffy anyway. I wasn't a big fan of Thunderdome matches. So.
Yeah, I was kind of leaning Chi-Town Rumble anyway.
Okay, so Chi-Town Rumble. Okay, now sixth seed is the 1984 Von Erich Memorial Parade
Oof.
of Champions,
I remember this card being
going
really
up
good.
against the 11th seed, the 96 uh, Bash at the Beach. So if we're talking significance, they both have a decent play on significance because you got uh, the Memorial, where in the main event, Kerry Von Erich won the match and ended up going up and winning the NWA title from Ric Flair.
That's pretty
That
significant.
was big at the time. And then you had the Von Erichs winning the WCCW six-man tag
Yeah, I was gonna say,
championship
didn't you say the
from
dad teamed up with him?
yeah, the Famous Rumors.
That's pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty good card, but then we go to uh 1996 Bash at the Beach, and we all know the significance of that one.
That's Hogan
It
third
kind of
man.
yeah, it turned the tables on what wrestling would become with the Attitude Era and
That's
everything.
pretty tough.
So you have that.
I don't really know what else I don't remember
Um,
what else that card has other than Hogan's the third
I
man.
mean, it had some decent matches, nothing crazy. You opened the show with Rey Mysterio versus Psychosis.
Oh, nice.
You had tape fist match between DDP and Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
A what match?
Uh, tape fist match.
A taped fist match. Okay.
You know, you had a double dog collar match between
Nice.
the Nasty Boys and Public Enemy. Any thoughts?
Um,
Giant Taskmaster versus Arn and Chris Benoit.
I'm kind of thinking that the memorial goes over. I I don't know if the bash can carry all the way just by Hogan's the third man. It's a significant moment,
Hmm.
but the thing that was significant, the reason why 97 Barely Legal goes through is because the rest of the card is pretty decent. and it has the significance added onto it. But this, it has the significance, but I don't know if the rest of the
Mm-hmm.
card holds up past the memorial. So I'm kind of leaning towards them.
The memorial.
Yeah, but it's up if
Yeah,
you
I
if
probably
you
agree
think
with
the
you.
bash.
I agree with you
Okay.
because the match, I mean, besides the main event, there's not a ton that's going on. Okay, so now we move on to 3 versus 14. The Super J Cup goes up against uh, Spring Stampede 1994.
I think this might be a clear one. I remember that J Cup being
Yeah,
amazing when you were talking about it.
yeah, all the different guys in it. You had Benoit in it. You had Eddie Guerrero, Dean Malenko. Basically, any kind of guy that was the beginnings of the cruiserweight divisions everywhere in the
Yeah.
world was wrestling in the Super J Cup. Now, Spring Stampede '94 had the Steamboat Flair double pin match for the world title.
Oh.
It had Vader versus the Boss, which is Big Boss Man. It had the International Championship between Rick Rude and Sting. Stunning Steve Austin versus the Great Muta. So some decent stuff in
Yeah,
there.
that sounds good, but I don't know that Super J Cup. I mean, we put it up there that high for a reason.
Yeah, you fell in love with it. So
I think I might have to move on.
yeah, I'll agree with that. Just because of the amount of talent that's on that card is insane. Okay, now we got the AWA Super Clash. The first one they did. Going up against 1992 Wrestle
Wrestle what? Wrestle War?
Wrestle War.
All right.
War. So you had a Wrestle War 92. You had a War Games match between Sting Squadron of Sting, Barry Windham, Dustin Rhodes, Ricky Steamboat, and Koloff against the Dangerous Alliance of Steve Austin, Rick Rude, Arn Anderson, Bobby Eaton, Larry Zbyszko.
I didn't realize how impactful Dustin Rose was back in the day.
He was in the main events. But really, that's about all that's on this card. Because
Okay.
everything else is pretty much trash. There's a few good matches on there.
What about the other one?
Super Clash. Super Clash. This happened in 1985. Your main event was Rick Martel versus Stan Hansen for the AWA. Flair fought Magnum TA for the NWA World Championship on this card. Uh, Road Warriors versus the Freebirds. Uh, Kerry Von Erich versus Jimmy Garvin.
The fact that you've already mentioned more matches than you mentioned on the other card probably means that this is going to go over.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely got a lot more quality just because it was a bunch of different things trying to come together, companies trying to come together to stop the WWF at the time from taking over. And the Wrestle War is mostly based on that War Games match.
And I bet
There's
it's a
not
pretty good
really a
War Games
ton.
match, but is it better than everything else on the other card?
No, probably the Super Clash was probably the safer bet for the 7-10 matchup.
All right.
And then we move on the 215 matchup. We have uh, number 2 is the 1980 Showdown Shay, and 15 is the 1992 Super Brawl 2.
I think Showdown and Shay, I remember that card being really good, so
Yeah, Showdown Shay, you get Bruno versus Larry Zbyszko. Then you get Andre and Hogan before Hogan's Hogan. Um, Hogan told the story about how he would try to slam Andre in these matches, and Andre would always fight him on it. That's why he was so nervous for the WrestleMania 3 match.
Well, I'm pretty sure he slams him at
Uh,
Shea.
yeah, I think he does, but he made it difficult for him every time. So then when they were doing the WrestleMania 3 match, he didn't know if he was actually going to let him do it or not. So,
Well, and Andre, I think, was a little bit bigger at WrestleMania 3 than he
well, and
was at.
he couldn't move anymore
Yeah.
either. So, but then at Super Bowl 2, you're getting Sting Luger for the title, Rick Rude versus Steamboat US title, Anderson and Bobby Eaton versus Steiner Brothers. Uh, you had Jushin Thunder Liger versus Brian Pillman was the opener.
Oh man.
Ron Simmons and Cactus Jack had a nice match. So yeah, it's got a decent card. Wyndham and Dustin Rose versus Stunning Steve and Larry Zbyszko because they were in the Dangerous Alliance. So it's decent. And then you got Showdown Shay, obviously, which doesn't have a lot on it. You have the tag titles with the Wild Samoans versus Backlund and Pedro Morales, who Backlund was the champ at the time. They like to do that a lot, I think. So,
I don't know. I think. Hmm. I want to say that Showdown Shea moves on, but that other card's pretty good.
yeah. It's hard to say 'cause it's
What's
pretty
the main event
decent.
again of the other match of the other card?
Super Bowl
Yeah,
is Sting Luger for the title.
Sting Luger. Okay.
So, Rude, Steamboat, Anderson, Eaton versus Rose.
What are you thinking?
I like the history of Showdown Shay,
Okay.
but I think Super Bowl probably has a better card, honestly,
All right.
with just the quality of matches it has on there.
So is the quality better than the significance?
That's a good question. That's what I'm not sure on. La Bamba.
Because I'll probably go with whatever you say. So whichever one you choose.
I probably just for the significance factor, I probably have to go Showdown Shay, honestly.
Okay.
Okay, so we ended up not having one.
No, we had the 9/8.
Oh, that's right. The 9 did beat the 8 in that one.
Other than that, there
We
weren't.
had one
Yeah.
upset, which was barely an
Yeah.
upset.
They're pretty evenly matched. Yeah.
So we move back up to the top of the bracket on the region, and it's the 1 seeds. 1983 Starcade versus the 9 seed 89 Great American Bash.
Oof. I mean, it's
So you got
probably got to be
Flair
Starcade.
Funk, Flair for the gold. You have a War Games match. You have a dog collar match.
I think it's got to be.
Yeah,
It's got to.
that's a hard
It's
one.
probably got to be Starcade.
I agree with that. I think it doesn't have the match card, just like because back then they didn't have enough big time stars
Yeah.
to
So they
make the
really just
match
built the main
cards
event.
the whole way through. So you build everything around the main event, everything else is kind of just filler. But that was until Vince came around. So our next matchup is the 5 seed 97 Barry Legal versus the 4 seed 89 Chi-Town Rumble.
89 what?
Chi, yeah, Chi-Town Rumble.
You kind of trailed off there. I didn't understand what you were saying.
Chi-Town Rumble.
All right.
I thought I read the wrong one for a second. Scared me.
Uh.
Chi-Town Rumble. So that's your Flair Steamboat.
Yeah.
What else is on there again? There's so many different cards. I gotta try to remember what goes where. Your tag match between the Varsity Club and Road Warriors. Wyndham versus Luger.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's mostly built around the main event.
Yeah. Is that better than
Flair
Funk versus
Steamboat.
Raven and Taz Sabu?
I mean, Taz Sabu is probably the best match out of any of these 2 cards. So I
Hmm.
think with Bare Legal being the first, that helps it too.
It does help it.
It's not just some random super card.
Yeah, that does help it.
So
Okay, I think Chi-Town Rumble had a good run, but
the 5 beats the 4 seed. Okay. Let's write this down. So the same thing happened on this side of the region that happened last seed. The one's going to face the 5 seed. There and then. Okay. Next matchup is going to be a hard one.
no, no.
The 6 seed 84 Von Erich Memorial. The 3 seed Super J Cup.
Oh man, it had to happen
Two that
eventually.
you like.
It had to happen
Two that you've
eventually.
been really high on this whole time. Talking about
Um,
multiple ones.
the Memorial's pretty good. It's got some good
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and it's got the emotional factor with Kerry winning the title and stuff.
Yep.
But the Super J Cup, if we're just talking pure wrestling,
It's definitely more your speed, that's for sure. And the amount of talent on there is just insane.
I hate to say it, but I'm kind of leaning Super J Cup.
Yeah, I think I'm going there too. I don't see how. I mean, you've really been around the 2 Von Erich matches. Other than that, there's not much
Yeah.
going on. So that Super J Cup just a non-stop wrestle fest. So okay, we'll go with that one. So okay, then we've got the 7 seed AW Super Clash taking on the 2 seed 1980 Showdown at Shea.
All right, we almost moved Shea or eliminated Shea in the first round. Is it able to
We
push through
did.
again?
We just talked about Showdown at Shea. It's got obviously Hogan, Andre, Steel Cage. Now that Steel Cage match was the bitter feud because Zabisco had turned on Bruno, who was his mentor.
Yeah.
It wasn't just some random Steel Cage.
Uh-huh. So it's got a little bit of
And
history, a little bit of
then,
grit.
mm-hmm. And then your Super Clash had Rick Martel, Stan Hansen, double count out. Ric Flair versus Amanda TA was on the Super Clash card. That's a good match.
Usually, if
Um,
Ric Flair's involved, it's going to be a good match.
yeah, for sure. Caravan Air versus Jimmy Garvin. Uh, Buddy Roberts fought Mil Mascaras.
Nice.
Uh, and Showdown Shane's really been around the 3 pillar matches
Is that enough to take it
with
past
that one.
Super Clash, whatever?
And Super Clash, I mean, Super Clash was kind of the same thing. You have a few more variety on there, but
I'm kind of
mostly it's
leaning Shea.
the 2 main. Yeah, I think especially with the Hogan and Andre match being on there too, kind of gives it that extra little history that
I know
you
it's a
didn't.
high seed, but it kind of feels like an underdog run right now. It's
They're just
like
getting close to being
yeah,
eliminated all the
it's
time.
like they're getting beat in the first half and then they have to make a comeback in the second half each time.
So we're down to the final 4. We did the exact same seeds as the
Oh, did
WrestleMania
we?
region. That's funny. So the 1 versus the 5 and the 3 versus the 2.
Okay.
So we'll go 1-5 first. We got 1983 Starcade, Fight for Gold, up against 1997 Barely Legal.
Oh man, can the little underdog story do it? Can the
Mm-hmm.
little ECW brand do it? That's a tough one.
I would say that if I had to watch an entire pay per view through, I'd probably be more willing to watch 97
I
Barely
was just
Legal.
about to say I was the same thing. I was gonna agree with you.
But also, it's hard for me to judge that like that because, um, we were kind of in the late we started watching that late end of the Attitude Era, uh, Ruthless Aggression era, and a lot of the ECW stuff kind of affects that.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
So ECW makes it a little more enjoyable for me to watch ECW.
And a lot of those TNA guys came from ECW, so we were big into
And I
TNA
mean,
in
on
the.
this card, you've got Funk, you got Raven, you got Steve Richards, you had the Taz Sabu match, which had all these matches on both these cards. It's probably right up there.
Oh man, okay.
Probably right up there with Valentine and Piper.
Jeez, high praise for Taz Sabu.
Taz Sabu's a great match. So,
All right, where are you thinking? Are you leaning towards them? Underdog story,
um,
a company that was put together with band-aids and dreams and bounce
tough one.
checks.
They did bounce a lot of checks. Um, I think I'm gonna go bare legal.
Okay, huge upset.
I think so.
The 1 seed goes down.
Yep, the 5 seed. Okay, and then our other final four matchup, the Super J Cup versus Showdown Shay,
Mm,
3 seed versus 2 seed.
mm.
And I think we all know which one we're picking here.
Which one are you thinking?
I'm going Super J Cup.
Okay, that's where I was going to. I just
I mean,
wanted to make sure.
Showdown Shay was holding its own, but if we're talking just straight wrestling, and I think with these older ones, that's what I focus more on
Yeah, because they weren't trying to
because
build like an atmosphere yet. WrestleMania
this
wasn't a
wasn't
thing.
like, yeah, you're just trying to build good wrestling cards at this point.
Stuff that people want to buy a ticket and go watch.
And I think that the Super J Cup really
All right, so we got a couple of
qualifies in there.
maybe unlikely participants here in the final two.
Yep. So we got the 3 seed 1994 Super J Cup taking on the 5 seed 1997 ECW's first pay per view, Barely Illegal.
All right, so we've already established both these cards by this point. I think
Yep.
the deciding factor is going to be is the significance of it being his first pay-per-view enough to outweigh the talent on the other card?
Mm.
Because either way, I mean, Super Jacob is probably just an overall better card because of the wrestling, but is the is the significance of it being the first pay-per-view that launches ECW into the next stage, is that enough?
Ugh. So where are you going?
I'm probably leaning barely legal.
Mm. And that kind of shocked me because I was kind of leading Super J Cup.
Okay, okay, we can have a coin flip if you want.
Mostly because I think for me, Super J Cup, a lot of the talent that is established at Super J Cup
Goes to
is
barely
what
legal.
builds the original ECW.
That is true.
Your Benoits, your Guerreros, Malenko. They kind of ECW used that to build up their brand at the beginning of it.
Okay, okay. I can see that.
But also, I mean, that Paralegal's got a lot of. It's. I mean, it basically, if you want to watch an ECW event and want to know
What
what
does Sandman
ECW is
do with
all
that card?
about, he's in that triple threat number one contender
Oh, right.
match against Stevie and Terry Funk. And then Funk goes up against
And how
Raven.
many beers does he drink?
A whole 6 pack probably by the time he gets down the ring. So I don't know. That's a tough one.
We can have a coin flip if you want. Because I'm
Yeah,
okay
might
either
as
way,
well.
really.
Just do a coin flip and let's see what happens.
Okay. Who do you want to be heads?
Super J Cup, probably.
Super J cut to be heads. All right, here we go. And the winner is Tails.
Oh. So the 5 seed, barely legal.
You know what? That's fitting. ECW's an underdog story, and they make it to
Mhm.
the final four. I like it.
Wins the old school region.
Congratulations.
So now they will be moving on To face, we don't know yet.
Well, at least WrestleMania.
Well, they're not going to go. They're on the other side.
I
I'm
know,
trying
but
to
the
remember
Final
what
Four
side
has
they're on.
WrestleMania one in there. So if they beat
So,
whoever
so
they come out
now,
of the other
yeah.
side.
So we know who the two of the Final Four guys are. We know WrestleMania 17 won the WrestleMania region, and now we know 1997 barely legal won the old school region.
Man, it's
Yeah.
gonna be a tough Final Four. I can't even imagine how we're gonna get through the everything else bracket or region.
hmm So next up, we will do the WWE Big Three region, and then we will have the 21st Century region.
That Big Three region is gonna be so difficult because we're comparing Survivor Series to Rumbles and
Oh, I
ugh,
know. There's so many different things you can look at.
if only the person who made the participants and would have chose different matchups, different cards.
Well, you can't always trust the guys in charge of this stuff. They're losers.
All right, well, that one I didn't see coming for sure. I didn't think Giuseppe was gonna was gonna win that region.
No, but it's nice to know that just because we rank them doesn't mean that's how we
Yeah,
have a matchup and win. So.
it wasn't all chalk.
Now, sometimes when you go back over them and you're comparing them to, just because you rank them a certain way doesn't mean when you compare them in a
Hmm.
one-on-one setting that it um, can't always come out differently.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, that has been the old school region of Bracket Madness, Supercard Wrestling Bracket Madness. Next up, you said was going to be the Big Three.
The WWE Big Three region.
That's going to be pretty difficult. That's got Survivor Series, Royal Rumbles, and SummerSlams all involved in it. So that is going to be
Yeah.
a difficult bracket or a difficult region to try to figure out and get to the final winner of that one. But we hope you enjoyed this episode of the Brothers Wrestling Podcast Bracket Madness. If you did and you're following along, maybe you got your own bracket and you're filling it out with us. That'd be awesome.
That's a good idea.
But we hope you enjoyed and leave a like, leave a comment if you agree or disagree with any of our choices for who made it out of this side of the region. And we will see you in the next episode of the Super Carter Wrestling Bracket Madness. Welcome back to the Brothers Wrestling Podcast with your host Logan
Hey then.
and welcome to another episode of the Super Card of Wrestling Bracket Madness. We've already completed two of the regions, the WrestleMania region and the Old School region, and now it's time to take on the third region of the bracket, and that is the WWE Big Three region. The Big Three
Mhm.
is obviously the SummerSlams, the Survivor Series, and the Royal Rumbles. And this one is going to get pretty interesting, Hayden. Let's kick it off.
Okay. Yeah, there's some crazy matchups that we have in this Big Three region. It's going to make it a little hard on some of these choices. So we start off with the 116 matchup. Our one seed is 2002 SummerSlam
That's a good one.
going up against 2018 Royal Rumble.
Oof, Nakamura and
Then,
Asuka.
yeah, 8-9, we have 01 SummerSlam is 8, 1992 Royal Rumble's 9. 5-12, we have the 5 seed as 2007 Royal Rumble, and the 12 seed is 1998 Royal Rumble.
Mm,
4-13, we have the 2020 Royal Rumble going up against the number 13 seed, 2013 SummerSlam. We have 6-11, 2000 SummerSlam 6, 2008 Royal Rumble's 11. We have 3-14, 2002 Survivor Series is 3. The 14 seed is the 2001 Royal Rumble. We have 7-10 as the 1992 SummerSlam in the 2001 Survivor Series. And our 2-15 is 2000 Royal Rumble, 2009 SummerSlam.
man, there's some good pay-per-views in there.
There are lots of good pay-per-views. I'd say 16 of them.
Yeah,
We
probably.
made the list. So,
Well, 15. 2007 Royal Rumble's all right.
would you stop? Why are you going to attack me like that? Okay, so I guess we're going to start at numero
Might
uno.
as well.
So, the 116 matchup. We have your 2002 SummerSlam going up against your 2018 Rumble. So your 2002 SummerSlam is main evented by Rock Brock.
Classic.
Great match. Its opening is Kurt Angle Rey Mysterio
Mm,
Rey Mysterio's first pay-per-view match in WWE. You also have the Un-Americans defending the tag titles at this event. You have Test and Undertaker at this event. You have one of the craziest
I was gonna
matches,
say, I think you're burying the lead a little bit here.
unsanctioned, Triple H and Shawn. I'm just trying to go through the ones I'm thinking about. So those are your main ones. Oh, Eddie and RVD have a match. Or no, Chris Benoit and RVD have a match at this one. That's a pretty good match. So, and then we got the 2018 Rumble. This is the first time they brought in the Women's Rumble, which was won by Asuka. We have Nakamura winning this one. And I think, let me double check here. I think the championship match was pretty good too.
Is this the Fatal Four Way, or is that a
Uh,
different Rumble?
can't remember off the top of my head now. I gotta check it out real quick. And of course, my phone's not working. Is AJ doing something? Is this when he goes against Sammy and Kevin?
I can look it up if you
Remember
need me
that.
to.
It's coming. It's just taking a while. I had to restart my phone. Yeah, look it up real quick because
Okay.
mine's not
Yeah.
loading. I'm pretty sure this is AJ versus Sammy and Kevin.
All right. The 2018
If I
Royal
remember
Rumble
right.
has, yes, it is AJ versus Kevin and Sammy in a handicap
Yeah, what
match.
was the other one?
You've got the tag titles Usos versus Gable and Benjamin. 2 out of 3 falls match.
Mm-hmm.
The Royal Rumble winning, Nakamura winning the Rumble. You've got Cesaro and Sheamus beating Rollins and Jason Jordan, which I completely forget that they're a team all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
then
right.
Brock versus Kane and Braun Strowman.
Oh, that's right. The triple threat. That's what it was.
Which that's just an
Yes.
insane match.
So you get that triple threat match, was a crazy match.
I think the only thing that we can argue for in favor of the 2018 Rumble is the Nakamura Rumble win. Does
Yeah,
that?
it's a good
I know.
rumble.
Is that shock value of Nakamura winning it enough to catapult it over the number 1 seed?
Well, because didn't he eliminate Roman?
Yeah, he beats Roman. Yep.
So yeah, I mean it's pretty good.
Is it a Cinderella story though?
No, because at that point, not if that happened now, it would be. But at that point, Nakamura was on
No, I'm
top of the
saying
world.
is that enough to make this a Cinderella seed over the 1 seed?
Oh, it's the whole paper? No, I don't think so. It's a great Royal Rumble. I'm not gonna. That's a good one to watch. And that first women's one, there's so many good callbacks
Yeah, they really go
and
all out for the returns
surprises.
and stuff in that first one.
Uh, but as a whole pay per view, I think SummerSlam blows it away with just the quality of
I
matches on
would
the
agree
card.
with you.
So we'll go SummerSlam there. Then we go to our 8-9. Probably, I would say this is probably the hardest matchup on here. You got the 8 seed is the 2001 SummerSlam going against the 1992 Royal Rumble.
Oof, that's Flair.
You got Flair crying, tear in his eye.
That's so good.
That was for the championship. So you had that match. You had a few. The other matches on that card are decent. There's nothing that's like crazy on that card, but it definitely is carried by the Royal Rumble match. You got. I mean, that's probably one. I would say probably one of the most star-studded Rumbles ever.
hmm
There's so many good people in that match.
Doesn't Hogan pull somebody? He pulls Sid out, doesn't he?
Yeah, he pulls Sid out because Sid eliminated him, and that's how it ended. Piper won the title from the Mountie, the Intercontinental title.
From the Mountie.
And there wasn't much in terms of
Yeah, this
other
is we're going to base
matches.
this off of the actual Rumble itself.
It's mostly just the
Yeah.
Rumble. But in the Rumble, you had Bulldog, Ted DiBiase, Flair, Haku, HBK, Santana, Texas Tornado, Valentine, Bossman, Hercules, Piper, Snake, Hacksaw, IRS, Superfly, Undertaker, Macho Man, Hogan, Slaughter, Sid Justice, and the Warlord. So, I mean, it's got a ton of people
You
in
probably fill a Rumble with all those guys' kids.
it. Yeah, pretty much. So, but is that better than 2001 SummerSlam? Which 2001 SummerSlam is kind of the crescendo point after the invasion started. They have a few big time invasion matches. Your main events: Rock beating Booker T for the WCW Championship, Kurt Angle versus Stone Cold WWF Championship, Bros of Destruction inside Steel Cage against DDP and Canyon, a great ladder match, one of my favorites, RVD versus Jeff Hardy.
Oh yeah, I remember that ladder match.
Jericho fought Rhino, X-Pac and Tajiri unified the Cruiserweight and Light Heavyweight titles. Edge versus Light Storm is a good match for the Intercontinental Championship. APA and Spike versus Dudley Boys and Test.
It's pretty all around pretty good.
It's a solid card, but does that card hold up against that Royal Rumble? That's the question.
I think there's
That
more
is a question.
quality in the rest of the matches than there is in the actual Rumble match.
Yeah, I can see that. So you want to go SummerSlam?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. That's a good Rumble to kick out, though.
That's the first time we've had an 8 win over a 9, though.
I think so, yeah. Because, yeah, last time it was Bash over Starcade. And no, the first one, WrestleMania 31, beat WrestleMania 38.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. So now we move on to the 5-12 seeds. Now, this is two Rumbles, so this helps a little bit. This is the 2007 Royal Rumble is the 5 seed going up against the 1998 Royal Rumble. That is a 12 seed.
I'll let you make your case for the 2007 Rumble.
I mean, 2007 Rumble is the quintessential Royal Rumble. I don't know why we're even talking about it. It's the greatest Royal Rumble card, top to bottom.
Top to bottom.
That there ever has been. You're telling me you start this card out with a rivalry that's spanned now 3 months, and this is like their culmination match of Eminem versus the Hardy Boys. This is after the busted nose of Mercury. They thought he was going to die. This is after Nitro Hardy Steel Cage match at New Year's Revolution. This is the big time. You got that match that opens the card. Great opener. Then you have Test Lashley, which not the greatest match, but it's a hard hitting match, and then Test ends up getting himself counted out. Your world title match is Batista versus Mr. Kennedy, and this is Kennedy's like first big shot. And he holds his own throughout the whole match, and Batista ends up beating him. And then you got one of my favorite matches ever. Last Man Standing, Cena, Umaga, WWE Championship.
He just chucks those steel steps at him.
Just throwing the steps from the ring straight into Umaga on the outside. Some of the stuff they did in that match is insane. He ends it with choking him with the bottom rope and legit chokes him out. I mean, there's not much you can say about that card. And then we talked about the 92 being stacked, but that 2007 Royal Rumble is right up there with stacked Royal Rumbles. There's not really many bad names in that match. There's a few, I'll give you that. Super Crazy's in there.
Yeah, don't disrespect Super Crazy.
I'm just saying, like, in terms of main event status, he ain't up there. But, because your first time bringing in the ECW guys, so you had some extra stuff in there. So, now 98 Rumble's got two big things going for it. It's got Stone Cold winning, and that was, I think, his second one.
It's his second one, yeah.
But this one's the one that's leading towards the Austin era beginning at WrestleMania. So you have that, and then you have the huge casket match for the WWE Championship. Shawn Michaels versus Undertaker.
All right, where
Shawn Michaels
tears his back up.
Yeah, that's where he gets hurt.
Which, when you watch that match, doesn't even look like it hits him that hard, but it just hits the right spot.
It just nicks him just in the right spot. So, you know where I'm going with this. So, do you have any complaints?
I mean, I'm tempted to make this a coin flip, but I think I'll just go with you on 2007. Because then what if the coin flip goes wrong and then you have a meltdown?
I will have a meltdown. 98's good.
It'll get bumped out eventually.
No, stop it. Talking. Okay, so moving on to the 4 and 13 matchup, we have the 2020 Royal Rumble.
That's an underrated one. People
Going,
forget that it was
yeah,
before the pandemic.
exactly. Versus the 2013 SummerSlam. So 2020 Rumble, you always got the two Rumble matches. You've got
I don't remember who wins
uh,
the women's one, that one.
you got Drew winning the men's Royal Rumble, and in that match is when he eliminates Brock.
Yeah, because people
And
thought Brock
that
was going to win that.
and that match is really two matches. You get the Brock beginning, where he obliterates everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and then you got Drew coming in
And then it
and
changed the
taking him
game.
out, and then ended that match, end up winning. I think he last eliminates Roman in that one too,
Probably.
and he ends up beating Roman. Then you also had on that card the women's, which ended up with Charlotte winning.
Oh, right. Charlotte won that. Oh, it's
She
because she
wins
goes and
that
challenges
one,
Rhea. That's right.
and then she challenges Rhea for the NXT Championship. You also had a match between Roman and Baron Corbin in like a false Canadian match that was started the show. That was the end of their feud. And then you had I'm trying to remember what the other championship match was. I don't think there was another championship match on that one. But you had the Rumble. You had the big surprise of Edge coming back.
Amazing.
That was a huge moment. That makes that one a little more special. So that was a big time deal. What was the other match on there? Because Brock Lesnar was a champion, so he didn't. He didn't. Oh yeah, it was the Fiend Bray Wyatt versus Dana Bryan in a strap match. That
I
was the
remember
other
that match.
championship match.
That was a good
And
match.
then you also had Becky Lynch versus Asuka. That was a pretty good match. Bailey defended her title against Lacey Evans. So there were some solid matches
That strap match is
on
underrated.
that card. Yeah, that's a good match. So, and then you have 2013 SummerSlam. The 2013 SummerSlam, you get the big time matchup everyone was waiting for with Daniel Bryan finally getting his chance going up against John Cena.
Yeah, doesn't he win and then get pedigreed and Orton cashes in?
Yeah, he wins the match and then he gets pedigreed by special ref Triple H. And then Randy Orton comes
Yeah,
out
I
and
thought
cashes
so.
in on him, and that's the beginning of the Authority. So we also have the beginning of Authority here. We have Dolph and Caitlyn versus Big E and AJ when they broke up that group. Lesnar and Punk, no DQ,
Mm.
was on this one. You had Natalia versus Brie Bella, not a big match. You had Alberto versus Christian, Cody Rhodes and Damian Sandow after they broke up their group. You had the Ring of Fire match between Bray Wyatt and Kane, basically an Inferno match.
They really hated Punk back then, didn't they?
Oh yeah, I was just watching a thing about that actually. It's funny. And then the pre-show match was the U.S. title between RVD and Dean Ambrose.
Nice.
So, so it was a pretty good card.
I thought RVD was in TNA at that time.
No, he just come back.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's a pretty decent card. Not a ton of big time matches besides the
I
Lesnar
think
Punk
that
and
one's heavily
Bryan Cena.
carried by the main event, so and what happened after. So
Yeah, I think so too.
I think we might be leaning towards
You have more quality with the
2020 Rumble.
Rumble. I would say
And it's
so,
got Edge.
probably. I mean, that's the first Rumble to be the SummerSlam.
If you got Edge on
Okay,
your card, you're gonna be good in my books.
that's true. It was good. Now we go to 6-11 matchup. So far, we haven't had no upsets, but this one's going to be the sixth seed is 2000 SummerSlam, and the 11th seed, the 2008 Royal Rumble.
Cena returns. Okay.
So you get your 2000 SummerSlam. You get The Rock going up against Triple H and Kurt for the title.
Is
Undertaker
that
versus
where
Kane.
Kurt gets knocked out?
This is the match where you've seen it in all the "Don't Do This at Home,"
Yeah, where the thing
where they go for
breaks.
the pedigree on the table
Yeah.
and it breaks and he falls on
Doesn't he
head
tear his
first.
quad?
No, that's not the Terry
Oh,
Quad
okay.
pedigree. But Kurt gets knocked out and then he goes to the back
Yeah, and then he comes back out for
and
the
then he has
finish.
to come back out.
I
He
remember
comes
him
back
telling a
out for
story
the
about that.
finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Undertaker versus Kane and a no contest when Undertaker unmasked Kane and he hit his face.
Nice.
You have the first ever TLC. That's what this one's famous for.
Oh, right.
Christian and
Talking
Edge
about the main
versus the
event.
Other Boys. Huh?
We were talking about the main event, like that's the main thing. The TLC is
No,
the
no,
main thing.
no. This what made this pay per view famous. I mean, the main event was good, but this is the
I
famous
forgot
one.
that was on this card.
Dudley's and Hardys. That's Christian and Edge. We're gonna keep doing that now,
Don't
just
do
to
that.
take you off. I'm contributing to the Mandela effect.
It's Edge and Christian.
You had 2 out of 3 falls. Benoit and Jericho. That's a great match. The hardcore match with Shane McMahon and Blackman,
Where he falls from the thing.
where he falls from the top
That's
when
awesome.
Blackman hits
Great
him.
imagery. Especially with that's a good
Lawler,
SummerSlam logo too.
yeah, it's all around good SummerSlam. You get Lawler versus Taz,
Oh jeez.
and when JR hits him with the glass bowl of
Oh
candy,
right, yeah.
knocks Taz out. You got X Pac and Road Dogg fighting for the DX name.
Painful
You
DX.
got Val Venus and Trish versus Eddie Guerrero and China for the Intercontinental Championship. Eddie
Nice.
Guerrero ends up winning it. And then you had Too Cool against Right to Censor.
I'm kind of
Now,
feeling the vibes of the SummerSlam right now.
now the 2008 Rumble's good though. Don't sleep on the Rumble yet. The Rumble, you have a pretty star-studded Rumble match in that one too. Now that one kind of gets bogged down for me because they do add a lot of filler guys.
Don't they have Roddy Piper in that match?
Because they're in Madison Square Garden, so they do Piper and they do Snuka and they fight, and they also have Mick Foley come out and he does the thing with Hornswoggle, and Hornswoggle's in it too. So it's not the definitely not as star-studded
Why
as
can't we
some of
go
the other
back
ones.
to Madison Square Garden with that camera angle with that other entrance?
They don't like to do that; it was too small for them.
They need to do that. That's a much better entrance.
But the real cool thing, there's a couple good things in this match. You get the Undertaker and Shawn doing the double elimination thing,
Yeah, because they kick it off this time.
and then you also get um, the final three of Triple H, Cena, and Batista, which has one of the most epic stare downs when they all three do their moves. That's I love that part of the match.
And obviously, I mean, you mentioned him already, but Cena returns after
See, yep,
the
Cena
injury.
just is returning. That's one of the biggest pops I've ever heard.
He gets hurt when he gets RKO'd, right? That's when he tears his shoulder.
No, no, he tears it in the match with Kennedy,
Oh, right, in
and
the match
then
when
Orton,
yeah, okay,
yeah,
okay,
and then Orton attacks him, and so then on the ECW,
okay.
McMahon comes out and says that
That's right, that's right.
it's Orton that hurt him,
Yeah,
but in
I've
reality it
I've
was
fallen for the
Kennedy.
propaganda.
Yep. Then you had your WWE Championship match was Orton versus Jeff,
Nice.
which this is has one of my favorite RKO finishes of all time.
Oh,
When he goes for the twist of fate and he spins through, and Orton reverses it
oh
and
yeah,
spins,
yep. That's a
and then
good one.
catches him in the
That's a good
RKO.
one.
Oh, that's one of the smoothest transitions into the
They got to
RKO
recreate that.
ever. It's great.
Ethan Page does a twist of fate.
hmm Then you have Edge versus Rey Mysterio for the World Heavyweight. This is where Vicky sacrifices herself, taking the 619 for
That's
Edge,
right. Yeah,
and then he catches Ray with a spear in midair.
sacrifice.
You got JBL versus Jericho because JBL was ticked off. That's when JBL just came back from announcing because he was ticked off. Jericho just came in and had a championship match because he had at Armageddon he had Orton in the walls of Jericho and JBL just laid him out with a big boot.
Oh right.
So you have that, and that match ends with DQ and JBL starts choking him with the TV cables
How do we get to JBL versus Finley at WrestleMania? How do we get there?
because because they do a match where this is when Hornswoggle's the son of McMahon still,
Okay.
and so he keeps punishing Hornswoggle. Like he ends up having a steel cage match, and JBL's the one that goes to Vince and tells him that he knows something about Hornswoggle
Hmm.
that Vince doesn't know, and that they were playing a joke on Vince the whole time, and Hornswoggle was really Finley's son,
Oh.
but they were playing a joke on McMahon to embarrass him. And so JBL tells him that, and so then they end up doing the JBL versus Hornswoggle steel cage match, where he throws him, does uh, the backdrop throw he does off the
Yeah.
top
Yeah.
usually, but this time he does it into the cage.
I gotta watch that match again.
on Hornswoggle and lays him out. And then Finley comes out, but he can't get in. And so that leads to the Belfast Brawl at
Okay.
WrestleMania.
And now look at what Hornswoggle was doing. He's wrestling in AEW with the Watchdogs
Mm-hmm.
or whatever they're called.
Mm-hmm. And the first match on this card was the career-threatening match, Flair against MVP.
I'm still kind of feeling the SummerSlam vibes.
So it's a good card for a Royal Rumble.
Yeah, that's a decent card. I like some of the matches on there, but
JBO did not like to work Royal Rumbles, and that's why he was doing. He always did stuff at Royal Rumbles before he retired. It's a thing.
I'm feeling the SummerSlam vibes. I don't know where you're going, but I'm
I mean,
feeling.
with the TLC, it's hard to go against it, but this is a good Rumble.
I was just
But
talking about the McMahon Blackman match.
I mean, that's good too. You got that. You got the main event's good. Yeah, we'll go 2000 SummerSlam.
Not
Okay,
2007
moving on.
SummerSlam.
Calm down. That one's good too, though. Should have been
It's
on
fine.
this list.
Just a couple
You cut
returns.
it out. Whatever. All right, the 3 versus 14 matchup. We have 2002 Survivor Series versus the 2001 Royal Rumble.
2002 Survivor Series got poopy pants Shawn Michaels.
The 2000, yeah, it's not a great look. But you have, so you have your '02 Survivor Series. This is the debut of the Elimination Chamber. First
Fantastic
time ever.
concept. I can't believe they thought of it just then and not earlier.
Eric Bischoff's brainchild and storyline, even though I think a lot of it was Triple H and a couple other
I
guys.
think Jericho helped.
Well, Jericho's the Money in the Bank guy.
I know, but he did a lot of that kind of stuff. He came up with ideas like that.
So, great match. Triple H gets basically murdered.
Yeah, that's
in this
brutal.
match.
Oh, such a
He
brutal
still
shot from
wrestles.
RVD. He thought he had
I
more
mean,
room than he did.
yeah, I have a lot of complaints about in general. But one thing you can never say about Triple H is that he wasn't a tough SOB. I mean, he finished 2 matches with torn quads. He smashed his trachea and swallowed blood. He still finished that
That was a
match.
brutal. You
I
can
mean, that
see it
dude,
too.
when he
Ugh, I
got
cringe
hurt,
every time I see it.
he got stabbed in the leg
Oh, it's
at
right
the
by
Royal
the piece of
Rumble,
wood. Yeah,
and he still fought.
that's a
And
great match
I
too.
mean, that dude did not stop if he was hurt. So I'll give him credit for that. But so you got that match. You also had the triple threat tag match, which is a great match. Um, Edge and Ray versus Kurt Angle Benoit versus Los Guerreros. You had the debut of Scott Steiner
Nice, Big Papa Pump.
when he saved. Um, it was like Chris Nowitzki and Matt Hardy were in the ring, and he came out and laid him out.
He's the big bad
They
booty
were,
daddy.
they were arguing about something.
I saw quick tangent. I saw somebody comment on us. It was like a TikTok video of Scott Steiner highlights, and one
Mm-hmm.
of them was like a promo, and the person said he says a whole lot and a lot of nothing in the same sentence.
Yep, exactly. That's his whole gimmick. He just keeps talking,
So I just
and
thought that was
then
funny.
I got girls 8 days of the week. There's 7 days, Scott.
English.
7. Um, he debuts. You had the WWE Championship match, Brock Lesnar versus Big Show, where Heyman betrays
Oh right,
Lesnar
I always forget that
and
it's
Big
got that
Show
same
wins.
card.
Yep, that was the WWE Championship match. You had the first match on the cards, the tables match, um, between it was like Bubba and I can't remember all who was in that one. Bubba and whatever. It ends up being with the Dudleys reunite. I
Oh
think it was
right,
3 minute warning.
because they had already separated from
I
the
think it was
draft.
Bubba and Spike. Yeah, I think it was Bubba and Spike
Yeah, probably
in the
that
3 minute
makes sense.
warning.
Bub and Spike. Yeah,
And then that.
I remember that. Yep. Yep.
So you had that, and then you had.
I don't know why they
I
split them
think
up. It doesn't make any sense.
I think you had a hardcore match with Trish and Victoria, if I remember
Nice.
right. That's a good match. And then you go to 2001 Rumble, and you got Stone Cold dominating this Rumble. Eliminates 3 people.
Number 3.
This is the Rumble though that has Kane's 11-man run
That's right.
that doesn't get broken forever. Because he just came in and just started eliminating everybody. Now, this wasn't the greatest Rumble ever. It doesn't have a ton of big time stars. It's a lot of mid card guys. But it gets good at the end. You end with Stone Cold, and you end with The Rock and Kane and Billy Gunn. So decent Final Four.
Polar bear in
What?
Arlington, Texas. Billy
Yeah.
Gunn being in there.
And then that's so true. But he was getting pushed at that time. Give him a break.
You know, then what? Just like a year or two later, he's dating Chuck
Chuck,
Palumbo.
that's a push. He's pushing. He's pushing. But you also this is also the same thing that had Drew Carey come
Oh,
out.
nice! I forgot about that. Yeah,
That was the Drew Carey Rumble. Yeah, that was about. There wasn't much to this match besides the
I'm
Kane eliminations.
I'm kind of thinking
Oh,
Survivor Series.
you haven't even heard the rest of the card. Calm down.
I know, but I don't know if the rest of the
There's
card
more to
can.
this card.
Okay.
You had Kurt Angle defend the WWF Championship against Triple H. They were still doing that rivalry. You had Ivory versus China for the Women's Championship. She gets knocked out in that match.
Nice.
And then you had WWF Tag Team Championship. Edge and Christian get beat by the Dudley Boys. That's leading you straight to TLC 2. And you had one of the greatest ladder matches I've ever seen. Intercontinental Championship. Chris Benoit versus Chris Jericho. The classic spot everyone remembers is when he dives through the ropes and Jericho smashes him with a chair.
Oh yeah.
That's one of those.
And then you think, is that what did it?
That's one of those. Yep, that makes sense. Kind of moments. So
I don't know. I mean, you said a lot of stuff there, but I don't know if it.
what am I, Scott Steiner? You said a lot of nothing. I feel like that's what you're trying to tell me. You said a lot of nothing.
I'm kind of feeling, even though that Rumble's kind of cool with the Kane eliminations and all that kind of stuff. I'm kind of feeling Survivor Series on this one.
Yeah, it's hard to beat the Elimination Chamber, I think.
The first ever, I mean.
Yeah.
If it was
Plus,
like
it's a
the
great
second
match.
or
It's not like
third.
it's a crappy one. Trust me, there's been crappy Elimination Chambers. So
Yeah, the one where Ziggler's like calling out all the spots or something.
yeah, there's a lot of bad ones.
Ryback doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, yeah, at least the big guy, he knows. The guy.
I like that him just eating chips has become a meme that people use now.
Gotta be famous for something. It ain't wrestling. Okay, so we're moving on to 2002 Survivor Series. So next up we have our I'm lost my spot here. 7 and 10 matchup. Shut up. We have our 7 and 10 matchup. 1992 SummerSlam is your 7th
Oof,
seed. 2001
okay.
Survivor Series
1992 SummerSlam. That's Wembley.
it is Wembley. So your main event obviously is the one of the greatest matches in WWE history. Bulldog versus Brett. Brett carries Bulldog through that entire match.
You say that a lot, but then you always say that it's one of the greatest matches in history.
And just because Brett carries
You
him
gotta
through it
give
doesn't
Bulldog
make it
some
a
credit.
bad
He's a
match.
part of that match.
Yeah, and if you watch it, you can tell that Brett's like, "Come here,"
And who comes
nope,
away with the
stand
win?
there.
Let's be
And
real.
Bulldog, because it's in freaking Wembley.
Let's
Of course
be
he's
real
gonna
here.
win that
Who
match.
carried who?
Brett. He carried him the whole match and then let him win.
Brett screwed Brett. Let's just be real.
Yeah, Brett carried everybody. Let's just be real.
Brett screwed Brett.
Then we got the crappy Undertaker Kamala match by DQ. Your championship WWE championship match was Warrior versus Savage, which was kind of a dream match for people, but it was
A dream
it
match.
wasn't
In
a great
1992,
match.
people are dreaming about that.
Yeah, it was a big time match that everyone wanted to see.
I wish I could go back in time and just see the hype for Warrior because I never saw it.
Yeah, it's huge hype. It was this SummerSlam was called the SummerSlam you thought you'd never see.
Okay.
And then you realized you didn't want
You
to.
didn't want to see it.
So, because not much else happens on this one besides the
And
main
they're the higher.
match.
Did we rank them the higher seed?
They are the 7 seed, yeah.
We must have ranked it heavily because of Wembley.
I mean, it's the atmosphere. It's a huge stadium show. You have Crush versus Repo Man,
Oh yeah.
Natural Disasters versus Beverly Brothers, Rick Martel and Shawn Michaels in a nobody hit our face match.
And nobody hit our face
'Cause,
match, what?
yeah, Rick Martel was the model, so he didn't want to get hit in the
Oh,
face, and
right.
HBK was HBK.
Why'd they
So
think
he
that the
didn't want to get hit in
model
the
was going to
face, so it
work?
ended in a double count out. Yeah, Nails beat Virgil. Nails. And you had the Legion of Doom beat Money Inc. in the first match of the
All right, a lot of bums.
night. But the main thing about it is that Smith Hart match is rated the best match in SummerSlam history by WWE.
That's kind of
It had
insane.
an attendance of 78,927. WWE themselves said there was 80,000, but they always
Of course, they're going to
expand
say
it a
that.
little bit.
It's like Hogan saying he flew. What did he say? Like he wrestled like 400 days a year, or whatever.
Yeah, he does Scott Steiner math. So we have that one, and then we had the 2001 Survivor Series that was based solely around the Invasion finale. So
I
you had
remember you
your
pushing pretty hard for this one back when we were ranking it.
yeah, because it's quality because it had all the Invasion stuff. You had Team WWF in a winner takes all match. So you had The Rock, Jericho, Undertaker, Kane, and Big Show taking on the Team Alliance, which was Stone Cold, Kurt Angle, RVD, Booker T, and Shane. That's a good match. Great match. You had a six-pack challenge for the vacant women's championship, which Trish ended up winning. You had the immunity battle royal, so whoever won it couldn't get fired for a year, which Test won. You had the tag team unification match in the steel cage with the Dudley Boys and the Hardy Boys. That's where Jeff does the dive off the top through the table and misses,
Oh, I
and that's how
remember
they
that.
lose. Yeah, and then you
How
had
is he still walking?
I don't know. Talk about guys who did the crazy stuff and never got hurt. He rarely ever got hurt.
Hey, he just did drugs.
Why you always got to do that?
He hurt
Then
me
you
too
had
many
you.
times.
Oh, would you stop? He's fine now.
He
Unification
just does
match.
TikToks with his
U.S.
daughter now.
Would you shut up? Leave him alone. It's Jeff freaking Hardy. Unification match, U.S. Championship, Edge with the Intercontinental Champion Test. Edge wins. They get rid of the U.S. title. William Regal beat Tajiri. And Christian defended the European Championship against Al Snow.
The problem that I have with the invasion angle, among other things, is that it never really felt like it was WCW versus WWF. It always was. You had Kurt Angle and Stone Cold on WCW side. Like those are WWF guys. So like
Well, yeah, because they couldn't get any of the WCW guys to come
I
over.
know that's why it didn't work, and I can't really. I
They
mean,
couldn't get
your main
NWO to come.
your main blow off Survivor Series match is Team WWE or Team WWF versus Team WWF.
Well, RVD and Booker T and well, Shane. You had RVD
You
and
got
Booker
Booker
T.
T. RVD's ECW, Booker T's WCW. So you got one guy of each.
Okay, well, that's at least two guys.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know if I can
The whole
even.
alliance was WWF guys.
I know.
I mean, the alliance guys that won at this pay per view was Test, who won the Battle Royal. He's technically in the alliance, even though he never ever wrestled over there. He just was in the alliance because the uh, whatever their names are, Christian and Jericho joined them. Well, Jericho didn't, but Christian joined them, and Test went with him and Lance Storm. And then you had the Dudleys because of their ECW ties. And then you had like William Regal was the alliance commissioner. So Christian won the European Championship, but he was alliance.
I don't know. I'm not feeling the Alliance or the Invasion Survivor Series stuff. So even though
Uh,
even though SummerSlam's not that good, I'm not feeling the Alliance or the Invasion.
you could be a hater all you want. 92 SummerSlam moves on. Still no upsets. Then
That
we
was a
got
prime
our
spot for one, but
yeah, you're just too much of a chicken. You're an Anthony Rothman. Can't convince
I'm
yourself
just not
to
feeling it. It just wasn't very good.
goodness. Okay, then we got the 215 matchup. 2000 Royal Rumble is your 2 seed going up against the 15 seed 2009 SummerSlam.
Okay.
SummerSlam, baby. I could do Dusty.
I got it. Yeah.
SummerSlam,
Don't
baby.
do Dusty.
Seth.
So I literally just edited a video of ours where you were doing that exact same impression.
Because I love when he says Seth Rollins. Oh, baby, that's
And I'm
right.
pretty sure I said don't do the impression in that video too.
Seth, Seth freaking Rollins, baby. That works. All right, so 2000 Royal Rumble, you got your Royal Rumble match. One of my favorite Royal Rumbles.
Yeah, but it's got
A
a
lot of good
salty
guys.
finish.
It's got a bad finish. Can't. At least they acknowledge it later on, but
Kind of.
definitely not the greatest finish in the world. You had one of the best matches, a street fight
Oh yeah,
between
it's one
Triple
of my
H
favorite
and
matches.
Catch Jack. That's one. Yeah, the pedigree onto the tax at
Love
the
it.
end. Oh, classic.
Triple H says that he felt his boot getting warm, and he realized that
Oh,
it's filled with blood.
ugh, gross. Um, you had the bikini contest is
Nice.
on this. You had the start off was a table match between the Hardys and the Dudleys. Table elimination, first ever tag team tables
Oh,
match
that's right.
ever.
Doesn't Jeff jump out of something?
He jumps off that middle
Yeah. Yeah.
because this is a Madison
Yeah,
Square
so he
Garden
jumps
too.
out that little entrance thing.
Yeah, the interesting right onto Boa. Then you had the debut of Taz. He took
Oh,
out Kurt
classic.
Angle. He tapped out Kurt Angle. And I think that was the main stuff. I don't think there was another
I'm
match.
feeling pretty good about that right now.
But I think 2009 SummerSlam is underrated.
All right. Hit me with
So
it.
you start your main event is TLC. Jeff Hardy defends against CM Punk,
Classic.
where you have Punk win and then stand over Hardy. And when the lights go out, lights come back on. Undertaker's in the ring
Oh, yeah.
underneath Punk,
The little switcheroo.
and that starts the Undertaker feud. This is where Jeff is. He loses that steel cage match on SmackDown, leaves, and goes to TNA.
Is that the time where he shows up on top of the cage on TNA? Or is that a different time?
That's when he debuts. Yeah. Then you have Orton Cena. That starts their big 2009 rivalry. You have ECW Championship Christian versus William Regal. He beats him in 8 seconds. It's
God,
hilarious.
they hated Regal, didn't they?
Yep, they hate him. Then you had DX going up against Legacy. That's a pretty good match. They carried DX carries them, but still a good match.
Cody
Yeah,
and Ted are
Kane.
decent. Well, Cody's decent.
Oh, this is 2009. Cody and Ted though. They're young,
Yeah.
so the DX carried that match. You have Kane versus Great Khali. You have Jericho defends the titles against Crime Time. MVP takes on Jack Swagger. And you had the first match, which is a great match. This is like right in the middle of Ray's amazing Intercontinental
You
run.
sounded a lot like Trump there.
Great match.
Great. This is great. Which great match?
Great match. Good, fun time. Great
Oh,
thing to
hey,
watch.
whoa.
Okay, get out here, Biden. Then we got Ray defends that title against Dolph Ziggler.
Ooh.
Pretty good match.
Okay, that
So
was the card was not bad. I thought it was worse than that.
the card has some good quality on it.
But
So
I don't know if it can pass the street fight. The street fight's too good.
yeah, but the TLC match is good on this one.
Yeah,
So if
it
you
is.
take the TLC and you take the Street Fight away,
Okay.
which one holds up for you?
Hmm.
Is that Rumble good enough, or do you like DX Legacy, Orton
I
Cena?
mean the tag team table match is pretty good too.
Tag team table match is good. Taz's debut is funny.
Yeah, and Kurt tapping out's pretty crazy. So I
He never
think I'm.
taps. Slander. He never
You
taps.
just
He
literally said
passes
it when you were
out.
talking about the card.
He passes out. It's different. I said Taz won.
I'm pretty sure you said taps out.
No, stop it. I
Editor
never said
Juice,
that.
if or Editor Logan, play that back.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to
You
myself
talking to your third
I'm
person?
talking to myself when I edit this. Playback
Yeah.
Hades if he said tap out. If he didn't,
Stop
then
it.
don't play it back.
Yeah. Play back the truth. He tapped out Kurt Angle. Anyway, he passes out. That's why he's still undefeated afterward.
I'm kind of leaning towards
Dare you.
that.
I figured he would. But 2009 SummerSlam, don't sleep
Yeah,
on that
I'm
one.
not saying it's
a good
bad.
card.
I'm saying a pretty good card.
It sounds like you're saying it's bad.
It
I do like how
sucked.
there's the posters on here. And everybody's in a match on this card that's on the poster except Kofi Kingston. He just ran him on the poster.
Well, that's because they had to get the token black guy.
Well, they had MVP on this
Oh,
card.
did they?
He beats Jack Swagger. Why would you put him on the poster?
He's not as
Yeah,
popular.
there's Eagle Jackson out there with William Regal.
Kofi's popular.
I forgot about that group. William Regal, Ezekiel Jackson, Vladimir Kozlov.
What?
The what they call themselves, the Round Table, something
The
like that.
round table.
Yeah,
What are they? Knights?
they were something. Let me look. Now that's falling on that tangent.
The round table.
Ruthless Round Table, maybe.
The ruthless round table.
I think that's what it was.
Now we're
Yeah,
just-
Ruthless Round Table.
What are we talking about? Who came up with that name?
Regal, probably.
Now we're just getting crazy.
Yeah, Ruthless Round Table. They were together till the end of ECW.
There's only two versions of Kozlov that I like. And it's the one he first debuted, and he was like
I know which
unstoppable.
one you're gonna say.
And then
Don't
when he was
say
with Santino.
No. When he's wearing the little hat. Classic.
And he says,
Alright,
I
so-
love double E.
2000 Royal Rumble. When he dances in the middle of the ring. Oh, God.
Pretty clear winner, though.
So, I don't think it was that clear.
On to the next round.
Yeah, so first round's done. So now we're going back to the top. So, our first matchup in the top, the 1 seed 2002 SummerSlam against the 8 seed 2001 SummerSlam.
Ooh, okay.
You got Rock Brock, Kurt Angle Ray, unsanctioned. I was blanking on the word. Unsanctioned match, Triple H, Shawn. Or you got 2001, which is the Rock Booker T match. You got Undertaker versus DDP and Canyon.
It's
was
going to
kind
take
of
a
invasion
lot to
stuff.
unseat number 1 seed SummerSlam. So
I mean, that's a good one.
I don't know how it can lose to that.
Yeah, 02 SummerSlam. 2001 SummerSlam had a good run. This one's going to be tough, this next one. The 5 seed 2007 Royal Rumble, the 4 seed 2020 Royal Rumble.
Oof.
You know I'm going.
I'm kind of leaning 2020.
Oh, stop it.
I mean,
2007 Rumble's finish is the greatest finish.
the
It's ever
Edge return
Edge return's great. I'm not saying it's
set
not
me
great.
into the stratosphere.
Okay, we don't need to hear about that. It's gross stuff.
My soul left my body, and I was out of body experience, and I watched it I watched it twice. I watched it from my body, and then I watched it from outside my body.
He had bad service in both. Yeah, it's a great moment, but I don't know if I can put it ahead of 2007's Rumble. 2007 Rumble is stacked from top to
I know,
bottom.
but what about the other? So if we take the Rumbles out, what about the rest of the cards? Is 2020's card better than 2007's?
No. Not even
I
close.
don't know. I don't. Do you really want 2007 Rumble to go on because it's just going to lose 2002 SummerSlam anyway?
I don't think it will.
You don't think it's
I
going to
don't
lose?
know what you're freaking talking
You
about.
don't think it's going to lose it? Okay.
I don't think it's going to lose.
Oh, that's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. Somebody's
I
drinking
am a
the
little
crazy
crazy.
juice.
I think you forgot that. I think it holds up just fine.
I don't know. 2020 Rumble is pretty good.
Okay, look at the other matches. You have Eminem Hardy's, Lashley and Teth, Batista Kennedy, and your last man standing, Cena, versus what's his face?
That's pretty good.
Umaga. What are your other matches? 2020 Rumble. You had the false gamer match we talked about with Roman and Baron Corbin.
So that's probably on the same level as the Test and Bobby.
You had Bailey Lacey Evans. You had the strap match Fiend versus Dana Bryan. And you had Becky versus Asuka.
I mean,
I don't think any of those level up at At least the Cena Umaga
I think
match.
Fiend Bryan does.
It doesn't even stand close to it. Stop it. Now you're just talking ridiculous. You always got to do that. What do you think you're talking to here? You think a strap match between Bryan and the Fiend?
Yeah, you know who I like in that.
I can't believe
I mean,
you're
Dana
saying things
Bryan's
like
the greatest
this.
wrestler of all time.
Who lets you have a
Or
podcast?
so I've been
Seriously.
told.
Who's saying that?
Brie Bella.
Nobody with credibility.
I don't know. I think this could be a toss up.
He's no Kurt Angle. I'll tell you that right now.
I think it could be a toss up.
I'm just saying, you could just put the Cena Umaga match on there by itself, and I think it's the best match out of any match we've said so far.
Are you
Let
doing?
alone the epic finish of the Rumble.
Are you doing enough to convince me to go 2007 Rumble?
I mean, you get an entire Royal Rumble, and then you get a 5-minute match afterwards between two legends that really hadn't fought each other since the first time, all the way back in like 98, 97. They pretty much stayed away from each other till this moment. I'm pretty sure there's an exact moment in that match when Shawn's going against Undertaker and JBL's. This is the kind of moment you're going to tell your grandkids about, and I will. Trust me,
Those poor
they will
grandkids.
hear all about 2007 Royal Rumble and how epic it was.
You know what? I think we'll have 2007 Rumble move on.
Yeah, you better. That's what I thought.
Even
That's what I'm
though
talking
the
about.
strap
First
match
upset.
is worthy of being talked about.
I talked about it, and I said it sucked.
And it's
It's not as good as a Cena Umaga match. That's all I'm saying. It's a fine match. All right. Glad you finally came to your senses. Let's move on to the next matchup. We have the 6 seed 2000 SummerSlam going up against the 3 seed 2002 Survivor Series.
oof.
Hoofa.
Is the spectacle of the first ever elimination chamber enough to move this through? Because the rest of the card's good. It's not anything special.
I mean, there's good matches on there.
Yeah, as I said, it's good. But is that enough to carry it past? I don't know.
Well, if we're going to talk about first, you got to really take them both out, honestly, because at 2000 SummerSlam you have the first ever TLC,
Okay. So if we take both of them out,
and in 2002 is your first ever.
so that makes it a little bit
Championship.
more fair, then I guess.
So then the other matches, you got '02 Survivor Series, you got the Lesnar show match, you got the triple threat tag match, you had the women's hardcore match, and you had the tables match with the Dudleys reuniting at the beginning. Those are your main matches. 2000 SummerSlam, you'd have matches like, what I say, that was the King Jerry Lawler match, or King Jerry Lawler. That was the King Taz match. That was the Rock versus Triple H and Kurt Angle match. Kane Undertaker. The 2 out of 3 falls Benoit Jericho. And then you had the hardcore match with Blackman and Shane.
Mm.
And your intergender Eddie Guerrero China match, which you love Eddie Guerrero. So
I vote for SummerSlam.
I think it's just got a better card. So that's a big upset. The 6 seed SummerSlam, 2000 SummerSlam, I should say, takes out the 3 seed 2002 Survivor Series. Woo. And now to our last matchup in this section. We have the 1992 SummerSlam, who barely slid by, taking on the 2000 Rumble.
Yeah, I think we're gonna put 2000 Rumble over.
Yeah, I think so. Way more depth. Oh, there's some crazy matchups now coming up. So, our final four look like this. We have the 1 seed, 2002 SummerSlam, taking on the 5 seed, 2007 Royal Rumble. Which, funny fact, out of the 3 regions so far, the 5 seeds advance every time. So,
I guess we
that
just
keeps
like the 5
happening.
seed.
But the other 2 times it was the 3 versus the 2. This time, it's the 6 seed, 2000 SummerSlam, taking on the 2 seed, 2000 Royal Rumble. The 2000s are attacking each other here.
All right, let's do the not the number 1 seed. Let's do the other one first.
Okay, so the 2000 SummerSlam, which we just talked about,
Yep,
and the 2000 Rumble, which we just talked about.
I'm going SummerSlam.
SummerSlam over Rumble?
Yep, there's too much stuff on that card that I like.
The hardcore match, that's crazy. That's a 6 seed going to the finals?
Maybe all the way. Maybe it wins.
I almost can't disagree with you.
You almost can't disagree with me.
Well, because that Triple H or Cactus Jack match is so
I
good.
love it. It's
But if I
fantastic.
had that match and I had to take out one, I'd have to take out TLC.
Yeah.
And there's probably nothing better on the Royal
No,
Rumble
there's too
card
much good stuff on that SummerSlam
with
card.
that hardcore match between Shane and Steve Blackman. Even the main events, the triple
Yeah.
threat's a great match.
Yeah.
Dang it. Man, you got me there. I don't know. Okay. I guess I'm going SummerSlam. I think I would feel different about it if the Royal Rumble was a stronger Royal Rumble.
Yeah, probably.
I think that Royal Rumble gets carried by the Triple H Cactus match.
Mm-hmm.
And when you take that out, it kind of doesn't really stand up.
And it
If
has
it
the
had a
bad
better,
finish.
it has a bad finish, which hurts it. Man, we put a 6 seed going to the finals, man.
Which, if anybody doesn't know what the bad finish is, we haven't really talked about it. It's Big Show and The Rock, and Rock's feet technically touch, or a Big Show's feet
because
touch.
Big Show's
And
got him up on his shoulder.
yeah,
He's supposed to look like he's throwing him out.
yeah,
Rock grabs the rope, so they both go over. Well, when Rock goes over, Big Show's coming down on him, and he can't hold his feet up, so
mm-hmm.
his feet hit the ground
Yes,
for a second. But you don't see it on the actual show because they show it from the back
yeah,
angle.
yeah.
So it just shows Rock come back up. But it was caught on the replay.
Those people in that section of the crowd probably were confused.
And so his feet touch, he gets back in, he celebrates a win like nothing happened. And then they eventually play it off and show that his feet touch. Big Show gets the WrestleMania match too. So it just hinders it a little bit, knowing what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the fist fight.
I mean, we both know. Do we just want to go to the coin flip now? Because we both know where we're going to go.
Well, let's talk about it first, at least, and talk about why you think that your pick should be right, and I'll talk about why I think my pick.
So if we compare, because we got to take I don't know. I was going to say we got to take the Rumble out because SummerSlam doesn't have a Rumble, or something like it.
Well, that's the whole point. It's a Rumble. The Rumble counts. We can't just not count the Rumble. I'll tell you this: if we're taking the Rumble out, I'll just give me the last 5 minutes, and I think that's better than what is ever on O2 SummerSlam.
Wow.
That last 5 minutes is the greatest. That's cinema, my friend. Cinema.
As the kids would say.
I'm just not. I don't know what the kids say. I'm 32 years old. I have no idea.
Wow. The last 5 minutes alone is better than anything on 2002 SummerSlam. I mean, SummerSlam 2002 is the number 1 seed for a reason.
Yeah, I think 2002 SummerSlam is the greatest SummerSlam ever. I'm not saying that. I have no slander on 2002 SummerSlam. I think it's the greatest SummerSlam ever, even though in our finals we have the 2000 SummerSlam going to the finals. If it was 2002 SummerSlam versus 2000 SummerSlam, if that ends up being the finals, I would go 2002 SummerSlam. I'll tell you that right now. It's a better SummerSlam than 2000 SummerSlam. Unsanctioned match is great. But that unsanctioned match goes right up there with the Umaga and Cena match for me. I'll give you it has more emotion, but there's a way better finish in the Cena Umaga match. If I'm watching a hardcore match, I want to see the guy choke the guy out. You got Rock, which is great. You got Kurt Angle and Ray, which is one of the best pay-per-view openings I've ever seen.
It's so hard because everything on that SummerSlam card is better than anything on that Rumble card other than Cena, Umaga, and then the
What
five.
are you talking about?
You
You
would
telling
take
me?
something over Ray and Kurt on that Rumble
I'm
card?
not saying that. I'm saying you can't say everything on the SummerSlam card is over
That Rumble
everything on the
card
Rumble.
has Test and Bobby Lashley on it.
It's a fine match. I'm not saying that's a great match.
And
It's
it has
fine.
Mr. Kennedy wrestle in a main event match.
He was as hot as he ever was at this point. He's about to win the Money in the Bank. Sass pants.
And then lose it to Edge, as he should have.
He got hurt.
And then he didn't get hurt.
Well, okay.
And
What
then
he
he
didn't
actually
know
gets hurt
was
later.
that they told him it was bad, and it wasn't that bad.
And then actually got hurt.
They lied to him just to get rid of him.
I don't know how you could think that the rest of the Rumble card
You're
is.
telling me Eminem versus Hardy's isn't a great match?
I'm not telling you that. It's a great match. I don't think it's
so,
better
so
than.
you can't tell me everything on the 2002
But I think it's not
SummerSlam.
as great as some of the stuff on the SummerSlam card.
Oh my god, you are so dumb. I can't believe you say stupid stuff. Like
I
this.
think you need to put the bias aside. I think you need to put
There's no
the
bias.
rose tinted glasses away.
I'll tell you right now. Eminem on the Hardys is better than Ric Flair Jericho. It's better than the Un-Americans versus Booker T and Goldust. It's better than Undertaker Test. And it's probably right there with Edge and Eddie. And that's not even Edge and Eddie's
It's
best
probably
match.
right there with Edge and Eddie.
And that's not even their best match. They have a better match on SmackDown. How dare you?
This is, I mean, I don't think we can come to a decision. I think it has to be a coin flip.
Okay. You can pick this time.
Okay. The coin flip is going to be,
Finally.
we're going to give heads to the Rumble.
God.
Here we go. It is. Darn it.
Aha.
Heads wins.
That's what I'm talking about.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
It makes perfect sense. Look at that. 5 versus 6 seed in the finals. Okay, so here we go. Finals. 2007. Royal
There's no way the
Rumble.
Rumble can beat SummerSlam. This SummerSlam.
What do you mean?
It can't be.
We-
It can't
we
go to
put
the
it
Final
higher.
Four. It can't do it.
Over the 6 seed in 2000 SummerSlam?
You've got Shane and Blackman. You've got unbelievable stuff on this card. The TLC.
Then why'd you rank it the 6 seed? Punk.
I don't remember why we ranked it the 16th.
Because you didn't do your homework. It's telling me it's got unbelievable stuff. The Royal Rumble's ranked higher.
Well, I think we talked about the Rumble first. That's why we ranked higher.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Are you willing to make that same statement about the last 5 minutes being better than anything in this card too?
No.
Okay.
No, only because I love TLC. I can't say that. I'm not a psychopath.
It seems like you might be.
Thank you very much. No, I can acquiesce to the TLC. TLC is amazing. It doesn't get much better than the first two are the greatest ones ever. And that first one's, I wouldn't say it's the best one. I like the added people in the second one, but it's still right up there. I'll tell you this, I think Umaga Cena is better than Rock, Triple H, and Angle.
Yeah, I
I'll
would
tell
agree
you
with
that for free.
I would agree with that.
Right now, I'll tell you that for free.
So if we have that, so if we compare the Rumble to the TLC, since those are like specialty matches, and we compare Cena and Umaga to the Rock Kurt Triple H thing, so now we're kind of
Okay.
even there.
Okay.
So the rest of the card on SummerSlam. So would we do the Mercury or the Eminem versus Hardys versus Blackman and McMahon?
Yeah.
I'd take Blackman and McMahon.
Oh, wow. Jeez. You're just a hardcore guy. What about Batista and Kennedy? It's over. It's better than Undertaker Kane.
I haven't seen the Undertaker K match in a while.
Mm. It just ends with Undertaker ripping Kane's mask off and him running away like a little chicken butt.
But 2007 Rumble doesn't have Eddie Guerrero on it.
No.
It would have been
Whose
pretty
fault's
impressive
that?
if he was there.
Chava's there.
Ooh, Chavo.
He's around.
I mean, we know where we're going on this one too. So do you just want to do the coin flip again?
Yeah. Here we go for the
All
finals.
right, we'll keep it with heads.
Rumble,
We'll
rumble,
keep it with heads.
rumble,
So
rumble,
here we go.
rumble.
Tails.
Ah, you suck.
Tails
What a
never
bunch of
fails.
bull crap. It failed
Tails
earlier.
never fails.
Loser. Just
It
failed
doesn't fail twice
earlier.
in a row.
Okay. Oh, bunch of bull crap. So our champion of the Big Three region is 2000, the sixth seed,
All right.
2000 SummerSlam.
Woo! It wouldn't have been there if Rumble didn't take out 2002 SummerSlam, but hey,
Yeah,
you know
but it
what?
did.
You got to play the teams you play.
Yeah, you got to play the matchups. It's all about matchups. This is how 16 advanced to the Final Four. So far, we have the one seed from the WrestleMania region, WrestleMania 17 won. We have the five seed of the old school region, 97 barely legal one. And we have the sixth seed, the 2000 SummerSlam
All right, not as chalk
one.
as I thought it was going to
So the next one will probably be the 14th seed.
be. Those Wrestle
No,
Kingdoms are out of
yes.
control.
So some of the matches. So now we're going to move on. Next show will be our 21st Century Region show. So we have a few matchups in there. Some of the fun ones I've been looking at early is going to be like your. We have a 7-10 matchup between 2019 Takeover New York
Oh no,
and 2018 Takeover New Orleans.
those are both so good.
That's going to be crazy. Let's see what else is on here. The Wrestle Kingdoms are the first three seeds. Wrestle Kingdom 10, 9, and 11. We've got 2009 Turning Point is 13. So they're going to go against the 4, which is 2018 All In.
Mm, man, this is
Um,
going to be a tough one.
2025 Evolution is a 5 seed. It's going to go against a 12 seed, which is 2021 All Out. Those AEW pay-per-views, they're going to be hard to take out here.
I know this is crazy.
So you got your Wrestle Kingdoms coming in hot, a couple of Dominions, your All Outs, your Revolutions. TNA had a few. 2013 Bound for Glory is on here. So there's going to be some hard fought matchups coming up. We could get a low seed winning this one. Who knows?
But then who's going to come out of it? The official Final Four.
I don't know.
I
It's going
think
to be
I think
tough.
SummerSlam could upset WrestleMania.
Ho, ho, ho. That's pretty crazy. Well, we do know that matchup because the WrestleMania region and the WWE Big Three region are on the same side. So it's WrestleMania 17 in the Final Four going up against 2000 SummerSlam. So, and then whoever wins the 21st Century region will go up against 1997 Barely Legal.
Man, that was pretty difficult.
Ooh, that was. It's hard with the different styles.
Yeah.
It's hard to decide what's better, but we almost did the right thing.
We did do the right thing.
No,
Well,
no,
we didn't do
no.
the right thing because 2002 SummerSlam should have won.
No, stop it. No, that was the right thing. Then you screwed it all up.
The fact that you said you'd take the final 5 minutes of Undertaker Shawn over
Mm-hmm.
anything on that card, the SummerSlam card,
Mm-hmm.
is crazy.
It's what I like to call one of my greatest statements ever. And I stand by that statement. I'm not scared
Oh man.
like some people
All
right
right.
here.
Well, at least there's no 2007 stuff in the 21st century stuff. So
Yeah, it's annoying. Must not be worth it, Ted.
all right. Well, that has been the WWE Big Three region of the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. Hope you all enjoyed. If you did, make sure to leave it a like. Leave a comment if you are angry that we didn't move 2002 SummerSlam over 2007 Rumble, which I am. I'll leave a comment and a hate comment. And
Free 2007 Rumble. Free
we'll protest.
2007 Rumble.
But that's going to do it for us. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll catch you in the next episode of the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. Welcome back to the Brothers Wrestling Podcast with your host, Logan,
Hayden.
and today we bring you the final episode of the 4-part deciding each region of the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness, the final region that we have to take account for and decide the winner of is the 21st Century region. Hey, let's go over some of these matchups because they are going to be hard. This is going to be the hardest one, I think.
Yes, the 21st Century region is, I think, pretty stacked. So basically, this was any like big time pay-per-view event that took place after or during the 21st century
Outside of WWE.
So, outside of WWE. Well, there's a few WWE ones in here. We had some in there, but we didn't put any on the list. There's a few, like we have 2025 Evolution.
Oh,
and
right,
we
some specialty
have
pay-per-views, right.
a couple NXTs, but mostly it's stuff that's outside of WWE. So, just to recap real quick, we have already done the WrestleMania region, which ended up being the number 1 seed, WrestleMania 17. The old school region ended up being the 1997 Bare Legal, which was the 5 seed. And the WWE Big Three region ended up being the 6 seed, 2000 SummerSlam.
Yeah, upset.
Got that's the wrong pick because 2007 Royal Rumble should have got it, but I digress. Okay, so now we're moving on to the 21st Century region. So we will start out with the 1 versus 16 matchup. And we have, as the 1 seed, we have Wrestle Kingdom 10 from 2016.
That's a strong one.
Taking on the 2007 pay-per-view Ring of Honor Man Up.
Poor Ring of Honor.
So, for your Wrestle Kingdom 10 matches, your main event was for the IWGP title, Kazuchika Okada versus Hiroshi Tanahashi. You had the amazing Intercontinental Championship match, Nakamura versus Styles. Never Openweight, Shibata versus Ishii, Gado Naito. You go a little farther, you had Kushida versus Kenny Omega, Jay Lethal, Michael Elgin for the Ring of Honor title. Young Bucks versus Red Dragon versus Macedon Ricochet versus Roppongi Vice.
I mean, you haven't said one bad match right now.
Yeah, you had Chaos taking on Bullet Club. You had Doc Gallows and Carl Anderson versus Toji Makaba and Tomohiko Hanana. So there's a quality match on that one. That's why I got our 1 seed. Then we go to Ring of Honor Man Up, and this one's mostly known for the ladder war match for the Ring of Honor tag titles between the Briscoe brothers and Kevin Steen and El Generico.
I'm pretty sure Generico takes a nasty bump on a ladder in this match.
Yeah. You also have Takeshi Morishima taking on Danielson for the Ring of Honor title. What else is on? Austin Aries versus Davey Richards. Rocky Romero, Matt Cross, Nigel McGuinness took on Claudio Castagnoli, Chris Hero, and Bobby Dempsey. So
That's a pretty good card.
decent card,
Yeah.
decent card for Ring of Honor. This is when they were kind of hitting their stride.
It's a well-deserved one to represent, basically.
Yeah, we figured it was probably their best one that wasn't invaded. Once Ring of Honor got into the shared cards with New Japan and all that stuff, they kind of got overwhelmed. So this is one of I think, their most quality ones from the true Ring of Honor days. But obviously, I don't think there's any question.
No,
here.
absolutely not.
I think we're going Wrestle Kingdom 10. Wrestle Kingdom 10 is a solid card. So there's not really one bad match on that card. So we will move on to Wrestle Kingdom 10. Okay, next matchup, the 8-9 matchup. These are always the hardest. We have a couple AEW pay-per-views from 2025.
Recent.
We've got the 8 seed is 2025 All In. And on that one, your main event is Hangman defeating Moxley in the Texas Death Match.
He gets
to
the
win
belt.
The title.
Yeah.
You have winner takes all to unify to become the first unified champion. Okada versus Kenny Omega. You had Timeless Tony Storm versus Mercedes Moné. Hurt Syndicate versus Jet Speed versus the Patriarchy. Casino Gauntlet match. Women's Athena ends up winning. You had the Swerve and Ospreay versus Young Bucks match. What else is on here? Dustin Rhodes versus Sammy Guevara, Kyle Fletcher, and Daniel Garcia. And that's right after Adam Cole comes out and vacates the title.
Oh, right.
Because he has more concussions.
Yeah.
MJF won the Casino Gauntlet for the men's. The Ops beat Gabe Kidd and the Death Riders for the trios titles. So that's what that card looks like. And then the 9 seed is 2025 Revolution. So your main event of that is a 3-way match between Moxley, Adam Copeland, and Christian Cage. You had Steel Cage, Ospreay versus Fletcher. Amazing match. You had International Championship, Takashita versus Omega. Omega beats him. Yeah.
Just for the people who don't know that you can't pronounce Japanese names.
Would you stop? Okay. Tony Storm versus Maria May in the Falls Count match. Hurt Syndicate versus Outrunners. Okada versus Brody King. Swerve versus Ricochet. Monet versus Watanabe. Hangman versus MJF. So that's kind of where we're at. There's a few pre-show matches, but
I'm kind of leaning.
We're not really counting in there.
I'm kind of leaning All In. I mean that.
So you get the big moment with Hangman.
Yeah, the Hangman moment where he finally opens the briefcase and gets the title out, and the match itself is pretty good.
The match is good. You get that moment at All In. You get the unification match, Okada and Omega, who really never have a bad match. You get Storm and Monet, which was a dream match. Besides that, you're really shoving a lot of the casino matches in there, which kind of takes it down a level for me. I'm not the hugest because, they're fine, but I'd rather have good matches than a ton of gauntlet battle royal matches myself. But you do have the great match with Swerve and Ospreay versus the Young Bucks, which is hard to take that match away.
Yeah.
But if you look at Revolution, you're getting one of the biggest feuds to come into that year was Ospreay Fletcher.
Okay, yeah, true.
And you're getting them to finish that in that steel cage match. You get Moxley, and if you're like an older guy like me, you're getting Copeland and Christian in a main event match against Moxley.
What did you say Tony Storm did on that show? Is that
she has the false count with Maria.
Okay, that's the Hollywood ending. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was it or not. That's pretty good.
So that's a huge match on there. You have Swerve Ricochet, which is a great match. for the number one contendership.
Man, I'm kind of leaning all
Hangman
in.
MJF always have good matches. So
I'm kind
I
of
think I'm
leaning
honestly moving more towards
Revolution.
Revolution
Okay.
because I'm more in the it's more selfishly because I love the Moxley, Cope, Cage. Uh, I'm more in that camp.
I
I like those
mean,
guys
I'm
better.
not gonna argue too much because it does have the Hollywood ending on it, and
And
that
the Hollywood end is amazing.
I think I'm.
I
I'm
mean, I'm putting it over the Storm Monet match. I mean,
yeah,
that was a
definitely.
dream match at the time, but this was like the
I
finale.
think I might go
This
with
was
it. I might go
everything.
Revolution now.
Yeah, I think Revolution just has a little bit with that. If All In wasn't so clunked with those gauntlet matches, I'd probably go more towards that. But I think Revolution gives you a little more quality. So
Which is crazy because
okay,
All
so
In's kind of like a WrestleMania, so to have
and yeah, and that's why they're doing
yeah,
those.
yeah,
They're trying
they're
to
getting
do that
everybody on the card.
stuff,
Yeah.
and yeah. So, but I think Revolution just has a little bit more quality to it.
Yeah.
So okay, so now 2025 Revolution moves on. So now we're moving on to our 5-12 matchup. The 5 seed 2025 Evolution
All women show.
is the all women WWE show, the second one they never did, taking on the 12 seed 2021 All Out.
It's going to be hard to beat
So
the Evolution show. I mean, there was a lot of good matches on that card, and you had Naomi cashing in, which is like the second
you
best Money in the Bank cash in, or third
so
best.
you had the main events, your World Championship match, which was just Io and Rhea, right?
Yeah, I think it
And
was just a
then
one-on-one.
Naomi
Yep.
cashed it in during.
Yep.
Yes, I didn't think she did at the beginning.
No, no,
It's
no.
hard to remember.
Because
So then
Rhea
she
and Io
cashed
have
it
a
in
great match
during.
before that.
Yeah. So you have that match. Then you have the Evolution Battle Royal, which was all the newer women
Yep.
getting their chance. That was where Stephanie broke out and won. She beat
Oh,
Lash.
right, right.
You had your no holds barred match with Bianca as a special ref, Jade and Naomi.
Yeah, there was like a jade.
You
Wasn't there like a jaded off the top rope through a table?
mm-hmm,
I'm pretty sure.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jade ends up winning that match. You had Tiffany versus Trish Stratus for the women's
Right.
championship.
Yep.
Then you had the Fatal 4-Way Tag Team Championship, which is Judgment Day beat Flair and Bliss, Haruka and Zarya, and the Kabuki Warriors. You had the NXT Women's Championship, Jason J versus Jordan Grace, and then you had Becky Lynch versus Bayley and Lyra. So
Man. Okay.
for the Intercontinental. So then 2021 All Out, you get Omega defends against Christian Cage. You're getting the I don't really want to call it. I think it was his debut of Paul White beating QT Marshall.
Okay.
You're getting Punk Darby. This is Punk just coming into the company.
Punk Darby.
Yeah, it was his debut match, and for the company at this pay per view. You get Jericho versus MJF, which is when they were doing that kind of teaming together, and then he betrays them
Hmm.
gimmick where they were doing that. Another casino battle royal for the a championship match. Ruby Soho wins that. You do have the tag team match at Steel Cage, Lucha Brothers versus Young Bucks, where you Lucha Brothers beat them. Dr. Britt Baker defends her title against Chris Statlander, Moxley versus Kojima, and you have TNT Championship Miro beats Eddie Kingston.
That's a solid card.
So, it's solid, but you have some downers like Paul White versus QT Marshall. And you have there's just not it's a lot of filler. They hadn't really got their huge roster yet to where every match could really be a crazy match.
Hmm.
But yeah, your main focus on this one is Punk's debut, beating Darby Allin. You're getting the Jericho MJF feud, and you're getting Omega Christian. Is that better than Evolution?
I don't
You're
think it
getting a lot
is.
of dream matches on Evolution too, because you're getting Stratton, Stratus. You got the payoff to that feud of Cargo versus Naomi. You get the breakout of Stephanie, and then you get probably the second best cash in ever with Naomi. But you also got a great match before that with Io and Rhea.
Yeah, I think there's not really much to debate. I think the Evolution moves on,
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to go against
especially in
that.
the first round.
They had a lot of quality on that card. It definitely surpassed the first Evolution, I think, personally.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
So that one was good, but They really hit a different stride.
Yeah, but everybody was so much younger back then. Rhea was different, whole different person back then.
Well, and they still hadn't built up the women's division as much as they have
Yeah.
now. That was the other big problem. Okay, so now we're moving on to the. Yeah, I lost my spot. I can't find it. The 4 seed versus the 13 seed. So in the 4 seed, we got the 2018 Independent pay per view, All In.
Oh,
This is
right.
before AEW.
This is the first. This one they sell out.
This is the Independent. This is how they make AEW with this pay per view. And the 13 seed is 2009 Turning Point from TNA.
Right. Now, I do remember when we were building the bracket in the first place, you were pushing pretty hard for this all in 2018.
The 2018 is a
You were stumping for it.
card. So you get your main event. You're getting the Golden Elite, which is Ibushi and the Young Bucks. And they take on Bandito, Phoenix, and Rey Mysterio. That's your main event.
Man.
You get Okada versus Marty Scurll before he destroyed his career.
Marty.
You get Omega versus Penta. Great match. And you get the end of that is when Jericho's dressed as Penta, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, he taxed him, doesn't he?
Yeah. You get Ring of Honor Championship Jay Lethal versus Flip Gordon. You get a Chicago Street Fight with Hangman and Joey Janela.
Joey Janela.
You get the huge crowning moment for Cody when he wins the NWA World
Aldis, right?
Championship from Aldis. You get Tessa Blanchard versus Dr. Britt Baker, Chelsea Green, and Madison Rayne. You get Christopher Daniels versus Stephen Amell. And you get Matt Cross beating MJF in the first match.
There's a lot of problematic people on that card.
That's before we knew anything. It's 2018. It's not 2020 yet. We didn't know most of these guys were creeps. So you have that, and then we go to 2009 Turning Point, which is really the last great pay-per-view before we run into the Hogan era. Mm-hmm. So this almost feels like the end of the old TNA right here. Your main event is the trilogy match, but this time it's for the World Heavyweight Championship. AJ Styles beats Daniels and Joe.
Nice.
Second best match they had. First one's always going to be better, but this one was really good. You get the match between Kurt Angle and Desmond Wolfe right after he debuted.
All right, with his frosted tips.
No, he didn't have him. He was bald.
Oh, he didn't have him?
No, he cut him off.
I thought he debuted with him and then
bald. No, he cut him off. Yeah, Falls Count Anywhere, Scott Steiner and Bobby Lashley. You got Team 3D and Rhino taking on Pope, Hernandez, and Matt Morgan.
What a team.
Yeah, 6 Sides of Steel. What?
I said, what a team. Pope, Hernandez, and Matt Morgan.
Well, it was kind of going as the older hardcore generation was taking on the young guys.
Oh, okay.
How that was built. Yeah, 6 Sides of Steel, Terror versus Awesome Kong.
Interesting.
You had the 3-way match for the World Tag Team Championship, British Invasion versus Motor City Machine Guns versus Beer Money. Then you had the six knockout tag team match, winner takes all. ODB and Sarita and Taylor Wilde beat the Beautiful People. And in the first match on the card, Amazing Red beat Homicide for the X title.
Nice. In some ways, you can call that
came back in form.
The turning point of TNA.
I'm just gonna sit here and let that marinate. Let's let people just let that marinate in their heads. How stupid you are!
You set it up for me with saying that Hogan, it's the end of the old TNA era, and Hogan comes in.
I don't know why I even said
it's the turning point.
Okay, so you're getting AJ Daniels Joe, and you're getting Kurt Angle Wolf.
True.
Other than that, it's your basic. I mean, the triple threat tag match is good, but it's your basic TNA pay-per-view at that time. All in, you really gotta. I mean, it has some good matches on it. I mean, that Omega Penta match is amazing. The main event's amazing.
For at least the first round, I'm gonna go with you on this. I'm gonna give All In its credit, but who knows what it matches up with?
Cody Aldis. I love that one.
Who knows what it matches up with next round? But
so we'll go 2018 All In. The 4 seed is moving on. Okay. So next up, we have the 6 seed 2017 Dominion from New Japan Pro Wrestling,
Nice.
taking on the 11 seed 2019 Double or Nothing from AEW. So the Dominion card is pretty stacked. Let's just say that.
Hmm.
This is the main event that is amazingly famous. This is the 7-star main event for the IWGP Championship. Okada defends against Omega in an hour time limit draw. You have Tanahashi beat Naito for the Intercontinental Championship. You have a lumberjack death match between Minoru Suzuki and Hiroki Goto.
A lumberjack deathmatch, crazy.
A lumberjack death match. You have the IWGP Junior with Takahashi versus Kushida. You had Cody and Michael Elgin. The Guerrillas of Destiny defeated War Machine for the tag titles. You had the Young Bucks beat Roppongi Vice for the junior tag titles. And you had a gauntlet match for the Never Openweight 6-man championships that were won by Bushi, Evil, and Sonata.
What year was that again?
This is 2017. So this would be after Wrestle Kingdom 11.
Yeah.
And then you have Tiger Mask W, Toji Makabe, and Yugi Nata versus Hiroshi Tenzan, Jushin Thunder Liger, Nakanashi, and Kojima. Too many Japanese names.
We gotta stop talking about Japan cards.
Well, they're the best ones.
The ones you can't
then
pronounce.
We move on to the first ever AEW pay-per-view. You have the main event being Chris Jericho beating Kenny Omega to qualify for the World Championship match at All Out. The end of that match is also the debut of Jon Moxley.
Nice.
Where he comes out and obliterates Kenny Omega. Then you have the Young Bucks versus Lucha Bros for the AAA tag titles. You have the brother versus brother match, Cody versus Dustin.
Pretty good match.
That's a great match. You have a 6-woman tag match with Shida, Rio, and Mizumiya versus Kong, Sakura, and Sakakazi. A lot of socking. You got Best Friends versus Angelico and Jack Evans. You have Dr. Britt Baker versus Nyla Rose, Kylie Ray, and Awesome Kong. You had So-Called Uncensored versus Strong Hearts. And you had, in the pre-show, we got to talk about it since it was an important part of the show, you had the Casino Battle Royal, which was to qualify for that AEW World Championship match. You had Adam Page end up beating MJF to qualify and move on. So
that's a big start to the card. I mean, or to the career of AEW's pay-per-views. That's a good start.
Mm-hmm. It was a quality show.
I'm kinda. I mean, AEW's got a good card on that show. That's a pretty solid card. But you got
brother versus brother.
Yeah, but I think pretty much everything on that card can't compare to what Omega and Okada put together on that main event.
It's hard to compare to that.
I mean, Meltzer exploded after that match was over.
I think so. He also had Tanahashi and Naito, so that was a huge match.
I think we got to go. What was it, Dominion? I think we got to go Dominion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. All right, so we're going 2017 Dominion. But we do have to say that AEW pay-per-view was pretty good.
Yes.
That Brother Rhodes brother match is underrated.
Yeah, I watched that like a year or two ago,
match.
I think.
It's a great match, so just want to throw that out there. Okay. So now we move on to the 3 versus 14 matchup.
Oh, before you go on, I just want to mention, you just complimented Cody Rhodes twice. You complimented his brother versus brother match with Dustin, and you complimented his Aldis match. So...
Well, I'm just saying that his run as an independent guy is better than his run as a...
Are we feeling a little American Nightmare love going on right now?
Not after what I just watched on SmackDown.
No, we don't need to get into that to talk about that.
Talk about ruining a main event. Jesus. Anyway, so now we move on to the 3 versus 14 matchup. The 3 seed is the 2017 Wrestle Kingdom, which would be Wrestle Kingdom 11.
Mm.
And that is going up against the 2013 Bound for Glory TNA pay per view. So your 3 seed, Wrestle Kingdom 11. Your main event was Okada versus Omega. You see a theme here.
Well, when you got two of the best to do it, you might as well put them in the main event.
Then you had Naito versus Tanahashi again, but this time Naito beat him. You had Shibata versus Gato. You had wow, I had a stroke.
Takahashi.
Takahashi versus Kushida for the junior title, which Takahashi won. Chaos with Ishii and Yano versus the Guerrillas of Destiny versus Maccabi and Hano. You had Ring of Honor Championship. Kyle O'Reilly lost to Adam Cole. You had Cody versus Juice Robinson. You had another gauntlet for the 6-man tag championships, which were won by Bushi, Evil, and Sonata. You had Ropingi Vice beat the Young Bucks for the Junior Heavyweight Championship. And you had Tiger Mask W beat Tiger in the Dark.
Did that Cody Juice match have something to do with Bullet Club? Because that's a random match.
He was in Bullet Club. Cody was. And this was kind of like his debut into New Japan.
Mm.
So he was kind of coming in to start out his run. So they were just kind of giving him a guy. So. Oh, and then we had 2013 Buffalo. Sorry. Forgot. And pretty good card for this 2013 Bound for Glory. You have the main event, which was the not the entire finale, but this is where it kind of culminated. It was the TNA World Championship match, no disqualification. AJ Styles defeated Bully Ray, who was doing the Ace and Eights gimmick. You had Magnus beat Sting in what would be Sting's last pay-per-view match in TNA. You had Ethan Carter III's debut against Norfernum. You had a great match between Bobby Roode and Kurt Angle. You had Gail Kim defeat ODB and Brooke when she debuted Lady Tapa as her enforcer. Then you had the TNA Tag Team Championship match where Gunner and James Storm lost to the Bromans. And the one match on this card that really stepped up was the Ultimate X TNA X Division Championship match. You had Manic defending against Austin Aries, Jeff Hardy, Samoa Joe, and Chris Sabin.
Suicide.
Manic. So. Good TNA pay-per-view.
Yeah.
This is one of their best Bound for Glories.
Yeah, I remember you talking pretty highly about it when we were building it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of good matches. Unfortunately, I don't think it stands up to the Wrestle Kingdom.
Not much can stand up to a Wrestle Kingdom, especially this one.
It's hard to compete with the quality that New Japan was running with through 15 to like 18. It's hard to compete against that. So I think we're going to move on to Wrestle Kingdom 11.
Yep.
Now we're getting to
New Japan,
something that's going to kill you.
If New Japan had the television marketing that WWE or AEW has, I mean, back then they would have taken over.
I mean, they were just killing it at that time, and they had so many good guys that just happened to be out of the company. Like AJ came over, Cody came over. Like they had these guys that were able to put it a little bit over the top where they were at, and connect with more of. Like,
plus, they had their own guys. They had Okada, and they had
that's what I'm saying,
Ibushi and Tanahashi and Naito and everything.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're moving on to the 7-10 matchup, which this is the one I thought was going to be the fun.
Yeah, this one I was dreading.
You've got the 7 seed of the 2019 NXT TakeOver New York going against the 2018 NXT TakeOver New Orleans.
Oh man, they're both so good.
So the New York card, you get the 2 out of 3 falls for the vacant NXT Championship. Gargano finally does it and defeats Adam Cole.
It's a great match. It's just a great match.
You're going to be okay with it?
I don't know. I watched that match live.
The 4-way X Division NXT Women's Championship. Shayna Baszler defends against Bianca Belair, Io Shirai, and Kairi Sane. You get the culmination of Walter winning the UK Championship over Pete Dunne.
Fat Walter.
You get the NXT North American Championship match between Velveteen Dream and Matt Riddle.
Oh yeah, that's a sneaky good match.
NXT Tag Championship match was the War Raiders versus Aleister Black and Ricochet. And that was all the ones on the main card.
Man, Aleister Black Ricochet, good tag team too.
I think they ended up winning the Dusty Road Classic. That's how they got that match.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we go to New Orleans, 2018, Takeover New Orleans. Your main event for that one was unsanctioned.
Oh,
Gargano Ciampa.
oh, one of the best. One of the best.
The NXT Championship match was Andrade defending against Aleister Black. That was Aleister Black winning
That's
the
a
title.
crazy good match too.
You had the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic Triple Threat Tournament Final match for the NXT Tag Team Championships. You had the Undisputed Era, Cole and O'Reilly going up against Authors of Pain and Pete Dunne and Roderick Strong.
Yeah, I think Fish got hurt at some point, and that's why Cole was teamed with Riley.
Yeah.
O'Reilly.
Then you get the NXT Women's Championship. Ember Moon lost to Shayna Baszler, where she won the match. You get the ladder match for the inaugural North American Championship. EC3, Killian Dane, Lars Sullivan, Ricochet, Velveteen Dream, and the winner ended up being Adam Cole. And that was it. You had a match with Heavy Machinery.
That might also be. Is that where Roddy turns and joins Undisputed Era?
I think he does turn on Pete in that match, if I remember.
I think so. I think he turns, and then he grabs the armband and puts it on his arm, and then picks up Cole, and they win or something.
Because then he starts teaming with O'Reilly.
Yeah,
in the tag.
Yeah,
because Cole's won the North American title.
Yes.
So
I think that's when Roddy turns, which is also pretty great.
Right. So now we need to figure out which one we're moving on.
I don't know, man. Those main events.
I think
that Cole Gargano.
If we're talking overall, I think New York's better.
Okay.
But if we're talking just one match, what's the best match out of all the matches I just said? The unsanctioned match is the best match by far.
Okay.
There's no doubt about it.
I mean, that Cole Gargano 2 out of 3 is pretty good.
It's a great match, but you can't tell me it's better than unsanctioned. All the history of that match, you're not.
I mean, I think there's a DDT on exposed wood. Oh,
you would be exposing your wood. So, and you get the inaugural ladder match on the New Orleans card.
Yeah.
Oh, but I was there.
But
I wasn't there.
You're thinking that the quality of New York is better.
I just think overall, if you're getting the crowning of Walter.
Okay.
You're getting the sneaky Dream versus Riddle match. Talk about two guys that flamed out, by the way. That's like the match of the flame out.
Which is surprising. Like, there's surprisingly similar ways they both flamed out.
Then you get, War Raiders, I love them.
Yeah, War Raiders are good.
Black and Ricochet, that's a way better tag.
And War Raiders were moving different back in NXT. They were going crazy.
Oh, yeah, they were doing good. And then that Fatal 4-Way women's match is amazing. And that's way better than the Baszler versus Ember Moon match.
Okay, you're trying.
Look at where all those guys are at now.
Well, we can't think about that.
I'm just saying, like, that was at that time. That's like the main four in the NXT women's division at that point.
You might be convincing me.
All together. It sucks because I really like the unsanctioned match better, but if we're talking about super cards, I think I'd have to go New York. If we're talking super matches, that unsanctioned match would be right up there for me. But if we're talking super cards,
I think I'm going to agree with you. I think New York's going to move on.
Yeah, it's just got too many more quality stuff. You're getting the beginning of Walter. So, that's huge. Okay, so now we move on to our final first round matchup. The 2-seed Wrestle Kingdom 9 from 2015 taking on the 15 seed Forbidden Door 1. AEW / New Japan.
Forbidden Door.
So you get Wrestle Kingdom 9. Your main event of that one is Tanahashi defending against Okada. You're getting the Intercontinental Championship match between Nakamura and Ibushi. You're getting AJ Styles' big debut against Naito. You're getting, for the tag titles, you're getting Gato and Shibata beating Gallows and Anderson. Taguchi loses to Kenny Omega for the Junior Championship. Ishii loses to Makabe for the Openweight Championship. There was a singles match where you could only win by knockout, submission, or ref stoppage. Suzuki versus Sakuraba. You had an 8-man tag that featured Namochichi Marufuchi, Nichols, Hayes, and Yano versus Dave Boy Smith, Lance Archer, Shelton Benjamin, and Izuki. You have a 6-man tag between Tenzin, Kojima, and Hano versus Bad Luck Fale, Jeff Jarrett, and Takahashi.
Jeff Jarrett always finds a way.
Yeah, he's in the Bullet Club. And you had a 4-way for the IW Junior Tag Titles. Red Dragon beat Forever Hooligans, Time Splitters, and the Young Bucks. I love the Time Splitters.
Jeff Jarrett is like Thanos. He's inevitable. He's just always going to be there.
He's just always around. And we move on to the 15 seed Forbidden Door. You get your main event is for the interim AEW World Championship. This is when Punk got kicked out. You had Moxley versus Tanahashi, which Moxley ended up winning. You had for the IWGP World Championship, you had Jay White defending against Heyman Page, Okada, and Cole. You had Claudio Castagnoli versus Zack Sabre Jr. Will Ospreay defended against Orange Cassidy, defended his U.S. IWGP title versus Orange Cassidy. AEW Women's was Thunder Rosa versus Toni Storm before she was timeless. Dudes with Attitude, Darby Allin, Sting, and Takahashi versus Bullet Club, El Phantasmo, and the Young Bucks. You had for the inaugural All Atlantic Championship, which I think ended up being the Continental.
I think it ends up becoming that.
Yeah. Pac versus Clark Connors, Miro, and Malachi Black. Winners take all 3-way tag team match for the Ring of Honor tag titles and the IWGP tag titles. FTR won when they beat United Empire of Khan and Cobb and Roppongi Vice. And you have Suzuki and Lay Sex Gods, which is Jericho and Guevara, versus Kingston, Umido, and Utah. Lay Sex Gods.
Oh, I forgot that's what he named his group or his team.
That was his team with Guevara because he was the Spanish god or whatever he called himself.
Well, he was Le Champion for a while.
No, that was Jericho. I'm talking about Guevara.
Oh,
his nickname was like the Spanish god.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that's why they put it together like that. Like sex gods. Talk about sex.
Man, I mean that's a strong card. Or do we have our first upset?
A 15 over 2.
I don't know. I mean that
I don't think the Moxley Tanahashi match compares to the Tanahashi Okada match.
Okay.
I mean, this is why I think the Kingdom match is going to be better. This is your 3 main events: Tanahashi Okada for the IWGP Championship,
Strong.
Nakamura Ibushi,
Strong,
Intercontinental, and Styles Naito.
Strong.
I mean, all 3 of those are better than any match on the Forbidden Door card.
Okay.
I like the 4-way title: White versus Page versus Okada versus Cole. That's kind of fun. And Castagnoli Sabre Jr. is a good match. I just don't think anything. If you got those 3 lined up, I don't think anything's touching those 3.
Okay, you've convinced me.
It's not that hard. Okay, so moving on, the 2-seed Wrestle Kingdom 9. Let's see where we're at now. So now our matchups for the next round. The 1-seed Wrestle Kingdom 10 from 2016 taking on the 2025 Revolution, AEW's pay-per-view. We had the 5-seed 2025 Evolution from WWE going up against the 2018 All-In Independent pay-per-view. We have the 2017 Dominion taking on the 3-seed Wrestle Kingdom 11 from 2017. And we have 2019 TakeOver New York going up against Wrestle Kingdom 9, the 2-seed.
Okay.
So let's start at the top. You know what the top is?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
The 1-seed Wrestle Kingdom 10.
Just contemplating.
Which your main event, like we said, was Okada Tanahashi. And this is also where you get Nakamura Styles, which was kind of the end of both those guys in New Japan.
Yeah.
They do that classic fist bump.
Yeah, they recreated an age of retirement.
Mm-hmm. Those two are your big time matches. You have later earlier on you have Kushida and Omega, which I like that match. And then you move it on to Revolution, where you get the triple threat title match between Moxley, Cope, and Cage. You get Osprey, Fletcher in the steel cage, Omega, Takashita in the international match, and you get the Falls Count Anywhere match, Storm versus May. Those are your main ones.
I mean, we put it number one for a reason.
I mean, it's hard to go up against Okada, Tanahashi, Nakamura Styles. That Nakamura Styles match is one of my favorite matches. It's great. It's too bad that when I saw it in person, it sucked because that ticked me off.
When I saw it in person.
But it was horrible because I love that match.
I think we gotta stay true. Gotta put the one over.
Yeah, I think the Wrestle Kingdom one's just
Even
too
though I
high
do
up
love
there.
the Hollywood ending and everything
The
about that
Hollywood ending's
Revolution
great,
card.
yeah.
I mean, it was a late addition. We put it in at the last second in the building the bracket thing.
Well, that's because you didn't do your research.
Well, you didn't. You forgot about it.
I don't forget anything. Okay, so the 1 seed, Wrestle Kingdom in 2016 is moving on. So now our next matchup. The 5 seed Evolution 2025 versus the 4 seed 2018 All In.
All right. Did you want to make a push for All In, or what do you want to do here?
I mean, All In, that main event's good. The Golden Elite versus Bandito, Phoenix, and Mysterio. You have Omega Penta. You have Cody beating Aldis. But other than that, it's pretty generic.
Okay.
I think the overall quality of Evolution's better. You're
I
getting
would
the women.
I would agree.
You're getting the Evolution Battle Royal, which was like giving all these people a new, uh, like chance.
Well, and they had
All the
some.
young
They
guys.
had some. Didn't they have some returns in that? Like some older
A
people.
few, but not many. It was mostly trying to get the young guys, and it was trying to build up the young talent. So you get that with Stephanie beating Lash. You get that no holds barred match with Jade and Naomi. Tiffany and Trish, which is a good match.
Love Trish.
Okay, I know you do. Becky and Bailey and Lyra is a great match. I love that match.
That's the match that has the botch in it, right?
Yeah, with the handcuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. You gotta not let that take away.
Well, I'm trying to remember things.
I like how you bring up something crappy.
Sorry,
How about you remember something good? Wait, isn't that when they can't figure out how to get the handcuffs? No, it was not handcuffs. It was zip ties, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was zip ties. Yeah.
Yeah, zip ties. I screwed up. So, and that cash in's pretty good. So,
Yeah, it's an all timer.
I think All In for what it was good, but I don't know if it can compete with. You got just so many big time names in that women's.
Yeah, I mean, my vote's for Evolution, so
Of course it is. Anything with the women in it. There you go. Okay. So the 5 seed ends up beating the 4 seed, which I think in every bracket that happens.
We didn't do this on purpose. We didn't seed these.
Every single region, it was the 1 versus the 5 seed.
We didn't do that on purpose. It just happened that way.
Mm-hmm. The 4 seed got screwed every single time. Okay.
You know what? They just didn't come to play. They weren't ready.
I guess they couldn't hit their threes. Okay, moving on to this one. I think is going to be pretty interesting. You got 2017 Dominion versus 2017 Wrestle Kingdom 11. So this happens in the same year.
Yeah, what a combo. This is tricky.
So now it depends on what you like better, because it's basically the same exact pay-per-view. Your main event's Okada Omega, both times. The one is your 7-star
Well,
match.
I think the deciding factor of this whole battle between these two is in our Hall of Fame, spoilers, one of these matches we have in the Hall of Fame, one of them we don't. So I think we kind of have to just go
Mm-hmm.
with that.
Well, it's not just about the main event.
I know, but that's got to
Do
be like the
you?
leading factor, right? We thought
Well,
so much
in
of this one match.
most people's eyes, the hour-long time limit's the better match. I personally think the other one's better myself, just because I like a finish. I'm not a big fan of time limit draws, but I get the story. I'm not saying I'm not saying it ruins that match. I get why people love that match so much. I just think the other match is better for me personally. Now, would you rather have Tanahashi go over Naito, or you'd rather have Naito go over Tanahashi? Because at Wrestle Kingdom, Naito wins. At Dominion, Tanahashi wins.
I'm more of a fan of Tanahashi, so
So that's something. Do you care about Cody versus Michael Elgin, or do you care about Cody versus Juice Robinson?
mm, I don't know. Malcolm Elgin is a weird one because he was like on top of the world in TNA for
He had some
like a
problems.
couple years, and then
So you
that's
have
tricky.
Dominion has Guerrillas of Destiny win the titles over War Machine. Chaos wins over here. Your Ring On title was Kyle O'Reilly versus Adam Cole. Dominion didn't have the Ring Honor title, but it had Takahashi versus Kushida. Kushida won the junior championship. It also had the Lumberjack Death Match.
I mean, Lumberjack Deathmatch is kind of awesome.
So,
I mm, I think I'm gonna lean towards Dominion.
yeah, I think so too. I think, yeah, with
They're
Tanahashi ended up winning the
they're such
Intercontinental.
such similar cards. It's hard to.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty much the same. And yes, I like the other match better between Okada and Omega, but I think, yeah, overall the card, you're getting that time of draw, that draw. You're getting the Tanahashi win over uh, Naito. That helps that card. So I agree. We'll put 17 Dominion. Okay, so
Were they?
once again, the 16
I
events.
was gonna say, were they the
Let's
lower
see.
seed? I think so.
They were the 6th seed, yep. So that happened in the Big Three region, but the other two was the 3 seed. And now we're gonna move on to the final matchup: NXT Takeover New York up against Wrestle Kingdom 9 from 2015. I'm
Wrestle
sorry,
Kingdom
looked
9.
at the wrong one. Wrestle Kingdom 9 from 2015, the
Mm,
2 seed.
I
Tanahashi Okada, Nakamura Ibushi, and Styles Naito. And my same argument is probably going to apply to this
I
one,
know.
is that all three of those I would put over Gargano and Cole. Maybe not Styles Naito, but the other two I would definitely put over.
I think I'd agree with you.
So, Wrestle Kingdom 9 is moving on. 2015. So, 3 out of the 4 are New Japan Pro Wrestling. And I'm not surprised
Yeah,
at
we kind
all.
of assumed that was going to be the case when we saw the results of the bracket, like who was going to go up against who.
Okay. Okay, we're down to the final 4 of this region. We have the 1 seed, Wrestle Kingdom 10, 2016, taking on the 5 seed, Evolution.
I love that Evolution card. I hate to see it lose, but
What does it compare to
I
Wrestle
don't
Kingdom?
know. I mean,
You're getting Okada, Tanahashi, Nakamura, Styles.
it's tough to beat that. It's tough to beat that Kingdom card.
Does have a lot of
Uh,
quality. You get Kushida and Omega on there. You get Truth Elgin, or Truth, Lethal Elgin, I read Truth Martini's name instead.
Um.
You get the 4-way junior tag title match. That's a great match.
Oh, I don't want to see Evolution go, but I don't know if it.
Evolution is a great card, and I think it deserves to be in the Final Four. But
I don't know if it can beat that Wrestle Kingdom
I don't
card.
think it gets that Wrestle Kingdom card solid, man.
Yeah,
It's hard
I
to.
think I'm
It's
gonna
hard to
move
beat that.
Kingdom over. Oh, that hurts. That's tough.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Oh.
Wrestle Kingdom and okay, and the other matchup is 17 Dominion versus Wrestle Kingdom 9, 2015.
I kind of want to go Dominion.
You're feeling Dominion? You're getting the hour-long match. You're getting Tanahashi over Naito. Is that better than Tanahashi Okada, Nakamura Ibushi, Styles Naito? That's basically what you got to decide there.
I mean, all of them are great.
Dominion, you're also getting the Lumberjack Deathmatch match. I just like saying that, so you.
I mean, it's just a crazy concept. You got deathmatch is already crazy enough, and then you had lumberjacks.
You get the Young Bucks versus Roppongi Vice. You're getting Guerrillas of Destiny versus War Machine. So Cody, Michael Elgin, Kushida Takahashi.
Where are you
With the
feeling?
Wrestle Kingdom card, you're getting the 3 matches plus Bullet Club versus Gato and Shibata, Omega versus Taguchi, Maccabi versus Ishii, Suzuki versus Sakuraba, and then you're getting a lot of 6-man tags. That's the problem. But you're getting that fatal 4-way tag, junior tag match, which is good. So
Well, what are you feeling? What is your
I'm
heart telling
probably
you?
I think that the 3 matches, I think I would like that better personally because I like Nakamura and Ibushi. And Tanahashi and Okada never have a bad match. But I don't know if I could put all that over Tanahashi Naito and Okada Omega. And you're also getting some good quality matches everywhere else on the
I
card.
don't really know where to go. I mean, do you want to do a? We could do a coin toss.
Yeah, let's coin toss this
Okay.
one. They're pretty even.
Okay. What do you want to be heads?
Wrestle Kingdom.
Wrestle Kingdom is ahead. Okay, here we go. It is gonna be tails.
Well, you suck. I'm just kidding. Dominion advances the 6th seed. Okay, so who's going on to who's the champ of the 21st century region? Is it Wrestle Kingdom 10, 2016, or 2017 Dominion?
Oh man. I don't. I mean, I don't want to go just chalk here, but this is like the most obvious chalk answer you go with. I mean, that Wrestle Kingdom card. There's a reason we put it there. That card is legendary.
Mm-hmm. It is great.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, I could go either way on this. I feel like you just need to decide because I could go either way. I'm not going to be mad with either one.
Well, you get your Dominion, which is uh, Tanahashi Naito, Okada Omega. Wrestle Kingdom, you're getting Okada Tanahashi, you're getting Nakamura Styles, and you're getting Shibata versus Ishii.
I think I
And
know where you're going to go
Kushida Omega.
because Nakamura Styles is on that card.
I mean, it's hard for me to not like anything that isn't Nakamura Styles. It's one of my favorite matches. So I love both those guys.
I mean, I think I might agree with you.
I think that's the best option.
Yeah, let's just move it.
Ah,
And the
so the
pain.
winner of the 21st century region is Wrestle Kingdom 10.
Woo!
Balistic.
Woo! All right. Congratulations.
Hey.
But it's got a tough battle to make it to the championship.
So, our matchups for the Final Four episode look to be from the WrestleMania region. We have the 1 seed, WrestleMania 17. And then they will be taking on the 6th seed from the WWE Big 3 region, the 2000 SummerSlam. And then we will have the winner of the old school region, 1997 Bear Legal, which was the 5 seed, taking on the 1 seed from the 21st Century region, Wrestle Kingdom 10 from 2016. Those will be your matchups on the the Final Four show, and we will crown champion on that show.
I don't know if I'm ready for it.
Now
There might be some
remember,
upsets.
whatever pay-per-view doesn't win this, they all get deleted from history.
Yeah, we have to erase it from our minds, like Mr.
Only
Krabs
the winner
taking
survives.
the movie out of that guy's head in the Krusty Krab.
Exactly. So.
Oh man, well that has been the 21st Century region. I mean, I kind of assumed that a Wrestle Kingdom was going to come out on top. It was just, I mean, those cards are loaded, and the run that they were on in that time frame is just insane. I don't know if it'll ever be topped. So
No, they had that 2015 to like early 2018 is some of the best
right
stuff
before AEW
that's going on.
formed, basically.
Yeah, which poached all the
Yes,
stuff.
they just went over to AEW.
Yeah, it kind of that was kind of the thing that hurt them the most.
Well, we hope you enjoyed the WrestleMania region, the old school region, the 21st century region, the big three region. Hope you enjoyed all the episodes of the Bracket Madness. Next episode will be the finale, where we decide the final four, who wins the final four, and who goes to the championship and ultimately wins the Super Card of Wrestling Bracket Madness. Is it going to be somebody that you picked? Is it going to be somebody that we picked? I don't know. Could be anything. Could be up to a coin to decide. You never know.
Could be.
But we all want to thank you for listening. Leave a like, leave a comment on Spotify if you agreed with our decisions, if you disagree with our decisions, if you think somebody should have been, some cars should have been moved up, some cars shouldn't have moved on, and we moved it on. Let us know, and we will see you in the next episode of Bracket Madness. Welcome back to the Brothers Wrestling Podcast with your host Logan and
Hayden.
And today we bring you the end. It is the ending of the Super Card of Wrestling Bracket Madness. We just want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that's listened to all the other parts, building to this point. And now we've gotten down to the final four. There will be a champion crowned in today's episode. It's going to be very difficult to decide the champion between these four super cards. I mean, there's a reason they got through their regions in the first place, but they were battle tested to get to their each region. I mean, these regions were pretty stacked and pretty loaded. So let's get it out. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get into it, Hayden.
Okay, yes, it's been a crazy journey. Some huge upsets. Some supercars that I didn't think would even touch anywhere near the Final Four are here. So let's get down to it. We have two huge matchups. We've got the winner of the WrestleMania region, the number 1 seed, WrestleMania 17,
And
is
probably,
going to take on.
so I just want to say, probably the number one overall seed, WrestleMania 17. I'd say out of the whole bracket,
probably.
I'd probably say the number one overall.
Yeah, it's definitely got the most cachet to it.
And then
name,
Wrestle Kingdom will
sure.
probably be the next one. But
yeah, they are going to take on the winner of the Big Three region, WWE Big Three region, the 6th seed.
Yeah, upset, baby.
Shockingly, got through the 2000 SummerSlam.
We got
card.
a Cinderella on our hands.
Then we will have the winner of the old school region, the 5 seed, 1997, Barely Legal, taking on the winner of the 21st Century region, the 1 seed, Wrestle Kingdom 10 from 2016.
Oof.
So, which one do you want to start with?
I want to start with Barely Legal and Kingdom, Wrestle Kingdom.
Okay. Kingdom, it's over.
nice run for the spunky upstarts.
They're not going to do that to Barely Legal, but... So, Barely Legal, you had some of the big matches on that card was Taz Sabu. That was
you were really pulling that all the way through the bracket. You were pulling that card, or that match on the card.
Yeah, and this is also ECW's first ever pay-per-view. They also had the main event, which was Stevie Richards. Hold on, I gotta make sure I remember this right.
Well, Sandman won a match to get in there.
Yeah, well, it was a triple threat. Let me see here. Let me make sure I get the details right.
I'm pretty sure it's Raven, Stevie, and Sandman.
It is. Yeah, no, it's it was a three-way dance for the number one contender. It was Richards, Funk, and Sandman.
Oh, Funk. That's right.
And then Funk is the one who wins, and he ends up beating Raven for the ECW World
Okay.
Championship.
So I was
That's
combining
what it
everything.
was. Yes. You also had RVD and Lance Storm in a match. They were big time rivals at that time. Dudley Boys versus the Eliminators was a good match. So you've got that going up against Wrestle Kingdom 10, 2016, which is where you have Tanahashi taking on Okada. You got AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura. You have Shibata versus Ishii. Omega versus Kushida. The four-way junior tag team title match. Young Bucks, Red Dragon. Set down Ricochet, Roppongi Vice. So
I
some
know.
pretty heavy
I
hitters
know
for
you
that.
kind of joked about it at the beginning where you said you said Wrestle Kingdom's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It might actually be that simple. I mean, ECW Barely Legal is a good card, and it earned
Mm-hmm.
its right to be here by beating all the other big three or all the other old non WWE cards or whatever it was called.
It was old school.
Old school, yes. So by it earned its right to be there, and it had some tough competition, but this is where the big dogs play. This is some
Mm-hmm.
rarefied air with this Wrestle Kingdom card. And I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if those hardcore hooligans extremely crappy wrestling can get through.
Okay, kid.
Just
Calm down.
kidding.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that 97 Barely Legal pretty much captures the entire idea of ECW with that pay per view. It's a great pay per view for them. It really helped put them into the mainstream, and not just a territory company, which was what they
Do
were
you have it
right
on
at the beginning.
VHS?
I do. I have it on DVD actually.
Oh, you don't have it on VHS. I didn't know if you got it like
No,
on eBay or something.
no, I have it on DVD. It is a great card to watch, top to bottom. It's great, but Wrestle Kingdom is just a whole nother level.
Yeah, my vote's
And
Wrestle Kingdom.
I think yes, Wrestle Kingdom 10 is going to move on to the finals.
Great fight from Barely Legal. Got to give it up for him. Great fight. But
So now we've got
Wrestle Kingdom is like a North Carolina Duke Kansas type.
mhm. Yeah, it's hard to go up against those two main events. Those main events are stacked. So next up we have uh, the winner of the WrestleMania region, WrestleMania 17, going up against the winner of the WWE Big Three region, the upset 6 seed 2000 SummerSlam.
All right, now this one is a weird one because WrestleMania was kind of we both agreed unanimously that it was deserving of being in the final four. But I was pulling pretty hard. I was stumping pretty hard for SummerSlam. I got it all the way until that
Mm-hmm.
coin flip. And then thankfully the odds were in my favor and it moved on. So,
Cheater.
I mean, does the underdog have it? Do we have
No.
a 6 seed going to the finals?
No.
Oh.
No. Yeah, your 2000 SummerSlam does have good matches. You've got the triple threat WWE Championship match, Rock, Triple H, Angle, Undertaker versus Kane, and then no contest. You had the first ever TLC. Steve Blackman, Shane McMahon, where he falls off the thing. Benoit versus Jericho, 2 out of 3 falls. X-Pac Road Dogg, Eddie Guerrero in China versus Val Venis and Trish Stratus. So yeah, it's a pretty quality card. I'll give you that. It definitely was underrated, and it showed why it moved up into and won the WWE Big Three region. But WrestleMania 17 is on a whole nother level, man. It's first off, it's a WrestleMania, so that's outweighs SummerSlam
Mm-hmm.
easily. You get the middle match between Rock and Austin, which is one that has one of the best lead-ins to a match at WrestleMania.
Oh, that's the video package.
Mm-hmm. You get Undertaker Triple H. You get TLC 2, which is bigger and better, I think, than TLC
How funny
1.
is it that we ended up with both TLCs?
I mean, you can tell what we like to watch because it shows that TLC was one of the main factors that put both these uh, through to the finals. But you also get matches like the
Well, Vince does something on this card,
triple
doesn't he?
threat, triple threat hardcore match. I couldn't think of the word hardcore for some reason. Yeah, you get Vince. He does the match with
Yeah,
Shane.
right. I knew he did something.
Mm-hmm. You get Angle Benoit. You get, like I said, you get that. You get the Jericho versus William Regal match that opens the show. You get Taz and APA versus Right to Censor. That's a good match. A rare test. So this WrestleMania is just you get the gimmick battle royal. I mean, come
We
on
might have to
now.
go back and watch that for a what the F episode because that gimmick battle
It
royal
was
is
what the
insane.
f. The only good part about that gimmick battle royal is you get to hear Mean Gene and Heenan on
Yeah.
commentary, and that's like one of the last times they do that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's head and shoulders
I hate to agree with you.
better.
I It is a WrestleMania at the end of the day.
I mean, WrestleMania is just at a whole nother
I'd
level.
love for
But
my spunky underdog to get through, but
wrong.
I
The
just
spunky dog's out.
I just don't think it can do it. It had a lot of
All
juice, but
right,
it didn't have enough.
not enough.
This is like
Not enough luck.
this finals is like King Kong versus Godzilla right now.
hmm So now our finals is WrestleMania 17 from 2001 versus Wrestle Kingdom 10 from 2016.
And honestly, this is probably how it always should have ended with these two.
Yeah, I mean these two are just on another tier compared to all
I feel
other
like if we didn't end
supercards.
up with this matchup as our final, people would laugh at us or something or criticize us.
I mean these two are just on a whole nother level than everything else we've talked about throughout this entire
Yeah.
process.
If you're a betting man, this is your final that you should have bet on.
hmm So, so
Well,
I
yeah, I was
mean,
gonna say, where do you want to start?
you're talking about Rock and Austin, and that you're putting that pretty much up against Tanahashi and Okada. Your second biggest match on here is probably Undertaker Triple H,
Not TLC?
which I think. Well, I'm talking in terms of like
Oh,
one-on-one
okay,
main
okay.
event matches. Undertaker Triple H, which I wouldn't put ahead of Nakamura and
No,
AJ.
certainly not.
It's a good match, but it's not that. I think where WrestleMania has the advantage is that you do get TLC at
Yeah,
this.
you get a lot of variety. You get the hardcore, you get the
You get
TLC,
the hardcore
something for
match.
everybody. The Wrestle Kingdom's for the nerds, for the wrestling nerds that love.
Well, you're getting great quality matches over and over again,
Yeah,
but you're not getting TLC.
no, you're
You're
not
not
getting that
getting,
style.
and even the Shane Vince match is entertaining. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
like
got some moments for sure.
it's not the greatest tag team
Doesn't
match, but
doesn't
you also
Shane
on this card.
doesn't he put the trash
What?
can on Vince and then do the coast to coast on him?
Yeah, that's why he does
Yeah,
the coast to
yeah.
coast. You do get uh Kurt Angle Chris Benoit,
Which can go
and
up there
that's like
with one of the
a
New
mid
Japan.
card
Yeah,
match, and I mean it's high quality. There's nothing wrong with that match. So, but there's a lot of duds at the beginning of that card. I mean, they're not duds, but they're not
they
higher.
don't stand on the same level as the New Japan card.
Yeah,
Like the Jericho Regal match.
the
That's fine.
the Wrestle Kingdom match is just you get the 4-way junior tent that opens the show. You get
Yeah, I'd take
Lethal
that over
Elgin, which is
Jericho Regal.
okay. You get Kushida and Omega for the junior title, but it really is held up mostly with the Nakamura, AJ, Okada,
Yeah, yeah.
Tanahashi.
So
But
where are you leaning?
I'm leaning, and if I lived in Japan, I'd probably lean the other way. But if we're talking about mega stars
It's hard to beat
and
Rock Austin.
carrying a supercard, the Rock Austin is over Tanahashi and
Yeah,
Okada.
I mean Tanahashi and Okada are probably Rock Austin in Japan. Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they're just on a whole nother level. I think Austin and Rock are at this point
Although
in
I
their
have seen a lot of
careers.
Austin 316 shirts in Japan, so
But what I think mostly puts it over the top for me is TLC2,
that is a
which I
fantastic.
think
That's got
is
the moment. That's got Edge, Spear, and Hardy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got Ed's Hardy. It's got the addition of the three other guys, the sidekick
All
characters, as
right.
you call them,
Right.
that help add to that match and make it crazier. And I think that was the one that kind of is what peaked TLC,
Definitely. Definitely. The first
because
one's
you
great.
you get you get the triangle ladder match that kind of birthed TLC. Then you get the first TLC. This is where it kind of like crescendoed.
Definitely.
This is
This
like
is the peak of it
as
all.
high. This is as high as it's gonna go, and then the
Everything
rest are
else
gonna
is,
just kind of
yeah.
be like
How do we live up to
4
that? Yeah.
attempts to copy it,
Yeah.
and they never
But
did.
no, they never did. But there's been some
This
good
one
TLC matches,
is
but
the top TLC
yeah,
match by
this
far.
is as good as you can have a TLC match in the business. This is it.
And so I think that for me is what puts it over the top and makes it the number one.
Okay. Okay. So
So that would be
I
my
agree with
guess.
you and we have a champion, or we go to a coin toss. I I mean, you said a lot of pretty good stuff about WrestleMania. I mean, I agree with you on basically all of it.
Hmm.
And adding
I
that
actually do.
hardcore triple threat is also in there pretty good. I do like that match. And
Hmm.
I don't want to see Wrestle Kingdom go down like this, but I think they might have to fall just simply on the factor of Rock and Austin are just megastars on top of megastars, the
Hmm.
biggest megastars the company's ever seen, other than maybe 80s Hogan. So I
Hmm.
think I'm gonna have to go WrestleMania 2. WrestleMania 17 also.
WrestleMania 2? Hogan Bundy?
No, not please
Nice
no.
try.
Please not Hogan Bundy.
Trying to slip that in there. I see. Okay, well, I think we have a winner
We
then.
have our champion.
Should we play
Wow.
the shining moment? One shining moment.
Cut the nets down. It's finished.
So our 2026 Supercards of Wrestling Bracket Madness winner is the one seed from the WrestleMania region, WrestleMania 17,
Man.
the greatest supercard that has ever existed.
Congratulations. Congratulations to it. And honestly, I know we built up a little bit of drama, but that's probably the right choice the whole way through.
Yep, I agree. I don't think anything. I mean, you had to mostly think that WrestleMania was going to, whatever came out of the WrestleMania region, going to end up winning.
Hmm.
It's just hard to, the aura of
Yeah,
WrestleMania
and
is
this is
hard
back when they cared about WrestleMania.
to beat when they actually had quality throughout the whole show. So should have been WrestleMania 23. I still
It
stand on
should not
that.
have been WrestleMania 23.
The final should have been WrestleMania 23 versus 2007 Royal Rumble.
That couldn't have happened.
It doesn't matter. I would have made it happen somehow. But we played it fair, and it ended with WrestleMania 17.
A
So,
WrestleMania with the current United States president on it should not be in the finals of anything.
hey man, he almost got his head shaved. That would have been epic.
Yeah, like they were gonna cut off that hair.
Yeah,
That's his gimmick.
I thought it was fake. Let's be real.
It might be.
It probably is.
But congratulations to WrestleMania 17. They had a hard fought battle. I mean, there was some tough matchups on the way through. Those WrestleManias they had to go up against were pretty tough. Didn't they have
Yeah,
to
they
take? They
had
took
them.
down 18, right? WrestleMania 18.
So if we look back at WrestleMania 17's path, they in their finals of WrestleMania region, they defeated WrestleMania 18, which was the 2 seed. They beat the 5 seed WrestleMania 23. They beat, and then they beat the 16 seed WrestleMania 1.
I mean, they had to go through some heavy
Oh,
hitters.
and they beat the 8 seed WrestleMania 31. I missed that one. Sorry.
All those matchups are really strong
Hmm.
WrestleManias.
Yeah, they went through a pretty good gauntlet. So,
I would have loved to see SummerSlam go through and win it all, but
no chance.
they got a bad draw.
Should have never made it there.
They got a bad draw, bad side of the bracket. If they would have been on,
They were a 6
if
seed.
they
How did
would,
they get a bad
if they would have been
draw?
on the other side of the bracket with barely legal, they would have been in the finals.
I would have put barely over. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, well,
Just
that
telling you
has
right now.
been our Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. I will be doing like I did with the first Champions Bracket Madness that we did last year or whatever, I will be doing a full like movie video episode where I combine all of the different regions into one with along with this final episode as well. So if you don't want to listen to each part, you just want to listen to one big thing, it's gonna be like 4 hours long or something. It's gonna be crazy. But anyway, if you want to listen to that, just one one giant video and not have to bounce around to each episode, then I'll be doing that as well. So be on the lookout for that.
Awesome.
Do you have any teases on what the next year Bracket Madness is gonna be?
I've had a few thoughts for what we could do next year. So not 100% sure yet. So we got some different surprises that are going to be for the rest of this year
By then,
that would kind of take the spots of some of the stuff I was thinking about. So it's kind of hard to decide yet what I'm kind of looking into.
the next time Bracket Madness comes around, Danhausen will have cursed a lot more people by then, so we might have a whole
That's true.
64 bracket of the best curses. Who's been
It's
affected by the
possible.
curse the most?
That's true. So, but our first one was Supercard. No,
It was Champions, WWE Champion Order.
WWE World Champion Bracket Madness, and then this one was Supercards of
Yeah,
Wrestling.
that was pretty popular, that first one.
Yeah, that was a good one. I forget who won that one.
Was it not
Did it
Cena?
end up being Roman? Was it Cena? I know Roman was in.
Roman was in the finals. Cena was in the finals. Hogan, I think, was in the
pretty Cena.
finals.
I think Triple H was too.
Yeah, you were pushing hard for Triple H.
I think I was pushing Triple H over Roman, and you were yelling.
Yeah,
if I remember.
I'd have to go back and listen. I think that is, yeah, I think that was the final four.
So I think it was Cena over Roman, if I remember.
Probably. You're a big Cena
Makes
guy.
sense. Well, he's the best. It's easy to be a Cena guy when he's the best.
But you're not a big Cody guy.
He's the worst. It's easy to be not a Cody guy because he's the worst.
Well, that has been our Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness. We hope you all enjoyed this this process. Sorry that it took a little bit longer into April than it should have. This probably should have ended closer to the end of March, but I was having some computer problems, but that's none of your concern. So just we apologize for it taking a little bit longer than normal. But...
Yeah, don't ask about it. Shut up.
Well, they don't need to care about it because it's not their problem. They don't have to deal with it. So
maybe they want to care about it. Ever thought of that?
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Maybe you should be more emotionally open. That's a whole nother podcast about how your robotic feelings.
Anyway.
Okay.
We hope you all enjoyed the Supercard of Wrestling Bracket Madness.
He doesn't cry.
And we will see you in the next episode of the Brothers Wrestling Podcast.
Peace.